Chapter 1 I have grown taller. Opened his eyes blankly, and looked around in a daze, but before he woke up, suddenly the mountain shook, as if an earthquake. Frightened Chen Xiang was frightened, and he stood up quickly. But when he got up, he found something was wrong, because he found that the ground was far away from him. What's the situation? Why is the ground so far away from me? No, it's not that the ground is far away from me, it seems that I am getting higher. In a daze, Chen Xiang reacted instantly. It was not that the ground was far away from him, but that he was taller and his body became taller. Looking at the ground, he naturally felt far away from him. He quickly reached out and saw a different pair of eyes. His large palms in the past are at least twice as large as those in the past. Let me go, whose hand is this and why is it so big? Chen Xiang looked dumbfounded, but he shook his palms several times, only to find that the huge palm was twisting with his heart, obviously his own hand, and then he looked up and down at his whole body again. 1 minute later, Chen Xiang came to a conclusion that he had to accept. It seemed that he was not the original self, but had become another person, but he remembered all his previous things, that is to say, he passed through. And it's still a soul-piercing. As for who this person is crossing over, he doesn't know. However, through observation, he was surprised to find that his current height is at least 2 meters, which is more than 1 meter taller than he used to be, like a giant, and his whole body is muscular, comparable to the boxing champion in his previous life, and he has a simple suit. Wearing his red jacket, what made him even more weird was that a flower was tattooed on his chest and arms. Who am I becoming? Although he was able to understand his physical condition for a while and felt the explosive power in his body, he was still at a loss. Why didn't he inherit the memory of this body after this crossing, and the layout of this room is completely different from the country he used to live in. Different, some are similar to Europe and the United States, and some are similar to the East Daxia. While he was still in a daze, the whole ground was shaking again, making him about to fall when he was in a trance, but at this moment, his body actually made a very natural movement, and then stabilized his body. Stood firmly on the ground. Chen Xiang can be sure that if he was replaced by the previous one, he would definitely not be able to do this, but now this body can easily do it. He can feel that his current body is a bit stronger than the previous one. 10 times. From the physical point of view, no matter what aspect has been strengthened, is this good or bad? If you know that your body has become stronger, you will definitely be extremely happy, but the problem is that the current situation is different, the body has changed too much, and it must have been traversed. If you haven't figured out where, you will still be unable to settle down. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Suddenly an urgent voice came from outside the door. Accompanied by a violent knock on the door, he hesitated for a while, then walked to the door and opened the door. What he saw was a soldier in a white marine suit with a face full of eagerness. You. Chen Xiang was about to speak, but the soldier eagerly called out first. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, why are you still in the room? It has fallen out outside, don't you feel it? Chen Xiang remained silent. He didn't know his identity now. In order to prevent exposure, he didn't plan to talk more. Moreover, judging from the soldier's words and dress, he had already reached some conclusions. First of all, the body that he traversed seemed to be called Sakazuki, and it was also a vice admiral. When he heard the name, he felt very familiar, but he did not think about it in depth, but continued to analyze it. Then this was in front of him. A person should be a soldier, but also his own subordinate. Look at his dress, white uniform, very similar to marine uniform. After thinking for a while, Chen Xiang asked tentatively, what's wrong outside? Obviously, the soldier did not notice the strangeness of his immediate boss, and quickly reported, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, don't you know? It's the big pirate of New World, the pirate admiral of the Flying Pirate Group, and the Golden Lion is coming. Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral have already gone to fight. Marineford has been destroyed a lot. The Marshal asked all the generals in Marineford to assemble immediately and head to Bayhead to face the flying pirates. What? The soldier spoke very quickly, but Chen Xiang didn't miss a single sentence, but it was because he heard clearly that he was shocked. Those familiar names of people and places were all in his memory. The anime that was very popular in the previous life is similar. Flying Pirates, Golden Lion, Sengoku, Garp, Marineford. Zhang Kao wanted to yell up to the sky, but he stopped it alive. Although there was no change on the surface, his heart was as shocking as it was overwhelming. It turns out that this is the world of One Piece, and Sakazuki, isn't this the name of Marine Admiral, the future Marine Marshal Red Dog? Doesn't that mean that I have become a Red Dog through crossing? Pooh, I am Akainu now, what Red Dog? After figuring out his identity, Chen Xiang was even more unbelievable. Isn't One Piece a manga? How could it be real? What's even more incredible? He has been scolded countless times by all the Haimai, and he can't wait to pull it out. Killed the villain Akainu hundreds of times. This world is really crazy. Can you let me go through it again and make me Aokiji? How come I become Akainu? In his heart, he was also a person who read a lot of novels in his previous life. Why did the protagonist not cross into Luffy or cross into Ace, and no matter how bad he crossed into Whitebeard, it would be nice to get here, he actually became a man. Detestable Akainu. Who is Akainu? An extremist who has carried out justice to the absolute value, cannot tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes, does not allow a trace of evil to exist, and can even eliminate his colleagues and ordinary people without hesitation in order to eradicate pirates. Not only was he cruel to the enemy, but also ruthless to his own people, he was a true iron-blooded soldier. Hey! It's not all bad. Akainu is also one of the strong men standing on the pinnacle of the pirate world, and later became Marshal Marine, the world's top power figure. Compared with me, it is completely different. In other words, if I become Akainu, I can be considered as one step to the sky. Looking back on my own life in the past 2 decades, and comparing my current identities. Sakazuki, an Admiral of Headquarters. Although he has only found out his identity, he is already very clear that he must have passed through, and it is estimated that it is impossible to change back to his original identity. He is now Sakazuki, Admiral, Akainu, the famous future of pirate world. Chapter 2 Fear makes me stronger. Thinking that he had changed from one person to another in a good manner, Chen Xiang accepted it, but he was still a little bit uncomfortable and shocked, but fortunately, he became Sakazuki, who is already Vice Admiral, the headquarters of Marine, and will be in Marine in the future. The high levels of the People's Republic of Daxia no longer have to run around for life as they did in the past, but they are unable to settle down. In the past, he was just a very ordinary young man in Daxia. He had parents and brothers and sisters, so he was always poor when he was a child. His parents were tired for decades and raised him as an adult. Although he did not earn interest, he was able to earn money to support himself. But in the city, he has been very tired from the hard work day by day. Now he suddenly becomes Sakazuki, and he is faintly excited, as if the shackles in his heart have been untied, and the whole person is extremely happy. And freedom. The only regret is that he has not had time to honor his parents. Fortunately, he has several brothers and sisters, and each of them is more promising than him, so he is not worried that his parents will have a bad life in his later years. From now on, I will put aside my previous identity and really become Sakazuki. He was faintly uneasy and expectant, and his mood was very complicated. Yes, I am Sakazuki now. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Sakazuki was meditating, and an urgent cry came from his ear. He was very upset when his thoughts were interrupted. He suddenly turned his head and glanced at the marine soldier very upset. Sakazuki was originally a powerful figure in Marine, and he treated his subordinates very harshly. So even if Sakazuki glanced uncomfortably, the Marine still felt the tremendous pressure, and fear grew spontaneously. Fear score from Lucas Benioff, plus 155. What? With another soft whisper, Sakazuki was shocked to find that a strange reminder suddenly appeared in his mind. There was no warning, and the sudden reminder made him a little stunned. Fear score from Lucas Benioff, plus 226. At this moment, an interface suddenly appeared in Sakazuki's mind. An interface somewhat similar to the computer screen interface, but there are only 3 options on the interface: shop, lottery, revenue, and expenditure. Looking at these 3 options, Sakazuki curiously opened the store among the 3 options, and suddenly a list appeared, but only one item in the list was lit, and the rest were dark and hazy. Can't see anything. The only item that was on was the only item that could be purchased, but this item surprised Sakazuki very much. Hacky fruit, the price is 1,000. Then Sakazuki saw a line of small print at the bottom of the store, and it showed the balance, 381. Seeing this number, Sakazuki couldn't help but remember the prompt that just popped up in his mind: what kind of fear value? 155 plus 226, isn't it 381? In other words, what kind of inexplicable fear value is the currency for purchasing items in the store? Just thinking about it, suddenly I received the fear value again. Fear score from Lucas Benioff, plus 82. Sure enough, the balance at the bottom of the store suddenly became 463, which was clearly an increase of 82. Lucas Benioff, is this the guy in front of you? Sakazuki looked weirdly at the sea soldier standing in front of him nervously. At this moment, the man didn't dare to look up. He kept his head down and didn't dare to look at him, but even so. Fear from Lucas Benioff, plus 18, plus 12, plus 2. Now Sakazuki can be regarded as completely understanding that the currency of the system is the fear value, and the seaman named Lucas Benioff in front of him should have been scared by him just now, so he provided him with the fear value. If that's the case, don't you have to continue to scare people in the future? Let others fear, then you can receive the fear value? Go scary when it's okay. What rhythm is this? Sakazuki is really a little confused. He originally thought that becoming Akainu would be equivalent to reaching the sky in one step, but now a system-like existence similar to the system that often appears in previous novels has appeared again. This is to make him ascend to the sky. High tempo? Akainu itself is Marine Admiral in the world of One Piece, the top character, even though he has not inherited the memory and experience of the other party, but his strength and fruit are still there. As long as he exercises well in the future and restores to the previous state of Akainu, the problem should not be the problem. Too big. Now that there is a similar system, his potential is undoubtedly upgraded to a higher level, and it is definitely greater than the potential of Akainu in the original book. When Sakazuki was very pleasantly surprised, he suddenly felt the ground shaking again, and it was shaking more violently than before. Still fighting outside? Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral haven't taken down the Golden Lion yet. Judging from this movement, the fighting was definitely very intense, because this was a place to rest in the rear. The place where they were fighting was at the head of the bay, but even if they were so far apart, they could still feel the movement. It is conceivable how fierce the battle was. But Sakazuki didn't have the slightest worry, because he knew very well that even though Golden Lion is strong, but can't get a lot of waves here, it should be taken together by Garp and Sengoku soon. But he didn't know that it was what he imagined, and the real battle was not as good as he thought. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Golden Lion's flying pirates are very powerful, especially Golden Lion, Sengoku Admiral, and Garp Vice Admiral have been fighting for so long before they have taken him. His destructive power is really too strong. Fighting from outside the bay to the inside of the bay caused great damage. Furthermore, the flying pirates under his command is also very strong. As long as the Marines in the base are all gathered to fight the flying pirates, Marshal Air wants you to pass as soon as possible. Forgetting the fear, the Marine soldier named Lucas Benioff quickly reported to Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki was shocked. He remembered that when he watched the pirate anime, it was obviously the Golden Lion who arrogantly ran to the naval headquarters to make a fuss. How come it has become the entire flying pirates group now? It's not right. But soon he realized that animation is an animation after all, and now it is reality, and the current situation is more in line with reality. In the original book, it is said that Golden Lion destroyed nearly half of the naval headquarters base, but if only Golden Lion alone, no matter how strong he is, it is impossible to cause such a big damage. After all, the current naval headquarters can be described as there are so many talents. How could he be beaten like that by himself, and replaced by the entire flying pirate group? It's almost the same. Chapter 3 Flying Pirates. Go, and take a look. To be honest, in fact, Sakazuki's heart is still a little weak. After all, he is not the original Akainu. He has inherited Akainu's skills. He doesn't know now, because he has no time to experiment. But now the boss's orders are all down. If he doesn't pass it, he can't justify it. Although he doesn't know what Akainu was like before, he is sure of one thing, that is, Akainu hates pirates. Now Golden Lion, they are all hitting the door, and if he doesn't respond, it will definitely make life suspicious. Before taking a closer look at the specific situation of the system interface in his mind, Sakazuki, under the leadership of Marine soldiers, quickly headed towards Wantu, where the naval headquarters resisted the flying pirates, and it was bound to prevent Golden Lion from moving forward. Otherwise, it will definitely have a great impact on Marine Ford. When Sakazuki came to the battlefield in Wantu, he was stunned by the chaos in front of him. Above the bay head, countless soldiers in white Marine uniforms were fighting with a group of chaotically dressed people. He just glanced at it and saw many people falling down covered in blood. Unseen blood. Is this the pirate group of Golden Lion? Sakazuki muttered to himself. His words were heard by the Marine soldier Lucas Benioff, who brought him over. He suddenly said, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, the flying pirates are different from what you saw before. Golden Lion and Roger fought. Later, his subordinates lost 70% to 80%. This group of pirates was only recently assembled. Although there are many people, they are not as good as before." Sakazuki just remembered at this time that Akainu had seen the battle between Golden Lion and Roger following naval headquarters, and knew something about Golden Lion. Fortunately, he didn't say much, otherwise he would be misunderstood if he just said something wrong. A group of dirty pirates who despise justice, they must all be buried here today. This is the attitude that Akainu should have. Sure enough, Lucas Benioff heard Sakazuki's roar and did not show any surprise. Instead, he looked at Akainu in admiration and said, "Yes, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, these pirates shouldn't be afraid at all if they act. This guy worships me?" Sakazuki discovered that this seaman actually worshipped him, but thinking about Akainu's identity and his strength, it's normal for someone to worship him, but whoever wants you to worship me, I want you to fear me, in his heart roared. Even though he has just discovered the existence of this similar system, Sakazuki has clearly realized the importance of the fear value. The more the fear value, the more benefits he can get, although he still does not know the three options. Specific role, but no matter what the role is, the fear value as a currency is the most important. Looking at the battle between Marine and the pirates, he found that Marine still occupies a favorable position. After all, this is naval headquarters, Marine's base camp. Turning his head and looking at it, the battlefield was the fiercest and most eye-catching was the battle in the air. I saw a huge pirate battleship floating in the sky at the head of the bay. On the battleship, even if it was far away, 3 figures could be seen colliding and attacking at extremely fast speeds. 2 of them are wearing marine white casual clothes, and the other is full of blonde hair. Needless to think about it, this is the pirate admiral of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion, one of the 3 legendary pirates of New World, and one with Roger, the Pirate King. The big pirate fighting for the hegemony of the sea. To be able to carry Garp Vice Admiral and Sengoku Admiral alone, this Golden Lion is indeed very powerful, but I believe it will not be long before Golden Lion will be defeated by 2 adults. The Marines beside Sakazuki spoke excitedly, revealing their respect, admiration, and confidence in Garp and Sengoku. Sakazuki looked at this passionate Marine soldier speechlessly. Only then did he realize that this Marine soldier named Lucas Benioff was actually a Marine lieutenant colonel, not too big or too young, but also a school-level officer. Yes, Golden Lion's defeat is a foregone conclusion, as long as... Sakazuki couldn't help but said the answer, but suddenly his face changed, and he suddenly pushed away the Marines beside him, and at the same time he quickly flashed to the other side. At this time, a burly figure passed through where they were just standing, and landed not far away. Sakazuki! An angry roar sounded, and Sakazuki looked up and saw that he was a burly man about 2 meters tall, holding a huge mace in both hands, and a burn on the left half of his face. At this time, he was looking at himself with a sullen face. This guy seems to hate me. Although he didn't know the pirate, since this person called his name and attacked him, now he looked at him fiercely, indicating that there must be enmity between them. "Who are you?" Sakazuki asked naturally. As soon as these words came out, the burly man on the other side's expression became stagnant, and then he stared at Sakazuki even more angrily. "You don't even remember me." Sakazuki said with a deep look, "I don't know how many trash pirates like you have killed. If everyone who died in my hands remembers, wouldn't I be exhausted?" "You." The strong man was trembling with anger. At this time, Marine Lucas whispered to Sakazuki, "Sakazuki Admiral, this guy is a more famous pirate in New World, nicknamed Grizzly Bear. This guy was defeated by you before, and the scar on his face was left by you." Down. Oh, I got it. Now Sakazuki understood why this strong man would stare at him so fiercely. It turned out that there was such a feast between them. Since it was a defeated man, he would naturally not worry about it. "Last time you escaped by a fluke, you still didn't learn your lesson, so you dare to come here to die." The pirate called Grumpy Bear roared angrily, "Sakazuki, last time you only took advantage of Logia Devil Fruit, so you defeated me. Now I have learned Haki, this time the damn person is you." Sakazuki's eyes jumped when he heard this. He thought before that even if he didn't inherit Akainu's memory, he could ignore the attack by relying on the ability of Lava Fruit, but he didn't expect this guy to learn Haki, which would be troublesome. Laozi has become Akainu in one step at any rate. In the future, a man who will become Martial Marine, how could he be frightened by an unknown little pirate? With his eyes condensed, a breathtaking might erupted from his body, and he saw that his hands suddenly turned into hot lava, and they fell to the ground ticking. Chapter 4: The Power of Magma. Is this the power of Lava Fruit? Looking down at his hands, Sakazuki's heart was shocked. Although he knew that he had become Akainu and would surely gain the ability of Lava Fruit, he didn't expect to be able to display it so soon, especially when he saw his hands. Magma, a familiar and natural feeling came to my heart. Yes, I am Akainu now. Suddenly, Sakazuki's confidence increased. He has never eaten pork, hasn't he seen a pig run? Even though he didn't inherit Akainu's memory, he was someone who had watched One Piece anime. He knew a little bit about Akainu, and coupled with the physical memory of the body itself, he might not be able to exert his powerful strength. "Get out!" Sakazuki motioned for the Marines beside him to retreat, and then stared at the pirate bear in front of him coldly, and said, "Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. Sakazuki, I will kill you today." The violent bear yelled, then rushed towards Sakazuki abruptly. However, Sakazuki was not nervous at all. At this moment, he had changed from an ordinary person to a hawkish man among marine, and he had forgotten the nervousness and fear. Great eruption. Naturally, Sakazuki shook his fist directly. This was his first attack, but everything seemed to be a matter of course. The lava formed a huge lava fist and slammed it against the bear. The violent bear was originally moving fast, but when he saw this huge lava fist, he was shocked. He wanted to retreat for the first time. However, between advance and retreat, his speed could not keep up at all, and he was directly affected. The lava fist hit. This blow was Sakazuki's full force, and the power was naturally extraordinary. The violent bear was hit by this punch and screamed miserably, and the whole person flew upside down. Sakazuki didn't look at the violent bear that was smashed by him, but stared at his own hands. He made the punch just now, but now it seems that the power is completely beyond his imagination. He just inherited Akainu. His body, without experience, can make such a powerful blow. It is conceivable that Akainu's original strength is very terrifying. How is it possible? How can the gap be so big? The violent bear on the other side got up from the ground embarrassedly, with burn marks on his body, and he roared angrily. I spent 2 years of continuous cultivation, suffering from inhuman suffering, and my strength has been greatly improved. How can it be the result of this, and why? Recalling the scene of being abused by Akainu, he couldn't help but fear in his heart. It was 2 years ago. The pirate group he was in was destroyed by Akainu alone. He was in Akainu by luck. The men escaped. In order to take revenge, he joined the flying pirates of Golden Lion, and paid a great price to obtain Armament Haki's training method, in order to be able to defeat Akainu. This time Golden Lion took the initiative to attack naval headquarters. He was very responsive, but he did not expect that when he encountered Akainu again, the gap between the two of them was still astonishing. Even the armament haki he had learned seemed to be in front of Akainu's magma. It didn't have much effect either. Sakazuki didn't know that so many thoughts flashed in the bear's mind for a moment. He was rejoicing that the fear value came from the bear. Fear value from Grumpy Bear, plus 152, plus 96, plus 53. As soon as his eyes lit up, Sakazuki suddenly became interested. He has gradually figured out the vision that appeared to him, and he also knows whether this is a systematic cheat, and the basis of everything is the fear value. I don't believe that the gap is so big. The violent bear roared again, his eyes rushed towards Sakazuki with blood-red eyes, and he did his best to use armament haki that he had only learned for 2 years. Go to death, Sakazuki. The punch just now made Sakazuki's confidence doubled, so in the face of the grim bear's impact, he didn't worry at all. With a thought, his right arm turned into lava again, and a large amount of magma attacked the grim bear. But the next moment, a scene that surprised him happened. When his magma touched the bear, it didn't burn him, but was blocked by him. Hey! Sakazuki raised his brow, and then reacted, this is armament haki. Both sea stone and armament haki can cause damage to Logia-capable people. The blizzard did not use weapons. It must be armament haki. I heard the blizzard learned how to use armed color before, but it has never been used. He thought the other party was bragging. This violent bear can actually use armament haki. As for armament haki, I should have it too. Armament haki is indeed a restrainer, but Sakazuki did not panic at all. He calmed down and had no distractions. Armed. He controlled his mind on his left arm and gave a light sip. It did not disappoint him, but a black substance appeared on his left arm. This was armament haki. Boom! The moment the bear rushed in front of him, Sakazuki waved his left arm fiercely and collided with the big palm of the bear. Boom! Sakazuki didn't move for half a step, but the blizzard was not so relaxed anymore. The whole person was smashed into the air, which was even more miserable than before. Without any pain, armament haki is both offensive and defensive. As soon as he came into contact with the blizzard, he already felt the gap between the two, so after knocking off the opponent, he didn't look at it, but excitedly watched himself covering Armament Haki's left arm. This kind of full of power, it made him very excited. From an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken, he has become a Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki with unparalleled power in one step. If he controls such a powerful force in an instant, if he changes to an ordinary person, he will definitely lose his attitude. But Sakazuki is also someone who has been in the society for many years, and I don't know if he was affected by Akainu's own emotions, so he was at peace at this time. To him, defeating the bears seemed to be another thing. Sparse ordinary things. Puff. The violent bear sprayed out blood, he fell to the ground embarrassedly, and the Marine Lucas, who had been following Sakazuki, drew his long knife and rushed in front of the violent bear. The blade was aimed at the bear's neck. Sakazuki, Vice Admiral, what should this guy do, kill immediately, or? For Sakazuki's quick defeat of the grim bear, Lucas did not have the slightest surprise. Instead, he immediately controlled the grim bear and respectfully asked Sakazuki for instructions. Fear value from Grumpy Bear, plus 286, plus 188. The blizzard was really terrified at this time. He found that he was really too small in front of Sakazuki. After using the power he learned for 2 years, the proud Armament Haki was so unbearable in front of Sakazuki. The blow completely smashed his heart, body, and soul, making him no longer able to resist. Chapter 5. Sakazuki was still very happy when he received the fear value of the violent bear once again. This time he received hundreds of fear values from the violent bear. This pirate has really made a lot of contribution. But what makes him even more happy is that apart from not inheriting Akainu's memory, he should have inherited everything else, including strength and abilities. The next thing he needs to do is to get acquainted with these powers as soon as possible, as long as the master has this power. He is the real Akainu, and there is cheat, so he is full of confidence in his future. Hearing Lucas's request, and there was no subsequent increase in fear value, Sakazuki glanced around. Although he wanted to continue to gain fear value, the most important thing now is to face the flying pirate group and stop it to a greater extent. Loss. Now that he has become Akainu, Sakazuki has changed his mindset. He is no longer the Sakazuki in the past, but Vice Admiral Sakazuki of Naval Headquarters. As a Marine, it is natural to put Marines' interests first. The pirate is enemy. Kill it. Yes. It seemed that Sakazuki would answer like this a long time ago, so Lucas immediately twitched his weapon and slashed the pirate bear directly under the sword. Fear value from Grumpy Bear, plus 364. What surprised Sakazuki was that at the last moment, the blizzard actually sent another wave of fear points, which is really true. Sucking the corners of his mouth, looking at Lucas who returned to his side, Sakazuki suddenly realized that this seaman was really a talent, not only respectful, but also very obedient to orders. Let him do what he did, and more importantly, he was able to give it to him. Provide fear value. I couldn't help but patted Lucas on the shoulder and was about to speak. Suddenly, the fear value from Lucas Benioff, plus 73. This FK originally wanted to say 2 words of encouragement, but this sudden reminder made Sakazuki unable to say a word. He was too heartbroken. Is he so scary? The fear value is something that makes Sakazuki happy and depressed. Although he has not bought anything yet, it must be that those things are definitely not bad. This is a place of joy, but if you want to get a fear value, this is not to make him do you keep scaring people. It's like the fear of the big devil. The fight was intense. Sakazuki suddenly said, what he was talking about was the battle between Marine and the pirates. It has to be said that the strength of the flying pirate group under the Golden Lion is still very terrifying. Fighting in naval headquarters, it hasn't shown any signs of decline after fighting for so long. Golden Lion is one enemy too, one person against Garp and Sengoku, although they seemed to be at a disadvantage, they did not show any defeat. Especially let him focus on the ability of Golden Lion, so that a big pirate ship was crossed in the air by him, surrounded by dozens of mountain peaks and islands, and even many buildings in the marine headquarters were pulled into the air by him. Besides, the ability of this lion fruit is really terrifying. No wonder Golden Lion can become the most powerful pirate admiral in the New World. In addition to Golden Lion, he also saw a lot of powerful pirates and marines, such as the marine soldier who has been using ice. Needless to think about it, it is the future Marine Admiral Aokiji. Another shining guy must be Kizaru. However, the two of them are not easy at this time, and their opponents are also very powerful. The entire naval headquarters is in a melee, except for Sakazuki. He and Marine Lucas have become the two most idle people in this war, just like watching a show. Sakazuki, what are you doing here? Just as Sakazuki was feeling emotional, suddenly a loud roar sounded in his ears. He turned his head in amazement, and saw a very strong figure behind him, wearing a marine justice coat and a pale yellow scarf around his neck. The man glared at him. Sakazuki was about to say "Who are you?" but Lucas by his side was much faster than him, and he only heard him shout out, "Marshal Sora! Marshal Kong!" Sakazuki shut up quickly and looked at the man seriously again. He was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't say it. Otherwise, he would be ashamed. As a Marine Vice Admiral, he didn't even know the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. It was too embarrassing. NS. Sora obviously didn't notice Sakazuki's expression and attitude, which were completely different from those in the past, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here alone? Why don't you fight the Fekong pirates?" Sakazuki's mind turned sharply, and quickly replied, "Marshal, I'm thinking about how to defeat the flying pirates." When he heard this, Sora suddenly became interested. Marine has been fighting with the flying pirates for a period of time. The casualties are relatively heavy, and even the naval headquarters are severely damaged, so of course he can't wait to defeat Golden Lion now. "Do you have a way? Sakazuki, tell me what is your way." This. Sakazuki's heart suddenly burst. How can he do it? It's just a casual sentence. Who would have thought that this void would take it seriously? This is a golden lion, not a silver lion, a bronze lion. It can be defeated casually. No, didn't even Garp and Sengoku team up to win the golden lion? But looking at Sora looking to the end, he felt that if he couldn't come up with a method, maybe the other party would be dissatisfied with his behavior just now. After all, he was the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. As the highest leader, if he was targeted by him, he would treat himself. The next official career is not a good thing. So Sakazuki could only rack his brains and start thinking, if you want to defeat the flying pirates, you must first defeat the golden lion. This is the answer that everyone knows, so Sora naturally doesn't care, still staring at Sakazuki. There must be a strong person to disrupt the momentum of the flying pirate group at the fastest speed. This is our marine territory. Once the pirate loses power, it will not be far away from defeat. The flying pirate group can come from afar to attack naval headquarters, relying on an aura. The golden lion is unbeatable and invincible. As long as this momentum is broken, the pirates will definitely be defeated on Marine's territory. Sora said loudly, "Okay, just do it, Sakazuki, this difficult task is left to you." What? Sakazuki couldn't believe his ears. Let him come? Brother, what I mean by this is that you, Marshal Marine, will not only improve the aura of the Marines, but as Marshal Marine, he must be powerful enough to defeat most of the pirates in one go, thereby disintegrating the pirates. Momentum. But what the hell did you let me come? Although Sakazuki is confident that he has inherited the power of Akainu, he is not confident enough to defeat the flying pirates on his own. Golden Lion's pirates are still very powerful. There are many large pirates under his command. Later, Aokiji and Kizaru, who were both Admiral with Akainu, were both entangled. He was a person who had just gained power, how could he have such a strong power? Chapter 6. Ah, Marshal, I think this strategy is more suitable for your strength, Sakazuki said with a dry cough. Sora looked at Sakazuki in surprise. This is not like Sakazuki's previous style. As a new generation of Marine Vice Admiral vigorously cultivated by Marine, Sakazuki is recognized by the senior management as one of the best candidates for the next Marine Admiral. Moreover, Sakazuki used to be jealous of evil, and he admired his attitude towards pirates. Now that he has such a good opportunity to attack the flying pirates, he actually retreats a little, which is really weird. As the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, it is more a decision maker than combat power. This is the base of Naval Headquarters. If I take action, it means that Naval Headquarters has been forced into a desperate situation. If it succeeds, it is okay, if it fails, it will deal a heavy blow to Marine's aura, so I can't make a move unless I'm in desperation, do you understand? Sakazuki. Sakazuki was shocked physically and mentally. He looked at Sora's serious expression, and all the doubts in his heart were solved at once. He couldn't help but remember that he had been puzzled when watching pirates anime in his previous life. During the war on the top, why were ordinary soldiers fighting against ordinary pirates at the beginning? Even Marine Admiral shot was a period of time after the start of the war. As the Marine hero, Garp, and Marine Marshal Sengoku, why did it start? In the end, he didn't make a shot, only at the last moment. Now that he heard Kong's words, he understood. At that time, Garp and Sengoku were equivalent to the last barrier of Marine's headquarters. If they took action from the beginning, wouldn't it indicate the incompetence of the rest of Marine? So, the situation now is the same as it was then. Marine Marshal Kong is equivalent to Marine's spiritual support. He either does not make a move, or he must confirm that he will win before he can make a move. Otherwise, he will definitely fall into Marine's aura. Just like the battle on the top, the Marines kept looking for Whitebeard's troubles, but the captains of the Whitebeard pirates went forward to stop Whitebeard, which is the same reason. Whitebeard is the mainstay of the Whitebeard pirate group. Starting from the beginning, it will not only reflect the incompetence of the pirates, but also increase Marine's momentum. Therefore, Whitebeard finally took action when he was forced to helplessly. Although this sounds a bit contradictory, the fact is that large-scale wars are not the same as fighting alone. The most important thing in large-scale wars is not personal force, but a good leader and spiritual support. As long as this leader and the spiritual support is still there, the momentum of the army is still there. It's like the war in ancient Daxia. Except for special ages, how many of the top leaders have rushed forward as soldiers? Because in that case, once the leader has an accident, it will lead to the defeat of the entire war. Sakazuki himself is a more agile person. When Sora said that, he understood the key point almost instantaneously. At this time, no matter what the reason, Sakazuki is not 100% sure. Sora can never do it. I understand, Marshal. Sora saw Sakazuki react, and he was quite satisfied. In today's naval headquarters, Sakazuki is a junior he values very much. He is strong and insists on justice. In the future, he must be one of Marine Admiral's candidates. Although Marine Admiral is Marine the strongest combat power, but empty force is not enough, you must have enough strategy. I am very optimistic about you, Sakazuki, I will leave it to you. Although he understood the key, Sakazuki was still embarrassed when he heard Sora's heavy instructions, because he really couldn't think of a good way. Even if he inherited the power of Akainu, after all, there is no real integration and no combat experience. If he rushes forward so recklessly, he will not only be unable to make achievements, but will make himself embarrassed. Therefore, rushing is absolutely impossible. Is there any method? It's not easy to make a final decision. Sakazuki doesn't have to think about it. It's impossible to do it with his current strength. So the best way is to disrupt the current situation and let naval headquarters gain an advantage. Fight against the pirates' momentum, but this is not something that can be done casually. That trick. Suddenly, Sakazuki's inspiration flashed. He remembered that Akainu had a terrifying big trick in the original work, that is, that lava was washed into the atmosphere, and then formed like a meteor shower of magma, which fell from the sky and formed an amazing lava meteor. The power of the move is very amazing, and it can also change the battlefield situation. Try it. He couldn't think of other good methods, so he was going to try it. He didn't know the principle of this trick, but in his opinion, the most difficult thing was to blast the lava fist into the sky. Raising his fists and aiming at the sky, Sakazuki took a deep breath. He realized that he seemed to have become the protagonist at this moment. This feeling was something he had never had before, so a kind of lofty ambition came to his heart. He felt, I will be able to succeed. The fists turned into lava, and under the gaze of Marshal Sora and Lucas, a lava fist rushed out of Sakazuki's shoulder. Puff! An embarrassing scene happened. When the huge lava fist flew 5 or 6 meters in the air, it lost its gravity, hit the ground with a snap, and eroded the ground. Marshal Sora and Lucas both looked stunned and didn't understand what Sakazuki was doing. Sakazuki's face remained unchanged, but his heart was embarrassed. He made a mistake just now. Because of the increased tension for the first time, he made a control mistake and released the lava fist without forming an impact. Naturally, it was impossible to fly. Taking a breath again, he calmed down and allowed himself to quickly enter the realm of heart like Shisui. His other advantages may not be many, but he can control the speed of calm down, which is younger than Sakazuki. The very irritable personality formed a sharp contrast at the time. This time it went smoothly. He gathered all his power on his shoulders, and then suddenly used his abilities. I saw that his shoulders formed a huge force, and his fists ejected huge lava punches, like a rocket, fast. Rushed to the sky. The lava fist rushed several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, and it did not stop. The two fists continued to form a huge lava fist, rushing high into the air at the same speed. This scene fell into Sora's eyes, and he was very shocked. He naturally understood Sakazuki's magma abilities and knew Sakazuki's attack characteristics, but it was the first time he saw this way. He didn't understand why Sakazuki. He rushed the lava fist high into the air, but had to admit that this scene seemed very shocking. Chapter 7 Meteor Volcano. Meteor Volcano. I don't know how many lava punches were expelled. In the end, Sakazuki felt that he had no more energy to use, so he immediately stopped erupting lava punches, and shouted the name of the move directly, although it sounded a little weird. But completely released his excitement. He actually completed this incredible move. A large number of huge lava punches all rushed into the sky, and could no longer see half of them. Sora couldn't help but look at the panting Sakazuki strangely, and asked, "Sakazuki, what happened to your attack just now?" Sakazuki sighed. He knew that his move was successful, so he was very excited, and immediately replied, "Marshal, this is a big move. I have gained momentum. You will see its power later." He didn't react until he finished speaking. "It's wrong. This is Akainu's unique trick. How can you listen to the empty tone, as if you don't know that there is such a trick at all, is it?" Thinking of this possibility, Sakazuki's heart was even more shocked, his expression became more excited, and he pointed to the air and said, "Marshal, look." Sora raised his head, puzzled at first, but his face suddenly changed in the next moment, and suddenly he saw a sky with blue sky and white clouds, and suddenly a huge change took place, forming a red, like a fire cloud, very dazzling and dazzling. This is. In my heart, it is impossible for the blue sky and white clouds to suddenly change such a huge change, forming a burning cloud. Thinking of Sakazuki's reminder, he immediately asked Sakazuki in surprise, "Sakazuki, is this you caused?" Is coming. Sakazuki also looked at the sky, and when he saw the burning cloud getting deeper and deeper, he knew that meteor volcano was about to succeed. I don't have time to say more, Marshal, my attack is about to come, and I need to immediately make everyone retreat and exit Wantu. Sora didn't hesitate at all, so he chose to believe Sakazuki's words for the first time. Then he took out a phone worm and shouted, "All soldiers obey the order, I'm Sora. Now I give the latest instructions and retreat immediately, all soldiers. Withdraw immediately, withdraw from Wantu, and execute the order immediately." Because the empty phone worm is an amplified phone worm that can amplify his own voice, the soldiers in the entire naval headquarters can hear him. Sora's command spread throughout the naval headquarters for the first time, but all the Marines who heard this were instantly at a loss. Retreat. At this time, to be precise, naval headquarters still had the advantage. Although the pirates broke into the bay head, caused great damage to Marine base, and killed many people, it still couldn't change Marine's advantage. Since it is an advantage, so many people are puzzled by the command of Sora. Wouldn't it be that the pirates invade the bay by retreating? Once the pirates break into the bay, no matter what the result is, Marine will not be considered the winner. After all, the loss will definitely be more serious than it is now. But doubts turn to doubts. The difference between Marine and pirates is that Marine is an orderly army. They know how to obey orders. Even if empty orders seem very strange, they still hesitate for a moment and choose to obey. I saw that on the battlefield, many of the naval headquarters officers immediately integrated their troops, leaving some people behind. And then others retreating in an orderly manner. Retreat, retreat now. A scene that surprised all the pirates of the Flying Pirates group took place. They had been telling their lives and deaths a while ago, and the Marine, who was determined to hold the bay head, retreated quickly. The Marine soldiers who had left behind could not stop them at all. The advancement, which was not achieved in the previous tens of minutes, has now been achieved all at once. Although I don't understand why Marine has to retreat, but the red-eyed pirates have already killed the Golden Lion. When Golden Lion is restrained by Garp and Sengoku, and there is no leader and command, he is chasing the retreating Marine. There is only a small part of the sea. The thief remained calm, did not pursue, and also wanted to stop the surrounding companions, but this part of the pirates was still a minority, and it was not very effective at all. This strange scene was naturally seen by the Golden Lion fighting on the air pirate ship. He was also a legendary pirate who had been flying across the sea for decades. He immediately felt something was wrong. Golden Lion, your opponent is us. Although Golden Lion feels wrong, but who is his opponent? Marine Hero Garp and Marine Admiral Sengoku, are all pinnacle figures. Even though they don't understand why Sora gave such an order, they know that Golden Lion must not be allowed at this time. Lion freed his hands to command the pirate. Garp. Sengoku turned into a big Buddha directly, a shock wave at the Golden Lion, and then yelled at Garp. Around the Golden Lion's pirate ship, there were dozens of peaks floating in the air. Facing the shock wave of Sengoku, he directly pulled a small mountain. Although the force of the shock wave was extremely strong, the peak was big enough, all of a sudden. It blocked the shock wave. On the other side, Garp and Sengoku partnered with Sengoku for decades. Naturally, he could understand his old friend's mind with just one look. He rushed out and smashed the huge mountain. Boom! The battle was very amazing. The huge mountain was blown away from the middle by Garp's fist. Then there was another shock wave from Sengoku. When the two of them joined forces, the mountain collapsed. Don't let him get away. Sengoku returned to his human form. Although the attack of the big Buddha fruit was powerful, it was also extremely energy-consuming, and it was impossible to maintain that state forever. Although Garp usually doesn't look tuned, once he enters the battle state, it is very reliable. He is definitely the number one character among Marine. The three of them were preparing to do their hands again, but the sky suddenly rumbling loudly, because they were already in the air, so naturally they were the first to hear. This is. When the three raised their heads, Sakazuki's attack was fully prepared, so the red clouds in the sky rolled and dyed the entire sky, and then the red clouds dispersed and the rumbling sound became louder. Coming! Sakazuki below, however, showed joy on his face. This is his move. Judging from Sora's reaction, he knew that the deity had not used this move before. Whether it has been developed or not, this time absolutely this is Meteor Volcano's first appearance, and it will surely shock everyone. Rumble. Chapter 8 Ruthless Magma. What is that? The violent sound in the sky moved loudly, and the pirates and seamen who were still fighting couldn't help but raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the fiery red sky, they didn't react. They saw something like a meteor suddenly fell in the sky. The speed was very fast, and the momentum was extremely shocking, and the sky was overwhelming. It's magma. The three Garp in the air quickly discovered what was falling, which turned out to be huge lava fists. Magma is Sakazuki's ability. Both Garp and Sengoku reacted immediately. Since it is magma, only Sakazuki can use it. When Sakazuki used Magma Fist to rush to the sky, they also saw it, but they didn't care too much, but after falling down. The momentum is really horrible, really like a flame meteor, overwhelming the sky. The golden lion Garp in the air was naturally the first to come into contact with the giant lava fist. Even if Golden Lion tried his best to control the floating mountains and pirate ships around, it was too large to avoid the overwhelming space. Meteor Volcano. Like a real volcanic eruption and meteor fall, it hits fiercely. Many peaks were hit by lava fists and turned into rubble, smashed from the air uncontrollably, even if it was the huge pirate ship. It was also the stern that was hit and burned, and the entire sky was completely dyed red, leaving only the falling meteor lava punches. Boom! Finally, the magma fell like a meteor shower. Because Sakazuki's attack direction was mainly the pirates at the bay head, most of the magma fell on the bay head. The magma that fell into the sea was okay, but it fell on the pirate ship. The magma exploded directly on the pirate ship, destroying one after another. The more terrifying thing is that it falls on the defensive buildings and the ground of the naval headquarters base. After impacting the atmosphere and then falling, the power of magma is amplified a lot. Not only can burn, but also has the characteristics of explosion spreading, so it falls. The explosion that occurred immediately above the ground splashed everywhere, and the magma eroded everything mercilessly. What? The screams of screams kept ringing. At this moment, Wanta seemed to have become a land of flames. The magma falling in the air was ruthlessly harvesting one life after another. In just an instant, countless pirates died in under the magma. Most of the pirate ship that rushed into the bay was also destroyed. The sky was fiery red at the moment, and at this moment, the ground also turned fiery red. Magma burned the earth. The sea was also turned into a hot boiling sea by the hot magma, and the earth turned into a sea of lava. Not only did the pirates suffer, but the marines who left behind were also affected. Many of the marines who did not exit the range of the magma attack died under the lava fist meteor shower, and desperate screams and calls for help resounded. The entire marine base. Run, it's Sakazuki Vice Admiral's magma. If you get it, you will die. Run. Save me, I don't want to die, my wife and children are still waiting for me to go home, save me. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, why even attack us? I am not reconciled. No, help. This was hit by Sakazuki's meteor volcano. It belonged to the screams of the soldiers on one side of Marine, and the screams of the pirates on the other side were even more unstoppable. Several times more tragic than Marine. Where does the magma come from? Why is there such a terrible magma? Does God want to punish us? This is the magma power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Get ashore quickly. Don't stay in the sea anymore. You will be scalded to death by the sea. How can there be such a terrible person in Marine? Save me. This. Both the Marine and the pirates were stunned by this scene. Although many Marine soldiers were killed by mistake, they have to admit that the pirates of the Flying Pirate Group suffered unprecedented heavy blows, several times. Yu Haibing's pirate died tragically. Sakazuki, is this your new move? Even Marine Marshal Kong was shocked by this trick meteor volcano at this time. As for the seamen who were killed by mistake, he also selectively ignored them. As Marshal Marine, he still has this awareness. If he can gain a greater advantage with a small amount of casualties, he will definitely choose without hesitation. The scene before him undoubtedly proves Sakazuki's abilities and has brought a great deal to Marine. Big advantage. Too cruel. Kyuzan, who had retreated to the rear, had already used his abilities to withstand the impact of the lava fist several times and saved many Marines, so he couldn't bear to see the lava fist still falling continuously. Yet, is this Sakazuki's new move? It's really scary enough, whether we are the enemy or the enemy. The yellow Kizaru expressions are pulled together and look very wretched, but he is not as unbearable as Kyuzan, because he himself has similar big moves. Once this kind of attack is activated, it is a large-scale attack. Points are normal. Sakazuki Vice Admiral is really amazing. This is the voice of the admirer of Sakazuki. On the pirate ship in the sky, Garp and Sengoku stopped the Golden Lion, and Sengoku shouted, "Golden Lion, your defeat is determined. Today you cannot escape Marine Ford." Golden Lion looked at the pirate who suffered heavy losses below, and laughed wildly. "Escape? What a big joke, Sengoku, we are all old friends. When have you seen Golden Lion escape? Since he brought people here, he never thought about running away. Roger is regarded as his biggest opponent in his life. Now Roger is caught by Marine. He cannot accept the result of this biggest opponent, so he must meet Roger. Ask in person. But you Marine are really talented, this kid who uses magma really has 2 chances." After playing for so long, Sakazuki's move caused the pirate the heaviest loss, so even Golden Lion, the pirate admiral, had to admit that this move was powerful. "Sengoku, Garp, come on, the sky is my home court, I will be able to beat you today." After fighting for such a long time, they have already hit a real fire, and the situation has developed to such a degree, no one can retreat, only a fight to the death. Garp and Sengoku glanced at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts, so they stood side by side. Now the victory and defeat of this battle and their shoulders are on both of them. As long as they can defeat the Golden Lion, the flying pirates that have been hit hard, it will collapse in an instant, and then they Marine will win. Chapter 9 Marine Meeting. Sakazuki didn't hear Sora's exclamation at all, because his attention at this time was completely attracted by another thing. Fear score from Kit Harington, plus 82. Fear score from Heidi Clark, plus 69. Fear score from Cora Skillen, plus 264. From. A series of prompts made Sakazuki plunged into a great shock. In a short period of time, he even provided him with thousands of points of fear, and it was still increasing. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Enjoy, an urgent voice suddenly came from his ear, which made Sakazuki very uncomfortable. What was his name? But he quickly reacted. Isn't this just calling him? The main reason is that he hasn't gotten used to himself now. His identity, so in a state of joy, he didn't react for a while. What's wrong? Sakazuki, who immediately exited the main menu, had not had time to ask a question, and saw Kong staring at him with wide-eyed eyes, which made him think, what's the matter? Kong asked, why do I respond so slowly when I talk to you? Sakazuki was quite embarrassed. The embarrassment was attracted by the large amount of fear, so he didn't react. I used this trick for the first time, so I was a little lost. What's wrong? You did very well. Sora made no secret of his admiration, and said, "Sakazuki, your blow is just right. It is equivalent to the heaviest blow to the flying pirates. Most of their pirate ship has been destroyed, and they can't stay in the sea. I can only move forward, but here is our marine base, they are dead." The battle was anxious for so long, and Sakazuki's blow was the final word, so Sora was so excited. However, "Sakazuki, you have a very wide range of this move, and it has hurt a lot of our soldiers." Sakazuki naturally saw this clearly, but he didn't think there was anything. This was a battlefield. Although he was only experiencing it for the first time, he was not a virgin. If he wanted to win, how could there be no sacrifice? It was a bit of a mistake, but there is no other way. This trick has a wide range. After it is used, even I can't control it, but I think that for justice, their sacrifice is worthwhile. Sora turned his head silently. In fact, he didn't care too much. After listening to Sakazuki's words, he looked back at the battlefield. Because Sakazuki's attack caused a great effect, it gave the pirate a heavy blow. After the move was over, Sora immediately ordered the Marines under his command to attack. Like the wolf-like Marine soldiers, they immediately rushed into the panic. Among the pirates, the next war did not last too long, because by a meteor volcano of Sakazuki, the pirates suffered heavy losses and their momentum continued to decline, but the most important thing was the battle above the sky, under the joint hands of Garp and Sengoku. The pirate chief Admiral, as strong as Golden Lion, was defeated in the end. With the defeat of Golden Lion, the pirates, who were already demoralized, were immediately defeated. They were quickly killed and caught by naval headquarters. Only a few pirates were driving the only remaining pirates. The ship fled in embarrassment, and it is difficult to say whether it can really escape. Sakazuki, who took a shot once, did not take another shot in the next battle. Unfortunately, with the defeat of the pirates, his fear value has basically not increased much, only a few dozen points increased sporadically. Until the end of the war, in the end he received a total of more than 6,000 fear points, plus the previously obtained, his remaining balance became 8,366. Although this number is high, Sakazuki is a bit strange, because he received the reminder just now. About 100 people provided him with a fear value, but the actual situation is that the number of pirates is at least high. 1. He killed at least 1,000 people and burned to death, but in the end, only 100 people provided fear points. This base ratio is really a bit low. While the Marines were cleaning the battlefield, Sakazuki was studying his own cheat. He found that there was only haki fruit in the store for purchase. After clicking on this option, there were 3 smaller options, namely Armament Haki and Observation Haki. And Conqueror's Haki, each is priced at 1,000 points. The lottery is even simpler. The price is 100 points once, and the income and expenditure are the income and expenditure of the fear value, but now there is only income, and he has not spent yet. When he was about to try the purchase, someone found him and said that Marshal Sora was calling the senior executives of naval headquarters to the conference room for a meeting. As the young Vice Admiral, one of the future Admiral candidates, he naturally belongs to the senior executives of naval headquarters. Naturally qualified to participate in such high-level meetings. Meeting immediately after the war 2 hours, the efficiency of naval headquarters is still very high. Naturally, Sakazuki would not delay, and immediately led by the seaman to the meeting room. When he arrived, the meeting room was already full of people. An oval long table, the Marshal Naval Headquarters sat empty in the middle, and the 2 sides were filled with people. Now there are only 2 admirals in Naval Headquarters, namely Sengoku and Zephyr. Sengoku sits in the first place on the left side of the empty space, Zephyr sits in the first place on the left side of the empty space, and below the empty space is Garp, an empty seat, and one below. Marine Vice Admiral, who was also older, was followed by Marine Vice Admiral, 7 people. On the right side of Zephyr are also 7 people, the Crane Vice Admiral, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the other 2 Marine Vice Admiral, as the youngest Vice Admiral, Aokiji as the end. There was only one empty place in the entire conference room, so Sakazuki naturally didn't have to think about anything, and went straight to that place and sat down. After Sakazuki sat down, Marshal Marine, who was sitting in the main seat, immediately said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. What happened today?" Obviously Sora had been preparing for a while, and there was no pause after speaking. At the beginning, Sakazuki was still listening carefully, but soon lost interest and glanced at the people in the meeting room. After a few glances, he found that among the dozen people present, except for the more iconic Sengoku Garp and others, the other Marine Vice Admiral, he could only recognize Kizaru and Aokiji, and the other Vice Admiral. Basically, they are in their 40s and 50s. Only the Vice Admiral who sits at the end of his row looks younger, about 30 years old. Sakazuki also found that when he looked at other people, several people looked at him intentionally or unintentionally. Some of them had strange eyes and he couldn't understand what it meant. Chapter 10 Buying Hacky Fruit. After all, it was Marshal Marine. After speaking for a while, he talked for more than 10 minutes, mainly talking about this time the Golden Lion attacked Naval Headquarters. For Naval Headquarters, this incident is absolutely terrible. Since the establishment of Naval Headquarters, it has never been so openly marked on the base. This incident will inevitably cause extremely bad effects. Fortunately, this battle was won by Marine. Otherwise, if Marine loses, the face of Naval Headquarters will be completely defeated and become a laughing stock. After observing for a while, Sakazuki also lost interest. He returned to the main interface in his mind and continued the research just now. He clicked on the Hacky Fruit option in the store. There were 3 options, namely Conquerors, Armed Color, and Scene Color. After thinking about it, he was just preparing to experiment, so he chose a Hacky that he didn't have, clicked on the option of Conqueror's Hacky, and then popped up with a purchase confirmation option similar to the previous online game, and the price was 1000 points. After clicking OK, Sakazuki didn't feel anything. He scanned his eyes and found that there was an additional option next to the balance in the lower right corner, which was marked with the word backpack, so he clicked. It is still a backpack similar to that of online games. There are a total of 16 backpacks. At this time, a peach-shaped fruit pattern appeared in the first box. Sakazuki clicked on the pattern, and an extraction option appeared immediately. He did not hesitate and chose OK. Suddenly, Sakazuki in the meeting room found that there was an extra fruit in his hand that looked like a peach, which was exactly the same as the fruit pattern in the backpack. This also made him understand that the extraction option is to remove the contents of the backpack. The real world is extracted from the backpack, so this fruit will appear in his hands. Because his hand was placed under the conference table, there was an extra fruit in his hand, but no one noticed it. He looked down at the fruit in his hand and thought it should be eaten, but he really didn't know whether he could rely on it. Spectrum, so after hesitating for a few seconds, I still feel like giving it a try. One hand blocked it, and the other hand quickly put the fruit into his mouth, but he was shocked the next moment, because the whole fruit slipped into his throat after the fruit entered the mouth, before he could bite it. Without the sensation of eating food, the fruit disappears. While he was stunned, a message reminded him on the main interface in his mind, and he took a closer look. Take 1 Hacky Fruit to turn on Conqueror's Hacky *1. Is this all right? Sakazuki's face was bewildered. The fruit slipped into his abdomen as soon as he entered it, without the slightest sensation, and it reminded him that after turning on Conqueror's Hacky, why did he not feel any? And the *1 at the back, what does this mean? Sakazuki, who didn't understand it, bought a Hacky Fruit again, and then in the same situation, the fruit slipped directly into his mouth. Take 1 Hacky Fruit, Conqueror's Hacky *2. The result is still the same, but the previous *1 has now become 2. This is the difference. but what is the difference? Sakazuki still did not figure out, because according to the prompts, he should already have Conqueror's Haki, but the problem is, how did Conqueror's Haki be released? This should be different from Armament Haki, right? Sakazuki, who was studying what was going on, suddenly heard Sora mention his name, and he quickly sat down. This time I was able to defeat the flying pirates so simply and neatly. In addition to Sengoku and Garp, Sakazuki Vice Admiral also made a great contribution, so I want to highlight it here. After Sora finished speaking, he looked at Sakazuki with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Sakazuki's role in the war, so he took the initiative to propose it at this important meeting, and he did not hide his appreciation. Faced with Sora's appreciation, Sakazuki naturally wouldn't be too excited, but calmly said, "This is what I should do." Sora said with satisfaction, very modest, "Everyone should learn more from Sakazuki. If each of our marine soldiers can have such an awareness and regard marine justice as the first element, we will not let the pirates continue doing evil in the sea." Hearing Sora admiring Sakazuki, several people in the meeting room frowned unconsciously. As representatives of the younger generation, Sakazuki and Polo Salino are the two most outstanding. Although Kyuzan is also very good, they are more senior since the two are much worse. However, Sakazuki and Kizaru have their own characteristics. Polo Salino appears to be lazy, while Sakazuki is cruel and unrelenting. In some people's eyes, Sakazuki's behavior is rather unacceptable. Now Sora publicly praises Sakazuki. Feel uncomfortable. In this incident, Sengoku and Garp were the top performers, and Sakazuki followed closely behind. "Are you okay?" Sora asked everyone here. Sengoku and Garp teamed up to defeat Golden Lion, the soul of the flying pirates, which is undoubtedly the best effort, but Sakazuki only took 1 or 2 shots, and the credit is second only to them, which makes people some are upset. Naval headquarters is an army with extremely strict ranks. If an average soldier wants to improve his rank, he must have enough credit and qualifications. The qualifications are okay, but the credit is not just for catching a few pirates. It can be obtained, so any marine soldier attaches great importance to the merits. Especially everyone here, among them, except for the Marshal Sora who cannot be promoted, the rest are likely to rise. For example, Sengoku and Zephyr will go up to the Marshal, and the rest of Vice Admiral will go up. Marine Admiral, credit is especially important at this time. Except for the 2 unambitious Vice Admiral, Garp and Tsuru, the other Vice Admiral heard that Sakazuki had given such a great credit. They all changed their expressions in different ways, but they did not say anything, but they did not say. But someone said, "I have an opinion." Marine Admiral Zephyr, who was sitting in the first place on the right side of the sky, suddenly said, "As one of the 2 admirals of naval headquarters today, Zephyr is definitely highly qualified. He is a seaman of the same era as Sengoku, Garp and others. In addition, he also has no ambitions, although he still has the name of Marine Admiral these years. But actually didn't take care of things, instead, he carefully taught the younger generation of Marine. There are countless Marine soldiers who graduated from him over the years. For example, among the Marine Vice Admiral present here, several graduated from him, Sakazuki, Polo Salino, Kyuzan, and another age. The big Vice Admiral. Therefore, Zephyr can be said to be full of peaches and plums in the naval headquarters. It is very respected and has a very high status. Chapter 11. Zephyr jumped out to express his opinion, which is still very rare in the past, so the Marine executives here all looked at Zephyr in surprise and asked, "Zephyr, what do you think?" Zephyr said directly, "I think this incident should not be credited to Sakazuki." Hearing Zephyr's words, the expressions of all the people present had changed in different ways. As the protagonist, Sakazuki frowned instinctively. He didn't understand how Zephyr would target him. "Why?" Sora also asked quite strangely. He still knew Zephyr better, so he felt that Zephyr didn't say this out of selfishness, but there must be other reasons. Zephyr said in a deep voice, "It is undeniable that Sakazuki's attack did play a vital role in this battle. Not only did it annihilate a large number of pirates, it also created a good opportunity for Marine to counterattack. With this, you can remember a great deal, but..." At the beginning, Zephyr praised Sakazuki for his credit, just like Sora, but at the end of the day, the conversation suddenly changed. He hadn't even started to say it. Everyone knew that what he said next was definitely not good for Sakazuki, so they all pricked their ears. Compared with Sakazuki, Zephyr's reputation is obviously much higher, so more people are naturally willing to believe in Zephyr. That trick killed a lot of pirates, and also killed our soldiers. At least hundreds of soldiers died under the lava and killed their companions. This is a very serious crime in Marine. If the person who caused all this is not punished, but credited instead, how unfair is this to the dead soldiers? How serious will it affect Marine? So I definitely don't agree to credit for Sakazuki, on the contrary I feel that severe punishment should be given. This is my opinion. After Zephyr finished speaking, he gave Sakazuki a terribly dissatisfied look. Sora's expression suddenly stagnated. He thought that Zephyr would object to crediting Sakazuki, but never expected that Zephyr not only didn't want to credit Sakazuki, but also asked him to punish Sakazuki severely. This contrast is really too big. But as Marshal Marine, of course, he can't just listen to one person's opinion, so he turned his head to look at Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, what do you think?" Sengoku is known as the resourceful general. When I asked him, he immediately understood the idea of Sakazuki. Knowing that Sakazuki's heart was biased toward Sakazuki, Sengoku said, "There are merits, and in that case, it is better to cancel out the two." His answer can be said to be very particular: neither should be guilty, and no one can fault it. It is what it is. It is a great contribution to help Marine win the victory, but it is also true to kill one's own person by mistake. The merits and demerits are normal. Kong nodded, and then asked Garp and Crane, "Garp, Crane, what do you think?" Garp scratched his head and asked blankly, "What are you talking about?" He has been sitting here, no matter how distracted he is, it is impossible not to hear it, saying this is just to show that he does not want to participate. Vice Admiral said faintly, "It's okay, everything depends on the Marshal's orders. None of them belong to the Zephyr family. Respect is respect, but Kokong is obviously a little optimistic about Sakazuki, so they don't want to express their opinions." Sora had a headache and didn't want to ask any more, so he asked Sakazuki, "Sakazuki, what do you think? Do you think you should be credited or punished?" This is not a good question, and it is not easy to answer. No one can judge himself, but nothing can be done by Sora. You can't ignore Zephyr's opinion. After all, it is a fact that Sakazuki killed himself by mistake. If it goes out, it will be bad for him and Sakazuki. From Sakazuki's attitude, Sakazuki can also see that he is facing himself, and Zephyr is obviously not pleasing to his eyes. Although he does not inherit the memory, he also knows from the original work of One Piece that the future Marine 3 Admiral is Zephyr's disciple. It's just that Kyuzen is the most attracted to Zephyr. He, Polosalino, and Zephyr are not very satisfied. Since Zephyr saw him not pleasing to his eyes, and it was related to his own interests, he did not hesitate to answer, "Of course it was credited to me. Anyone with a discerning eye can see my credit. If you don't credit it, who will pay it back in the future? Willing to contribute to the battle?" Zephyr snorted coldly, and said, "Killing his own person, I still want credit. Sakazuki, is that what I taught you? If you don't punish you, it will be irresponsible to all the soldiers." Sakazuki fell silent suddenly. Zephyr saw that Sakazuki was silent, but did not show a happy expression. He still solemnly said, "Gong is gong, and demerits are demerits. I don't agree with the saying that merits and demerits are equal to each other. Sakazuki must be severely punished. In order to act as an example, otherwise. We won. Sakazuki suddenly interrupted Zephyr. Zephyr's tone stagnated, and everyone else looked at Sakazuki in surprise, and interrupted Zephyr. What are you talking about? Zephyr became very dissatisfied and hummed. Sakazuki repeated silently, we won. Now everyone understood what Sakazuki meant. It was nothing more than saying that we won this war, and if we win, we will punish the meritorious person. This is really unreasonable. The other Vice Admiral who had not spoken before, after hearing Sakazuki's words, several of them nodded secretly. Sakazuki was right. No matter what, we won the war, and he is also a man of merit. Even if he killed his own person by mistake, it was an unintentional act, helpless, because it is indeed impossible to punish it because of this. Especially a few of them, like Sakazuki, who belong to the Hawks, agree very much. If they keep their hands on the pirates because of various scruples, then Marine will only lose more, so they all agree with Sakazuki's approach. There was also a slight dissatisfaction with Zephyr's proposal, but because of their identity, they couldn't say anything. Zephyr said angrily, we won, but that's not yours alone. It's everyone's efforts. Everyone is struggling to kill the enemy, but you killed your own person. This is a heinous crime. This can't be changed, we won. Sakazuki said calmly again, and Zephyr's anger was even worse with that calm face. Sakazuki, do you know that because of you, those soldiers who died, how much grief their families will endure? They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their own people. How can you tell their families? Confess. Zephyr stood up very excitedly and pointed at Sakazuki. He lost his calm demeanor at all, and was almost yelling at him. Chapter 12 Justice is not afraid of sacrifice. Seeing this completely different side of Zephyr, everyone present looked at each other, especially Sengoku and others from the same era as Zephyr. They have known Zephyr for decades, and they have never seen Zephyr's angry look. Sakazuki is his student, even if he is angry, he won't be like this, right? We won. But Sakazuki's answer was still these 4 words. Zephyr was furious and shouted, Sakazuki, is your justice to sacrifice the lives of your companions? Because of you, how many loyal soldiers have died, and how many families are shattered? The cause and effect of all this is you. Sakazuki raised his head and looked at Zephyr with unclear eyes, without the slightest expression on his face, and slowly said, since you condemn me as a teacher, then as a student, I also have a question that I want to ask, Zephyr teacher. Zephyr said coldly, what do you want to ask? Although he knew that what Sakazuki asked next might not be a good question, he still didn't mean to avoid it. As Sakazuki said, he questioned Sakazuki as a teacher, and Sakazuki was naturally qualified to ask him as a student. Faced with the same situation, what would teacher Zephyr do? Choose to sacrifice a few people and end the war quickly, or let the war continue and more people will die. The only difference is that these soldiers are not dead in the hands of your own people, but in the hands of the enemy. If it were you, what would you do? Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr's expression suddenly changed, and everyone else in the room also became serious. Some of them looked at Zephyr worriedly, because this question seemed simple, but it was not that easy to answer. Choosing the first type is the same as Sakazuki. If you choose the second type, there will be more sacrifices. As Sakazuki said, the only difference is not to die in your own hands, but in that case, a broken family will only more. Choose the second one, and Zephyr is even less qualified to condemn Sakazuki with such words. Zephyr opened his mouth and didn't answer for a moment. Sora, Sengoku, Tsuru and others are also looking at Zephyr worriedly. They are not ordinary soldiers, but senior Marines. Naturally, they need to consider more, so they know the meaning behind this problem better. At the same time, they were all very surprised. Although Sakazuki used to be very shrewd, he was more ruthless and ruthless. There was no such thing as a word frontman who could choke people like Zephyr. They all felt that today's Sakazuki seems a little different from before. Seeing that Zephyr hadn't answered for a long time, Polo Salino, who was sitting on the right side, suddenly smiled and said, "If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. Hurry up and end the battle. Everyone should rest early, right?" Zephyr glared at Polo Salino fiercely. His unwelcome to Polo Salino was far above Sakazuki, so it was naturally uncomfortable to see him deliberately run himself. Humph! However, when Polo Salino was interrupted, Zephyr had a clear idea. He snorted and said, "If it were me, I would not choose either. Instead, I would use my greatest strength to help Marine. Victory, with the strength of our Marine, the entire flying pirate group can definitely be wiped out. It's just a matter of time." Sakazuki curled his mouth and said, "It makes sense, but why didn't you see your teacher during the previous war?" Zephyr was despised by Sakazuki. And suddenly shouted angrily, "That's because the old man needs to be in charge of the rear." "Ha." Sakazuki laughed, with a contemptuous expression, which made Zephyr even more angry. In fact, this is not Zephyr's problem, because he has already retired to the second line, so he usually doesn't play in front of the battle like this, but now when Sakazuki laughed like this, it made him feel like he was greedy for life and fear of death. "Even so, according to the method you always said, how long will it take?" Sakazuki asked. Zephyr said coldly, "Even if time is delayed, it is better than killing your own companion like this. As a companion, do you know what it feels like to die in your own hands?" Sakazuki replied, "I really don't know how they feel, but do you really know? In my opinion, they have chosen to participate in the war, and they have already reported their determination to die. If they can use their lives in exchange for victory in the war, I think they will not have the slightest complaint, not just them, even me. As long as I can sacrifice myself, the war can end, and I will sacrifice myself without hesitation. Soldiers are not afraid of death, our seniors must be resolute and decisive, otherwise how can we be worthy of them? You said that I killed my comrades. I admit that, but because of this, we quickly won the victory. If you say, the sacrifice will only be more, then there will be more than hundreds, but thousands of people sacrificed. The pirate is right in front of you. If everyone is afraid of sacrifice, who else can defend justice? I don't regret my decision. If I was given another chance to choose, I would still make the same choice. I stand here today to oppose, not on my own behalf, but on behalf of the tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. We must not only be cruel to the enemy, but also cruel to ourselves. It is more ruthless than them to be able to suppress them and eradicate them." Sakazuki said so much in one breath, and the faces of all the people present changed, because Sakazuki's words sounded a bit cruel and extreme, but they were very reasonable. Even Zephyr himself was said to have no idea how to refute it. Sora's face also became serious. He had been optimistic about Sakazuki. Now after listening to these words, his appreciation has become more. He used to think that Sakazuki was just a harsh and disciplined person, but now he sees it. Come, not only in these aspects, but also in terms of words and mentality very much to his heart. People like Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, although they also think that Sakazuki is a bit paranoid and cruel, they have to admit that in this matter, Sakazuki's choice is indeed the best, and it is cruel to sacrifice a small number of people. But at the very least, more human lives have been saved, which is beyond doubt. Sakazuki, although your words are reasonable, this approach is not worthy of recognition. If everyone has the same idea as you, then who would dare to give their backs to their peers in the future? If this is not possible, where will Marines' cohesion be? If an army loses cohesion and mutual trust, how can it still talk about upholding justice in the world? I absolutely disagree with such justice. Kyuzan, who was sitting at the front and end of the right, stood up suddenly, looked straight at Sakazuki, and retorted with a righteous expression. Chapter 13 The New Generation Showdown. Sakazuki suddenly turned his head and looked at Kyuzan. Not only him, but everyone in the room also did the same actions, and they were all very shocked, as if they had met Kyuzan for the first time. As a new Marine Vice Admiral, Kyuzan is qualified to participate in this kind of high-level meeting because he has Logia frozen fruit and has great potential. Faced with Sakazuki, who is also very hot in Marine Vice Admiral. However, Kyuzan's words really made the people present to ponder. He was right. If it is really like what he said, the trust between Marine soldiers will be greatly reduced in the future. This is a very important matter, and it must be cautioned. Slightly frowned, even if it was Sakazuki himself, he had to admit that what Kyuzan said was not alarmist, but very persuasive warning. If he changed it to normal, he would definitely agree. But now it is different, because Kyuzan is targeting him, so no matter what Kyuzan said is right or not, he absolutely cannot take a step back at this time, because this is not just a simple debate, but a matter of face and merit. For the past, Sakazuki doesn't know much about it, but his own character is a bit paranoid. He can admit his mistakes, but he will never allow others to question him face to face. So, for the same question, what choice would you make? At first, everyone was attracted by Kyuzan's words and agreed, especially Zephyr. Kyuzan was his most promising disciple, so he felt that Kyuzan was helping him out, and he said it was very beautiful. Of course, he strongly recognized it. But when he saw that Sakazuki threw the same question to Kyuzan, his face suddenly became gloomy. He couldn't answer this question, but Sakazuki asked Kyuzan to answer it. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? For a moment, Zephyr, who was originally dissatisfied with Sakazuki, became even more disgusted in his heart. He had already disapproved from political opinions and turned into disapproval of Sakazuki's entire character. But as the person being asked, Kyuzan did not panic, instead replied calmly, "I will choose the first one." This answer surprised everyone. Choosing the first one is to agree with Sakazuki's approach. Not only was other people surprised, even Sakazuki himself was surprised, but he was different from other people's thinking, and he felt that Kyuzan would definitely not be just such a simple answer. Sure enough, Kyuzan went on to say in the next sentence, "However, after winning, I will choose to admit my mistakes, and solemnly apologize to all those who have been injured by myself and accept punishment." Perfect, really perfect. Everyone has a different face. Kyuzan's answer is really very beautiful. He agreed that he must be cruel during the war, but at the same time telling Sakazuki that he must admit his mistakes instead of gaining credit here. All in all, Kyuzan's words clarify one point: he still supports Zephyr. According to you, do I have to apologize publicly and have to accept severe punishment? Sakazuki stared at Kyuzan and asked word by word. Kyuzan said faintly, "I am just expressing my opinion. It is not up to me to decide how to do it." Hopefully. Sakazuki snorted disdainfully. Sakazuki, as a vice admiral, knowing mistakes and correcting them is the right way. Do I have to teach you about this? Zephyr shouted. Sakazuki looked at Zephyr coldly. He really didn't expect that when he was reading the manga before, Aokiji was taciturn, but now he is so talkative and sharp, which really subverted his vision and made him have to convince him. However, although he admits that Kyuzan's timing and word front are very sharp, he wants to make him make such a decision. He is simply hitting him in the face and apologizing publicly. How he will lead his subordinates in the future, I am afraid that there will be no one at that time. Trust him. What if I disagree? Boom. Zephyr suddenly slapped the table hard and shouted, "As a soldier, it is your duty to obey orders. Are you trying to despise the law?" Humph. Sakazuki snorted coldly, and said, although you are Admiral, I am just a Vice Admiral, but in any case, it is not your turn to convict me? You are wrong when you say that I am wrong. Isn't that Naval Headquarters? You alone have the final say. He is really unfamiliar with the laws of Naval Headquarters, but Marine Vice Admiral is also a Marine Senior, especially a young Vice Admiral with potential like him. Even if Zephyr is Admiral, it is impossible to have the right to convict him directly. After all, Zephyr is not mainly in charge of the military, but logistics and education. In fact, it's true. Today's Naval Headquarters only have 2 Admiral. Zephyr doesn't ask about the military. The military is dominated by Sengoku, but even Sengoku can't convict Vice Admiral casually. This is martial marine power. However, after Zephyr heard Sakazuki's sarcasm, his emotions exploded completely. The whole person stood up, his aura exploded, and pointed to Sakazuki and shouted, "Presumptuous!" Seeing that Zephyr was out of state, the emptiness sitting in the main seat had to dissuade him, but Zephyr was already out of control, and he immediately shouted, "Bastards, not only do they kill their companions, but they also have no law. What's wrong with people like you? Qualifications? Ms. Zephyr." But before he could finish his scolding, Sakazuki suddenly yelled, an overbearing aura erupted from his body and rushed towards Zephyr, but when the aura was about to rush in front of Zephyr, he suddenly stopped. However, the few people closest to Sakazuki, Garp, Sengoku, and the 2 Marine Vice Admiral behind him, all changed their faces. Garp jumped up like an electric shock, and shouted in an incredible tone, "Conqueror's Haki!" With Garp's loud shout, the meeting room that was about to burst suddenly silenced, and everyone's eyes turned to Garp. Sora was planning to persuade him, but when he heard Garp's yell, he asked in astonishment, "Garp, what's the matter with you?" And Garp also asked in astonishment, "Don't you feel it? The power that Sakazuki burst out just now." Sengoku was the first to say, "I feel it, it can't be wrong, it should be Conqueror's Haki." At the same time, the 2 Marine Vice Admiral seats under Sakazuki also said, "Yes, I also feel it, the same Haki as Garp Vice Admiral, it should be Conqueror's Haki." As for the people on the other side, including Zephyr, they all looked at each other, but they didn't feel anything. Chapter 14 Conqueror's Haki. The others, even Sakazuki himself, were surprised by Garp's cry, because Garp was staring at him when he yelled Conqueror's Haki, and there was no doubt that he was talking about him. But the problem is that he didn't know what was going on. He just felt a wave of anger and dissatisfaction in his heart, and then shouted angrily at Zephyr, as if something broke out to make him comfortable. A lot. Could it be Conqueror's Haki? He doesn't suspect Garp's mistakes. He knows that he really owns Conqueror's Haki because he just exchanged it. Although he doesn't know if the system in his mind is the so-called system, he doesn't doubt it. Authenticity, it must be real and effective. It's just strange that he hasn't figured out Conqueror's Haki. How could it be used by him without warning, but he himself didn't feel any difference? Heir to Garp asked, "Garp, are you sure?" He didn't feel it himself, so he could only ask Garp, and he was really weird. If both Garp and Sengoku felt it, why didn't he notice it? He is no stranger to Conqueror's Haki. If it's really Conqueror's Haki, he shouldn't be unable to feel it. Seeing other people's expressions of astonishment, obviously they didn't feel it either. It's just him alone, but so many people are like this. Isn't it weird? Garp himself was surprised when he heard Sora's question. He clearly felt it, and it was definitely not wrong. It was Conqueror's Haki. But why Sora didn't feel it? Only the closest person to Sakazuki, Sengoku, and the 2 Marines. Did Vice Admiral feel it? He and Sengoku glanced at each other, and then he was puzzled but surely said, "It is Conqueror's Haki that just broke out of Sakazuki. This is absolutely not wrong. As for why you didn't feel it, I think it was Sakazuki just now. Awakening Haki, I can't control it yet, so. But the tone of his speech is not as confident as he used to be, because he himself is also wondering. It stands to reason that even if he has just awakened, he should not have only this range. At least everyone in this room can feel it, right? But doubts turn to doubts. Conqueror's haki can't be faked, and Garp is 100% sure. The reactions of Garp, Sora, and others also made Sakazuki faintly guessed a possibility, but this possibility was so surprising that he himself felt untrue. First of all, he did own Conqueror's haki. Recalling his reaction just now, it was the first time he unconsciously inspired Conqueror's haki. As for this Conqueror's haki, he certainly did not own it, but bought it with fear value of. In this way, 1,000 points of fear will start Conqueror's haki, which is indeed a great benefit, but Sakazuki is not so optimistic. The reason is simple. Only 4 people felt the Conqueror's haki that he just broke out. These 4 people were all in front and behind him. In addition, even the person opposite him didn't feel it, and he was only far away from him. Only the width of a conference table, no more than 4 meters at most. In other words, his Conqueror's haki didn't even reach the range of 4 meters. Then, after carefully recalling the changes before and after buying haki fruit, he was impressed by the prompt after eating the haki fruit. When the first one was eaten, the last prompt was *1, and the second one was eaten. When it is *2. Comparing the current situation and thinking about it carefully, he feels that the number behind this is not simple. It should be the limit of his own Conqueror's haki. 1 represents 1 meter, and 2 represents 2 meters. It is precisely because his Conqueror's haki has a limited range that only 4 people feel his haki, while the rest of the people who are more than 2 meters away from him do not feel Conqueror's haki. Although it was just a guess, he was already 99% sure that it must be so. This is also true, he is not so optimistic. Buying 1 haki fruit with 1,000 fear value can increase the range by 1 meter. Then, if you want to reach 100 meters, don't you have to buy 100 haki fruit and exchange it? That is 100,000 fear value. The pit, it's really a huge pit. Recalling a war just now, he caused such a big movement and only got a few thousand fear points. When he wants to reach 100,000 fear points, when will it be? Is it true that he really wants him Tenten not to do anything, just to study how to scare people? Sure enough, there are no such cheap things in the world. Even cheat can't be invincible when it comes up. It's just that my limit is a bit too big, right? Sakazuki hasn't fully figured out his own system yet, so Sakazuki doesn't know how to evaluate it, but he just murmured to himself. In fact, there is no loss or depression. He has crossed into Akainu, and he has already reached the sky in 1 step. There is still this potential system that I don't know how to evaluate, and it will inevitably become stronger and stronger in the future. What is there to complain about? Just think of other people who have Conqueror's haki. When haki is released, all the enemies fall to the ground, and when haki is released, the enemy has no reaction at all. No, I have to improve haki as soon as possible. If I haven't improved, I can't let it go again, otherwise it would be too shameful. Affirmed by Garp and Sengoku, the faces of the marine executives present became very strange, excited, suspicious, depressed, and unbelievable, among which Zephyr was the most unacceptable. Sora asked Sakazuki excitedly, "Sakazuki, have you really awakened Conqueror's haki?" Don't blame Sora for excitement, because Conqueror's haki is so rare, only Garp owns the marine, and Sakazuki, who is already very strong, will surely increase his potential if he really awakens Conqueror's haki. It can be the pillar of marine, just like Garp. Sakazuki replied, "I don't know what's going on, but it should be correct." Very good. Sora yelled happily. As Martial Marine, he is naturally the one who wants marine to grow. The older generation has Garp, and the new generation has Sakazuki, who has awakened Conqueror's haki. God is blessing Marine. Zephyr felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He just pushed Sakazuki to a dead end, but Sakazuki awakened Conqueror's Haki, and now there is no need to say anything. Marine can't punish him anymore, unless his brain is broken. Otherwise it will only pay more attention to Sakazuki. Chapter 15 Admiral Alternate. How is it possible? Your physical fitness has been developed to this level, how can you still awaken Conqueror's Haki? You should not have this kind of qualification. I was depressed, and Zephyr really couldn't understand. He is already 30 years old, and normal people are almost stereotyped. People who normally possess this kind of aptitude have almost awakened Conqueror's Haki when they were in their teens. He was more than 10 years old, but he only awakened Conqueror's Haki when he was in his early 30s like Sakazuki, and his momentum was still so big, it was the first time. Sakazuki said lightly, "This question is about to ask you." What? Zephyr didn't understand what Sakazuki meant. Sakazuki said, "Thanks to your help from Teacher Zephyr, I was able to awaken Conqueror's Haki." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face suddenly became very ugly, and everyone else in the meeting room had strange expressions, because this was not wrong. Just now Sakazuki indeed suddenly awakened Conqueror's Haki, saying that it was because Zephyr did not. For too much. This can also awaken Haki. The several Marine Vice Admirals sitting at the end looked at each other, and then looked at Zephyr with weird eyes. Since Sakazuki was forced to awaken Conqueror's Haki by Zephyr, are they okay? But this idea was then thrown away by them. This kind of thing is not so simple. First of all, you have to have this talent. Several of them think that they are not as good as Sakazuki. What's more, Zephyr is a Marine Admiral, there is no courage to provoke. But Polo Salino screamed, "Oh, then, according to that, Teacher Zephyr has also done a lot for our Marine, inspiring Sakazuki's Conqueror's Haki." Zephyr was already furious, and when he heard Polo Salino's words, he roared angrily, "Shut up!" Poro Salino shrugged and said, "If you don't tell me, does it need such a temper? Do you want to help me inspire conquerors?" Zephyr's face suddenly looked like a black pot, and I have to say that Polo Salino is really cruel. All right. Knocked down the table heavily and stopped all the discussion. Zephyr could only sit back to his original position unwillingly, and the meeting room was quiet again. Everyone was sitting in distress, but everyone's eyes were still unreliable. Sakazuki's body, today's Sakazuki, gave them too much shock. I have already thought about the punishment of Sakazuki, just as Sengoku said, the merits and demerits are equal, no reward or punishment. No one has raised the meaning of this decision, even Zephyr, because Sakazuki has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and his status has been improved a lot. It can be said that he will become Admiral in the future. Even if it is his current Admiral, it's also hard to move. But Sora's next sentence was to shock everyone. However, starting today, Sakazuki has been selected as an Admiral candidate for a 2-year investigation period. If there is no major change after 2 years, he can be promoted to Marine Admiral to make up for the gap in Admiral's position. The words Admiral alternate seem to have magical powers, attracting everyone. Everyone looked at Empty in amazement. Although Admiral alternate is only an alternate, it is not a real Admiral, but its status are undoubtedly higher than the General Marine Vice Admiral. More importantly, there is the qualification to be promoted to Marine Admiral, which is far behind the other Marine Vice Admiral. However, the Admiral candidate is not something that anyone can do. Among the naval headquarters, Marine Admiral is currently only Sengoku and Zephyr. There have been no suitable candidates for the spare positions, although there are many powerful vices in Marine Admiral, but they don't have the peak power and prestige, so this position has been vacant. As for the Marine Admiral candidate, there is currently only one person in the entire Marine, and that is Polo Salino. He was appointed as an Admiral candidate not long ago, but his Admiral candidate inspection period is 5 years, while Akainu only has 2 years. A person with a discerning eye can tell which is higher and lower. The first few people, such as Sengoku, Garp and Crane, did not respond. Although Zephyr was full of sullen expression, he did not object. Polisolino is smiling but not smiling, but when he looks at Sakazuki, his eyes are obviously reluctant to lose. He is not Kizaru 20 years later, he has not become Admiral, and his natural mentality cannot be so casual. Sakazuki was a seaman in the same period, but also a monster, so naturally there was competition. He became Admiral's candidate before Sakazuki because he was a little older, and his life was a little smoother than Sakazuki, but his investigation period was 5 years, and now it is only the 2nd year, and Sakazuki's investigation period is only 2 years, so maybe Sakazuki will become Admiral one step faster than him, so he is naturally not convinced. As for the rest, including Kyuzan, they all looked at Sakazuki with envious eyes. This is an Admiral candidate. As long as there is no accident in the middle, 2 years later, Sakazuki will definitely be Marine Admiral, and then they will be their boss. Command Marine, the most powerful figure except Marshal Marine. In addition to envy, they also have other thoughts, but they are in the meeting at this time, so no one expresses them. In addition, the pirates of the Golden Lion and the Flying Pirates were all imprisoned. Among them, the Golden Lion and the other heinous pirates were all sent to Impel Down. When talking about Golden Lion and others, Sora's face became very cold. This time Golden Lion really caused great losses to naval headquarters. This was the first time someone openly attacked naval headquarters, even if they got it. Victory, undeniable, was still beaten in the face. Such incidents will soon be spread, and the pirates of New World will inevitably be even more unscrupulous at that time. This is where Sora worries the most. In order to curb the pirates' momentum, we have previously set a method to execute Roger publicly. The location is in East Blue's Logue Town. This public execution must be used to let the whole world know the fate of becoming a pirate. Even the so-called One Piece, they can only die in the hands of our Marine in the end. Since Roger came to Marine to surrender not long ago, after many days of research and discussion, Naval Headquarters has decided to execute Roger's public punishment worldwide, and finally agreed to Roger's request, and set the location of the public execution in East Blue's Logue Town. Kong's idea is very clear. It is to use this public execution to inform the world. One Piece Roger will be executed in the end, so people who want to become a pirate should think carefully. Roger's end will be your future end. Chapter 16 Is mine a fake system? Regarding the public execution, this is the most important action of Naval Headquarters next, so it is natural to be extra careful when discussing it. With Sora as the head, Sengoku and others have launched discussions. This matter is of great importance and must be foolproof. Only then can they rest assured. Listening to these people's discussions, Sakazuki's expression remained the same, but he shook his head a little regretfully. They probably didn't know that Roger chose to surrender because he died soon, and most importantly, he wanted to use your last life to guide the whole world. So, this time of public execution, from the beginning to the end, was actually in Roger's calculations. Marine's self-righteous Lue completely fulfilled Roger, allowing him to open the ocean that lasted for more than 20 years. The era of thieves. Although he already knew all this, Sakazuki was not prepared to say it, not because he was not loyal to Marine, but it was useless to say it. What would he say then? Say he has the ability to be a prophet. So guess what Roger thought? All of this is unrealistic. It's not wrong to say how much a person's ability and responsibility are. Now he is only Marine Vice Admiral. It is not his turn to make such a decision at the highest level, so even what he said was useless. To be honest, even Sakazuki had to admit that the public execution was indeed a manifestation of the maximization of Roger's role. The public execution of One Piece was an unprecedented blow to the pirates. In this move, the naval headquarters was not wrong, but they met a stronger opponent. Roger finally stunned to blaze a path in desperation, creating the era of the great pirates. So even Sakazuki, who is now Marine Vice Admiral, can only sigh in his heart that Roger's greatness, not his strength, but his ingenuity and courage is even more amazing. On this issue, Sakazuki didn't struggle for long. This matter was mainly planned by Sora and Sengoku, so they were only executors and did not need to express their opinions. So Sakazuki continued his research. He returned to the main interface and saw that his balance had risen a little bit and became 6,723. He didn't need to look at the prompt message to know that it must be provided to him by the captured pirates. He exchanged 4 haki fruits in a row, all of which were Conqueror's haki, so his Conqueror's haki suddenly became *6. Then he exchanged another haki fruit belonging to Armament haki, which was the same as the fruit of Conqueror's haki, but after he ate it, the hint was different. Armament haki is improved by taking 1 fruit of haki. No, it's just such a simple reminder that made Sakazuki very speechless. Okay, Conqueror's haki was followed by a number anyway, why Armament haki simply got promoted and disappeared? In terms of change, that is, at the moment when the fruit is eaten, there is a very slight feeling, other than that, there is no other reaction. The unbeliever Sakazuki bought another haki fruit, this time the fruit of Observation haki. Taking 1 piece of haki fruit, Observation haki is improved. The same prompt as Armament haki, but also the same lack of response, so that he didn't know what to say, he would have bought the fruit of Conqueror's haki. I only saw the prompt, without real feeling. It's just that now there is no fear value and continue to buy, he now only has 723 fear points left. And then he clicks on the lottery center. The lottery center is different from the shop. There is nothing to choose from. There is only 1 lottery roulette, and there are densely packed symbols on the roulette, and it is difficult to see what it is. There is a circular start button in the middle. 100 fear points were drawn at a time, and now he still has 723, so he didn't mean to save, so he just clicked to start. After clicking start, the roulette wheel on the interface turned suddenly, and still couldn't see anything. After spinning for a while, it didn't mean to stop, so Sakazuki couldn't help but yelled to stop. Sure enough, the roulette wheel was slowly decelerated and stopped quickly. Thank you for participation. Sakazuki looked astonished. What's the situation? Is this really a system? Shouldn't the system help you become stronger and bigger? Why is there a thank you for participating in this option? 100 points of fear was lost in this way, but Sakazuki had no choice but to click again to start. Anyway, he still has a few 100 points, but he has to see what happens next. Smoke, 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 I smoke. He smoked 3 more times in a row. What embarrassed him was that it was 3 more times. Thank you for participating. He almost couldn't help but lift the table in front of him. Can he still play? Finally, on the 5th time, what he finally drew was no longer thank you for your participation, but something like a card. Congratulations on winning a loyalty card, which has been deposited in the backpack. Looking at the picture of the loyalty card in his backpack, Sakazuki chose to extract it. Suddenly, he had an extra card-like card in his hand. The front of the card was a man with a crown, and a group of people were kneeling under him. On the reverse side, there are 3 words for loyalty card. What is this thing? Just having this question, a reminder popped up in Sakazuki's mind. Loyalty card, make the target loyal to the user, use method, select the target and use it directly. This card can make others loyal to yourself? So smart! After getting the hint, Sakazuki was very surprised. This small card is so powerful. After selecting the target and using it, can the opponent be loyal to him? Although he felt that the system couldn't be exaggerated, he still didn't believe it, so he turned his eyes to Garp next to him, chose Garp as the target, and used it silently in his heart. Failed to use loyalty card. Sakazuki is confused again. Can this thing fail to use? He used it again without believing in evil, but it still failed to prompt, and then he chose other people in the conference room. What made him unbelievable was that he used it for everyone here, but it was all prompts. Fail. Damn, isn't this a fake? Will the system give fakes too? If it is a failure, it's fine, but all the uses have failed. This is a big problem. He directly suspected that he had got a fake, so he asked the system, but unfortunately, he didn't get any reply. I really don't know what to say. Now he not only suspects that the loyalty card is a fake, even the system he thinks may be fake, but the hacky fruit he got before is real, and it is also useful. Now the loyalty card has been failed to use, it may be that he used it. The method is wrong, or the selected goal is wrong. At any rate, it was also drawn by the system lottery, and there should be no fakes. Sakazuki could only comfort himself in this way. Chapter 17. For the 6th lottery draw, it is still hopeless. Thank you for participating. In the last draw left, Sakazuki almost yelled at what was drawn. Congratulations on winning a donut, which has been deposited in the backpack. At first I heard that it was not thank you for participating. Sakazuki was still happy, but when he saw that the thing he had drawn was a donut, the whole person was not good. What the hell, and the donut thing? A little depressed, he took out the donuts from his backpack, which was a whole bag of donuts. He opened it under the table, and then took a slice and tasted it in his mouth. It turned out to be a real donut. It took 100 fear points and finally only got a donut. This is more depressing than the one drawn. Thank you for participating. But Sakazuki didn't notice that when he took out the donut, Garp's eyes were green when sitting above him, especially after seeing him eat a piece. Garp even turned his body around. Sakazuki, everyone is in a meeting, why are you stealing food here? The sound is very small, obviously not wanting to alarm other people. Taking a look at Garp, Sakazuki curled his lips and put the donut in his hand directly in front of him. Take it. Garp's eyes lit up, he took it over without any kind of courtesy, and said, Sakazuki, you are good kid, I am very optimistic about you. Sakazuki didn't care, he knew Garp was a big foodie, and he wasn't very interested in desserts, so he gave it to Garp directly. After smoking the donuts, in the end he only had 23 fear points left. He couldn't do anything. He was thinking about how to get the fear points as fast as possible. The fear points needed others to be afraid of him. This is not an easy thing to do. In fact, there is one place where it is easier to get the fear value, and that is the prison. However, he is now the magnificent Marine Vice Admiral and an Admiral candidate. It is impossible to be assigned to the prison. Therefore, if you want to get the fear value, you can only think about it. Other methods. After a while, Kong, who was sitting at the top, suddenly yelled angrily, Garp, who let you eat here? It turned out that Garp was eating donuts and was discovered, which made the original serious meeting suddenly become embarrassing. Kong yelled at Garp angrily, and Garp was a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, and stood up to everyone. Looking at him, he ate a whole pack of donuts. At the end of the meeting, everyone left the meeting room. Humph! When Zephyr passed Sakazuki, he snorted very uncomfortably, and then walked away quickly, making Sakazuki also unhappy. You don't want to see me, I don't want to see you yet. For Zephyr, Sakazuki also saw clearly. The other party should have seen him uncomfortable a long time ago. Today it was just an excuse to play, but he turned back, causing their relationship to become even worse. Zephyr Admiral is very vengeful, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, you have to be careful in the future. Suddenly a sound rang in his ears, Sakazuki turned his head and looked, and saw that the Marine Vice Admiral who was sitting at the bottom of him was looking at him kindly. This person had the same marine coat with an X scar under his left eye. Sakazuki, who didn't inherit his own memory, didn't know much about this Marine Vice Admiral, but the other party reminded him, undoubtedly like him, so he was also more polite kind. Thank you for reminding. Seeing that Sakazuki's attitude is very good, the other party is obviously very happy, and immediately said, "Congratulations, Sakazuki Vice Admiral has awakened conquerors and has become an Admiral alternate. If possible, find a place to drink 2 glasses." This was the first Marine executive to show his promise, so Sakazuki would naturally not refuse, and then the two left together. After leaving the meeting room, the other party led the way, Sakazuki followed. They did not go far, but found a place in the naval headquarters base. Through drinking and chatting, Sakazuki also knew the identity of this person. It turned out to be Doberman, which was the second only to Marine Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral, who was also a well-known figure. During the war, when Marine Admiral participated in the war, he had full command of the Marine Army and his status was very high. The reason why Doberman showed his favor is that this person also belongs to the Hawks in Marine, and is also an iron-blooded soldier. He became Marine Vice Admiral at a young age, which shows that he is also very talented. He does not belong to the line of Sengoku and Zephyr. Sakazuki's attitude and behavior made him agree very much, and Sakazuki will definitely be promoted to Marine Admiral in the future, so he showed his favor. Facing Doberman's favor, Sakazuki certainly wouldn't refuse. This is also a great man, and his political opinions are consistent. Pulling into his camp will only benefit him. Now he is at odds with Zephyr. With Zephyr's position in naval headquarters, many generals come from his sect. Offending Zephyr is equivalent to offending a large group of people, so you must strengthen your own strength. Dogman, such a good relationship with the real power Marine Vice Admiral is undoubtedly a very important and a big help. Although Dogman did not say clearly, his attitude has shown that as long as Sakazuki becomes Admiral, he will immediately become attached. Although this is based on the condition of becoming Marine Admiral, Sakazuki doesn't care at all. After all, they are both now Marine Vice Admiral, he is not qualified enough to make people loyal. Under Sakazuki's deliberate guidance, Dogman also talked about a lot of naval headquarters, and Sakazuki, who didn't know much about it, immediately became familiar with it. The two talked for 3 hours, which can be said to be very agreeable. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Early the next morning, Sakazuki saw Lucas Benioff when he got up. He now knows that Lieutenant Colonel Lucas is a soldier under his command, equivalent to a personal soldier, and is mainly responsible for daily life and guarding. Has been with him for nearly 6 years. The impression of Lucas is still very good, and he doesn't know what he should do now, so he asks, "Lucas, what do you want to do today?" As a soldier, these things are naturally within the scope of Lucas' work. He immediately replied, "There is nothing important today, but you are selected to go to East Blue Log Town, so you will need to bring your troops 3 days later. Go to East Blue." If Sakazuki Vice Admiral has nothing to do on his own, he can go to the training ground. The Ghost Spider Rear Admiral is training soldiers. The Ghost Spider Sakazuki knows, but he didn't expect this to be his lieutenant, but it is not surprising to think about it, because the Ghost Spider is also a hawk in Marine. And it is normal to follow him to be more powerful. Chapter 18 Private Army Privileges. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, here you are. Sakazuki was led by Lucas to a training field at naval headquarters. At this moment, there were hundreds of soldiers in the training field. When he saw him coming, he stood by and watched. Marine Rear Admiral, wearing a Marine uniform and a justice coat. He walked quickly in front of him and greeted respectfully. As the only Marine Rear Admiral under his command, Sakazuki naturally doesn't need to think about it. This Marine Rear Admiral, who seems to be about 30 years old, is his capable subordinate, the Ghost Spider, and 20 years later is also a famous Marine Vice Admiral. The real name of the Ghost Spider is not the Ghost Spider, but because he has practiced the ability to return life in marine to a very high level, he can control the hair and body at will, and every time he fights, he will appear similar to the spider claws. He has a black arm and uses 8 knives at the same time, so not many people know his real name. Everyone is familiar with his title, Ghost Spider. In naval headquarters, most people call ghost spiders this way, and Sakazuki does the same. What were the casualties of our soldiers in the battle yesterday? Through the chat with Doberman yesterday, and the side attack on Lucas when he came back, he also learned about the naval headquarters system and his own situation. What makes him more fortunate is that the former Sakazuki was originally a cold temper. He basically didn't have many friends, so he didn't have a circle, and there were not many people who could deal with. He basically didn't have to worry about being suspicious of himself. Then, as long as he stays the same as before, try to avoid communicating with others, there will be no problem after a while. Now he is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, so what he cares most about is Marine's system and situation. Fortunately, Doberman and loyal Lucas who have delivered to the door have basically mastered the situation. Naval Headquarters is the strongest military force under the world government system, and its system specifications are also quite strict and complicated. In the entire Naval Headquarters, there is only Marshal Marine who is qualified to mobilize all Marines. Even Marine Admiral with the highest combat power is not qualified to mobilize all Marines at will. Mobilize 1/3 of the Marine Army. However, because there are only 2 Admiral in Naval Headquarters, and Zephyr retreats to the second line, Admiral Sengoku's power is very large. In addition to air, Sengoku can mobilize more than half of the army. In addition to Naval Headquarters, the branch's army it can also be dispatched at will. But even Marine Admiral cannot easily own its own army. Marine Admiral can form 3,000 troops loyal to it, but there are also specifications. Marine Vice Admiral directly under its command cannot exceed 2 persons, and Rear Admiral cannot exceed 5 persons. Commodore cannot exceed 10 people, and the rest of the school-level officers are free. The 3,000 troops means that apart from their Commander Admiral, only Marshal Marine is qualified to dispatch, and the rest Marine Admiral is not qualified to direct orders, unless it is approved by that Admiral. This is Marine Admirals' privileges. You can have your own troops. In addition to Marine Admiral, Marine Vice Admiral can also form its own troops. But the specifications are much smaller. It can only have an army of 500 people at most. It can only be equipped with 1 Marine Rear Admiral, 2 Marine Commodores, and 10. A school-level officer. Of course, those Marine Vice Admiral who belong to Marine Admiral private soldiers are not included. The officers under Marine Vice Admiral do not have the qualifications to form a private army, but this does not mean that their power is not good. In addition to being unable to form a private army, they also have a lot of power. Rear Admiral has no problem mobilizing an army of more than 1,000 people. The formation of a private army is only the privilege of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral, which can also be said to be a confidant. As for the Marine Branch Vice Admiral outside of Naval Headquarters, it does not have this power. How many people are there now in Vice Admiral, which belongs to Naval Headquarters? There are no more than 30 people, so compared to the huge base of Marine soldiers, the number of these private troops is really nothing, but more of a status symbol and privilege. As for Marshal Marine, it is not in this list, because all the Marines in the world are under the command of Marshal Marine, so there is no need for the so-called private army. However, it is undeniable that Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, which belongs to Marine Admiral, is more powerful than the rest of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral because it belongs to Marine Admiral's confidant. After all, they have Marine Admiral as a backer, except Marine Admiral. In addition to the Marshal, the rest of Marine Admiral are not qualified to order and punish them. Just like Marine Admiral Sengoku, he now has 2 Marine Vice Admiral confidants under his command. One is Garp. Of course, this is nominal. In fact, Garp is only Vice Admiral, but in fact his status are not worse than Marine Admiral. Even higher, he can only be regarded as hanging under the name of Sengoku. In addition to Garp, the other is Marine Vice Admiral, who was sitting across from Sakazuki in the previous meeting room. He turned out to be the deputy of Sengoku. Now he is second only to two rookies with great potential, Polo Salino. I guess his status is higher than the average Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. As for the other Marine Admiral Zephyr, because he has retreated to the second line, he does not have his own private army, and now the Marine Vice Admiral who follows him is only the rising star Kuzan. The reason why Doberman had a good relationship with him yesterday is also due to this. Doberman was also a soldier from the bottom, so he knows the importance of backing, but Sengoku and Zephyr can no longer rely on him. Russolino felt unreliable, so this time he had the title of Admiral Alternate, and the two people had similar understanding of justice. Doberman approached. There is only one purpose. I hope that after he becomes Marine Admiral, he can earn him under his command. Now I can't say it clearly. It's just because the two of them have the same status, and both are Marine Vice Admiral. Naturally, there is no refuge, and it can only be regarded as a good relationship. Now Sakazuki is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and is not directly affiliated with Sengoku and Zephyr, so he naturally has his own private army, an army of 500 people, and the Ghost Spider is the first person under his command, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Because of the battle with the Fekong pirates yesterday, the Ghost Spider also took the private army into the battle, so he asked this. The Ghost Spider replied, 18 people were lost in the battle yesterday, 13 people were sacrificed, 5 people were seriously injured, and many others were slightly injured, but it was not a major problem. Today we participate in training normally. Sakazuki nodded and said, the victims are buried well, and the pension that should be doubled will be deducted from my account. The same is true for the seriously injured. As for the 18 people who are missing, I will wait later. You go and give orders to the Quartermaster Department and pick a suitable candidate to fill it up. Chapter 19. As a regular army, the casualties of soldiers are pensioned, and because it is his own private soldier, Sakazuki of course must be treated specially, double the pension, which can be regarded as a kind of comfort and compensation. The Ghost Spider nodded sadly. The 500 private soldiers of Sakazuki were basically collected by Ghost Spiders and responsible for training and guidance. Therefore, his feelings for these soldiers are more than Sakazuki. This time he died 10 times. Several people, he is the most distressed one. It is not easy to train a soldier, and it is even more difficult to train an excellent and elite soldier. The 500 soldiers he trained, even if they are placed in the entire naval headquarters, are still the most elite group of people, so even if only a dozen people were lost, but it also makes Ghost Spiders very distressed. Private troops like Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral, if there is a shortage of numbers, they can directly apply to the Logistics Department of Naval Headquarters, which is the Quartermaster Department, to apply for new recruits, and there are privileges that can be selected by themselves. Sakazuki didn't believe in the eyes of Ghost Spiders, he really didn't know how to pick people, so he directly handed this kind of trouble to Ghost Spiders. Marshal Kong has already ordered me to join the public execution escort, so you must also follow me to Logue Town. You have to be ready these few days to publicly execute Roger. This is a sensational event in the world. It is very likely that major changes will occur, so you must be fully prepared and not make any mistakes. In fact, if possible, Sakazuki didn't want to go to Logue Town too much. Roger's public execution did not have any major problems in the original version, but it was in anime after all. Now he is in the real world, who knows no accidents will happen. The public execution of Roger is indeed a sensational event in the world. This is a major ceremony, so it must be heavily guarded by the time, and his task will certainly not be light. This kind of hard work has no practical benefits. For him now, it is really not important, it is better to stay in Marine Base to get familiar with the situation and ability. But when the above order came down, he could only obey it, so he solemnly ordered the ghost spider. Sakazuki walked in front of the soldiers, and he found that the gazes these people looked at him revealed admiration and respect. As private soldiers, although they were still Marine, their allegiance was actually Sakazuki. All the damage is done, so now their allegiance has become Admiral candidates. They are naturally very excited. He just showed up here, and then observed the training of these soldiers. I have to say that the training of the soldiers is really very strict. Running a few kilometers is just like playing, lifting weights, and other aspects. Train. In his opinion, if it is placed in the previous life of Daxia, normal people can't stick to it at all, and only people with better physical fitness, such as Pirate World, can stick to this kind of training. Sakazuki did not stay here for long. After seeing the soldiers training seriously for a period of time, he turned and left the training ground, then asked Lucas to lead the way and took him around in the Marine base. Because it was after the war, some parts of the Marine base are still very dilapidated. Many soldiers have joined the post-war construction, so walking on the road, you can always see the busy Marines around. Fear from Los Wood, +168. Sakazuki stopped abruptly and glanced around in amazement. He soon found a seaman looking at him in horror at the front right, but he hadn't waited for his confirmation. Fear score from Hunter Reeves, +212. From. Under Sakazuki's shocked expression, a series of 6 or 7 people appeared to provide him with fear points. There were more than 100, dozens, and more than 200, without exception. All of them were sea soldiers. Why do these soldiers provide me with fear points? After he pricked his ears and listened to their conversation, he understood why this was because the soldiers were talking about him. If you see it, that's Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Yesterday we were able to defeat the Flying Pirates group because of Sakazuki Vice Admiral. His move of lava meteors that fell from the sky destroyed the pirate ship and killed countless seas. Thief. Ah, is he Sakazuki Vice Admiral? I have heard that he killed many of us and was a murderer. Shut up, do you want to die? If you are heard by Sakazuki Vice Admiral, you are dead. You all hurry up and stop talking, Sakazuki is the coldest one in Marine Vice Admiral. If you provoke him, you will be unlucky. That scene was really horrible, I have never seen such a horrible scene. After hearing these discussions, he fully understood what was going on. It turned out that these people were actually afraid of him because of yesterday's events, so he was provided with a fear value. In this blink of an eye, the fear value obtained will be broken. Thousands. This discovery made Sakazuki very happy. From yesterday to now, he has never forgotten how to get the fear value, but he has never had the opportunity and way. He didn't expect to plant flowers without intention, and unintentionally plant willows. At this time, it was unexpectedly there is a fear value. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, where are we going? Lucas asked. Sakazuki said, go to places with many people. Go to a crowded place. Lucas looked blank and didn't understand what it meant. He has been with Sakazuki for several years. Sakazuki has always been a quiet person. He basically doesn't go to places with many people, so he heard Sakazuki say to go where there are many people, he will be so surprised. Naturally, Sakazuki would not say clearly that he was going to a crowded place, just to let more people see him, and then remember what happened yesterday, and provide him with a fear value. This morning, Sakazuki took Lucas around at the naval headquarters base. As expected, he walked around all morning, as if he was collecting money, and he went to the account 3 times. More than 1,000 points of fear value, but in the end, the increase in fear value becomes less and less. It's just that after he made 1 lap, he basically didn't receive much fear value on the second lap. In the whole morning, he gained more than 5,000 fear points, which is very big. As the fear value increased, Sakazuki also figured out a pattern. The fear value is not arbitrarily received. Only those who have seen him can provide him with fear value. He has only heard of him, but has not seen him. Even if someone is afraid of him, it will not provide him with a fear value. Therefore, with so many pirates and marines who were injured or killed by him yesterday, only a few hundred people provided him with fear points. At that time, he felt that something was wrong. Now it seems that there is a problem. Only those who have seen him being able to provide fear points. In this way, the way to obtain fear points is more difficult. Chapter 20. On the second day, Sakazuki continued to take Lucas around in the naval headquarters base. Wherever there were many people, he went wherever he went, and sometimes stayed for a while, but he didn't talk to people. Just glanced at all the Marines with a serious and cold expression. After yesterday's events, coupled with his own analysis later, Sakazuki understood that many of these ordinary soldiers were very afraid of him, so as long as he behaved coldly, he could more or less increase the opposition of others. His level of fear. I have to say that this is really very effective. In the case of his deliberately cold expression, the fear value has increased again. Although it is not as large as yesterday, it is better than the slow growth rate afterwards. Xiao, after walking around, he received more than 2,000 fear points. Really a bunch of cute and kind soldiers. Sakazuki was overjoyed as he watched the fear value continuously accruing, admiring the seamen who provided him with fear value. Just like that, he kept walking around, and didn't leave until he was eating. This abnormal behavior not only made Lucas very at a loss, but the officers who were commanding the soldiers were also very puzzled. This was completely different from the previous Sakazuki. Those officers who know Sakazuki may not know Sakazuki very well, but they know what kind of person he is. In the past, this Sakazuki Vice Admiral rarely wandered around the base. More often, they are all training soldiers on training grounds, or practicing by themselves. Being called a monster is not only a name for strength, but also a joke for his crazy and masochistic practice. So when they saw such a person, they changed their normals and wandered around, completely unable to understand. Although Sakazuki said that he was inspecting work, no one believed the key. You are the Vice Admiral of the military, this kind of thing about building a base. It's impossible to trouble you, it's not within the jurisdiction at all. Because Sakazuki inspected everywhere, many seamen were frightened, which caused the slow progress of the work, but Sakazuki did not pay attention to this at all. He only cared about the growth of his fear value. The increase in fear value in the 2 days has changed from 23 points to 8,764 points now, and it has increased by more than 8,000 points in 2 days. This result makes Sakazuki very excited. If this is the case, go shopping more. In a few days, it will definitely be no problem to exceed 10,000, but no matter how much you want, it is probably not realistic. In just 2 days, everyone's fear of him has slowly diminished. In a few days, it is estimated that except for a small number of people, those soldiers will no longer be afraid of him. After all, a person's fear time is also limited. When Tenten saw the situation, and was not threatened, naturally he would not continue to fear. So Sakazuki knows very well that it is impossible to earn fear points from these soldiers for a long time. It can only be regarded as a one-shot deal, unless he does something big, but this is impossible. Is it necessary to let him? Are you making trouble in the naval headquarters base? Sakazuki's idea was good. He wanted to earn fear points as soon as possible, but when he was about to continue his inspection on the third morning, an accident happened. Sakazuki, I received a lot of complaints yesterday, saying that you wandered around the previous 2 days, causing a lot of chaos and affecting the progress of the base construction. What is going on? In Marshal Marine's office, Sora asked Sakazuki very uncomprehendingly. Yesterday, when he received the complaint, he was very shocked, and there was more than one officer who complained. After a rough count, there were more than a dozen people. All of them said that Sakazuki had affected their work. As soon as Sakazuki appeared, the soldiers' work. It slowed down, so I hope he can solve this matter. I thought it was a trivial matter, but I didn't expect so many people to complain. This made Sora really a little embarrassed. What's the situation? So he called Sakazuki over early this morning and wanted to ask what was going on and what caused his abnormality. After Sakazuki heard Sora's question, his whole person was also a little stunned. He got up early in the morning, but was about to collect another wave of fear points, but he unexpectedly was called by Sora and asked such a question. How does this make him answer? Could it be that it was to make everyone afraid of him, so I went there? Isn't it just for scolding? I'm going to inspect their work, Marshal. You may not know if you haven't been there. Some soldiers are too lazy. According to their progress, I don't know when they will be able to restore the base. As Vice Admiral, I naturally have the responsibility to urge them. After I went to inspect, their enthusiasm for work has improved a lot. Although he felt astonished, he had also been in the workplace in his previous life. Facing this kind of thing, he would not be unfamiliar, and he naturally said his reasons. However, Sora didn't eat his style at all. He stroked his forehead with his wide palm and asked, Sakazuki, have you been stimulated in the past few days? How come your behavior is completely different from before? In his impression, Sakazuki is not a person who can speak well, not to mention that after a picture like this is exposed, he can still maintain a righteous and awe-inspiring attitude. Just kidding, you go to inspect and improve the progress. If there are not so many people complaining, he would really believe it, but now, who to believe? He still hasn't counted it in his mind? Sakazuki didn't panic, and said calmly, Marshal, I was not stimulated, but I thought it might be too serious before, so I'm trying to change it. I'm also a Marine Vice Admiral anyway. I'll interact with the soldiers. No problem, right? I waved my hand and said, okay, I don't care what irritation you are. It is good for you to try to make changes, but it can't affect other people, understand? You will follow the troops to East tomorrow. Blue, stop wandering around today and integrate your people. Sakazuki felt very depressed before he had time to implement the itinerary plan, but he had to obey Sora's orders, but he did not go to the training ground, but returned to his residence. Originally, he was planning to accumulate a little more fear value and then buy it all at once, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, so he could only buy the fear value he already had. With more than 8,000 fear values, he could also buy a few hacky fruits. Chapter 21 I'll change your room. Fear score from Hunter Reeves, plus 18. Sakazuki, who was about to buy hacky fruit, was taken aback after receiving the prompt, and then he received the fear points of 2 people. Although it was only 5 and 8 points, it was also the fear value. These guys, I didn't show up, and they gave me the fear value on time, but it was a little bit low. With a wry smile, Sakazuki didn't need to think about it to know what was going on. It must have been that he always went to the place where the soldiers were 2 days ago, which brought them inertia, so even if he hasn't gone today, but those people also gave it to him. He provided the fear value, which shows that there is still some fear in their hearts. But after being happy, he became even more depressed, and he could get fear points if he didn't go. If he went, he would definitely get more. Sporadic fear values increased. Sakazuki's consciousness entered the store and began to buy hacky fruits. This time he directly purchased 8 hacky fruits at once, all of which were Conqueror's hacky fruits. As for the hacky fruit of armed color and seeing and hearing color, he is not ready to buy it for the time being, because he has not fully controlled these 2 powers. This is the ability of his predecessor, which is different from Conqueror's hacky, which uses the system to awaken. He needs him. Slowly become familiar and control, but it is not the time yet. Take 1 hacky fruit, Conqueror's Haki *7. Take 1 Haki fruit. Taking. With 8 Haki fruits, plus the 6 he ate before, his Conqueror's Haki has now reached a range of 14 meters, which is a huge improvement, and there is no need to be as embarrassed as the previous 2 meters. After purchasing 8 Haki fruits, plus the increasing fear points, he now has 915 fear points left. A lottery is coming again. 915 fear points are not enough to buy Haki fruit, so Sakazuki is going to have another lottery to see his luck. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Congratulations on winning a loyalty card, which has been deposited in the backpack. Thank you for participating 4 times in a row. Only the 5th time I got a loyalty card, which was exactly the same as the last time, which made him very unhappy and took another 4 consecutive times. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Congratulations on winning a senbei, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on drawing a bursting charm, which has been deposited in the backpack. For the last 2 times, I was lucky. I won the items in a row, but one of them was the food senbei. It was not much different from not being drawn. It was the bursting charm that was drawn at the end. Sakazuki was very interested in this thing. Opening the backpack, he found that all the things drawn were in the backpack, and the same things could be stored in stacks, so he saw that there were 2 loyalty cards in the backpack, a senbei and a bursting charm. I took out the bursting talisman directly. This thing is somewhat similar to the talisman. The dark yellow talisman paper is rectangular, about half the size of an ordinary adult's palm, with some patterns and incomprehensible characters painted on it, which looks very simple and mysterious. Blasting talisman. An explosion can occur in a small area. How to use it? Inject the force of magma, stick it to the target, and control the explosion within 5 minutes. After reading the prompts about the bursting charms given by the system, Sakazuki was amazed. Isn't this a small grenade? It just doesn't need gunpowder, but uses his own magma power to infuse it. Just don't know how powerful it is. It's just that the power of magma is injected, which makes him feel a little strange. How to inject it? Turning his right hand into magma, and injecting it into this bursting charm, a scene that surprised him happened. The bursting charm appeared to be made of paper, but after it came into contact with magma hotter than fire, instead of being burned, it was absorbing his magma. After about 10 seconds, the explosive talisman no longer absorbs magma. Sakazuki immediately understood that the explosive talisman may have been completed. He wanted to test the power of this explosive talisman, but now he only has one. Is a little reluctant. But in the end he still couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart, and he left the room and came to an empty place, and then stuck the explosive talisman on a wall. A scene that surprised him happened, when the bursting talisman was stuck on the wall, and it disappeared quickly, as if it didn't exist. But he could feel the bursting talisman there, and it did not disappear. The power was completely under his control, and he could detonate it at any time. Burst. There was a silent sound in my heart, followed by a bang, and I took out the wall to make a bang. Sparks appeared like a cannonball. The whole wall was blown apart, and rubble flew everywhere, revealing a chaotic room. Sakazuki looked at this scene in surprise. The power of this explosive talisman is really not bad. It is a bit stronger than the cannons in this world. The range is about 5 or 6 square meters. More importantly, the attacking god of the explosive talisman is unknown. The ghost is not aware of it. As long as it is attached to the target, it can detonate at any time within 5 minutes. Yes, this burst charm is really a good thing. It is very practical, but only one was drawn, and it is still used by me now, which is a shame. The power of the explosive talisman made him very satisfied. This thing is more powerful than the previous grenades, and more convenient. As long as the power of magma is injected, it is absolutely no disadvantage to ordinary people. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Sakazuki turned his head and saw Lucas hurriedly running towards him. After running in front of him, Lucas asked with a grimace, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, did I make you upset?" Sakazuki asked in astonishment, "Why do you ask? How can I be upset with you?" Lucas said, "Then why did you demolish my residence?" Every soldier in naval headquarters has a place to live in the base. Depending on their status, they live in different places. Of course, some people are outside the Marine base. Marineford also has a family on the island. Most of the time, they are on standby in the base. This is your residence. Sakazuki's face was immediately embarrassed when he heard it. He just found a place casually, but he didn't expect it to be Lucas's residence. It was all right now, and he was caught face to face. "Well, I think the place where you live is too rudimentary. You are also my personal soldier anyway. I am now a Marine Admiral candidate. How can you live in this kind of place? I tried new moves with it, etc. If you find someone to rebuild a room, it's my order. Can this work?" Lucas was skeptical. Sakazuki stared, and said solemnly, "Why, do you think I will lie to you?" Chapter 22 One Piece. See Circle Calendar 1500. This year is destined to be an important year written down in history, because the first generation of Pirate King in the sea will be punished publicly in this year. Early this morning, the naval headquarters dispatched 10 large warships and formed an astonishing formation. Starting from Marineford, they headed for Logetown vigorously. Because naval headquarters had already announced Roger's public execution, on this day, no matter who it was, dare not make trouble on the Grand Line. However, the naval headquarters fleet encountered a lot of ships while sailing. These ships are basically to watch the excitement, and do not dare to be too close to the naval headquarters warships. Ding! Successfully use the loyalty card on the target, and the target loyalty is improved. Among the 10 large warships of naval headquarters, on the 6th warship in the middle, the board Sakazuki threw a loyalty card to Lucas in front of him. He did not expect it to succeed. This made him come all of a sudden. Up the spirit. Successful. Sakazuki was really surprised. At first, he was bored. He remembered that there were 2 loyalty cards in his backpack that were not used. After all, he thought that they were drawn by the system lottery, and all the burst charms drawn were like this. Power, this loyalty card shouldn't be so useless. So he took the attitude of giving it a try and used one against Lucas, but he didn't expect it to succeed. You must know that when he was in the Marine meeting before, he used it once against everyone, but not once. Success. Now facing Lucas, he succeeded once, and there must be a different secret in this. Loyalty card, is it only useful for people who are already loyal to them? Lucas was his subordinate, and none of the people in the conference room that day were his subordinates, so it was unsuccessful, but it was successful now. The more he thought about it, the more he stood up, walked to the bow, and looked at the Marine Rear Admiral who was also standing on the bow. This person was also a Rear Admiral from Naval Headquarters, named Yuko, who was already 40. He's a lot of years old, and he has reached the top of his position, but because he is a veteran, he was selected into the team by Sengoku this time, which is considered a gift. This person belongs to Rear Admiral of the Sengoku family and has nothing to do with Sakazuki, so he used the loyalty card against this Yuko. Failed to use loyalty card. Sure enough, Sakazuki's eyes flashed a little, and it seemed that he was right. The loyalty card was invalid for other people. It was only valid for those who were loyal to him or used by his subordinates. So he used the loyalty card against the ghost spider again. Ding! Successfully use the loyalty card on the target, and the target loyalty is improved. It succeeded again and confirmed his conjecture again. Lucas and Ghost Spider are both his subordinates, so they succeeded in using the loyalty card. There is only one thing he doesn't understand, that is, the prompt is too simple, it only prompts the increase of loyalty, but how is loyalty calculated? Can the same person use the loyalty card multiple times? What is the upper limit? This question is somewhat similar to the previous enhancements of Armament Haki and Observation Haki, except that he does not have an extra loyalty card in his hand. Otherwise he can give it a try. Maybe after verifying this, he can infer the enhancements of those two hakis. What kind of improvement is it? Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Roger was brought out. Lucas suddenly walked up to Sakazuki, pointed to the fifth warship ahead, and said, Sakazuki turned his gaze to the fifth warship. Although the two warships were almost 100 meters apart, he still saw several tall figures on the deck of the fifth warship. He did not recognize Roger. Because he didn't inherit Sakazuki's memory, he didn't know what Roger was like. But Lucas obviously wouldn't lie to him, and seeing Sengoku and Garp around that figure, he didn't wear a marine coat or military uniform, he was obviously the prestigious pirate king, Roger. Is he Roger? Sakazuki silently thought in his heart that as a legend in the world of One Piece, as long as Roger's name appears, it will inevitably cause a huge sensation, absolutely a big figure in the legend. Although Roger was about to be publicly executed and was about to die, Sakazuki still couldn't help but want to meet this legendary character. I'll get on that boat and have a look. Sakazuki gave orders to the ghost spiders, and then walked to the forefront. The two boats, the bow and the stern, were not very far apart, almost 20 meters away. If it were before the change, he would definitely not dare have other ideas. But now is different. He now has inhuman power. After several days of training and familiarity, he has gradually mastered part of the original body's power, so the distance of 20 meters is not too much for him. Big problem, not to mention the basic Marine 6 styles. Sakazuki is familiar with the most difficult things, but the simplest. Marine 6 styles is the basic martial art of Marine, so he exercised Marine 6 styles in the first place. I have to say that with this perfect body, the foundation is already there, so it's very quick after getting acquainted with it. With a leap, Sakazuki crossed a distance of 20 meters and jumped to the stern of the fifth warship. Sakazuki, why are you here? Sengoku is the person in charge of this public execution. It stands to reason that Martial Marine should have come here, but because the location of the public execution was in East Blue, it took a few days back and forth, so Sora did not have it this time. Come, but let Sengoku lead. I'll come and have a look. Sakazuki said this, but his gaze stayed on the bow, above the tall figure with hands and feet shackled. Is he Roger? I saw that although this man was shackled and dressed in sloppy clothes, his temperament was completely different from that of ordinary people. He stood there as the focal point, so although Sengoku and Garp were there, the surrounding Marines were still at all not daring to relax, all eyes are on him. Just let him out like that, okay? Sakazuki asked, this is not surprising. Roger is the most important criminal. It stands to reason that he should be imprisoned instead of letting him out as he is now. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed wildly. He patted his chest and said, Sakazuki, what are you worried about? I am here, let alone he has shackles, even if there are no shackles, he can't escape. Chapter 23 The Unique Roger. Hey, Garp, I'm still here, don't speak so loudly, okay? Hearing Garp was boasting there, Luo couldn't help but give him a blank look and retorted loudly. When treating Roger, Garp didn't mean to treat prisoners at all. Instead, he shouted like an old friend, Roger, why is my tone so loud? What I'm telling you is the truth. With me here, you can't escape. Roger shook his head. He was already familiar with Garp and knew what Garp's character was. Then he turned his head and looked at Sakazuki. This young man is the outstanding character of your new generation of Marine, called Sakazuki, right? Roger is one of the biggest pirates in the New World, the legendary pirate, and although Sakazuki is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the representative of the new generation of Marine, he is actually not the pinnacle of the sea, so Roger is only against Sakazuki. I have some impressions, but I haven't actually seen it head-on. Sengoku said, yes, he is Sakazuki. Roger immediately looked at Sakazuki with interest. Although he looked very mad, his eyes were unusually bright. He stared at Sakazuki closely and asked, I heard that Golden Lion seemed to be defeated because of you. When Roger was looking at Sakazuki, Sakazuki was also looking at Roger. Roger was a little different from the Haki he had imagined. If it weren't for his outstanding temperament, he could only be said to be a decadent man from the looks of it. A man has become the pirate king who stirs the world. The Golden Lion was defeated by Sengoku Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral. It has nothing to do with me. Sakazuki wouldn't take credit for himself. The Golden Lion's defeat did not have anything to do with him. After a pause, he said again, as a prisoner about to be publicly executed, he can still talk and laugh like this, even as an enemy. Wow, haha. Before he could finish speaking, Roger suddenly burst into laughter and pointed to Sakazuki and said, you want to admire me, don't you? Ha ha ha, kid, you have a vision. Lao Zi is an invincible man across the sea. People who have passed me, there is no one who does not admire me, but you are not bad, I am very optimistic about you, wow, ha ha ha. Sakazuki was confused by Roger's sudden laugh. Is this guy really the One Piece? It's too shameful. Fortunately, I was interrupted. Otherwise, it would be really shameful if I said admiration. Looking at Sengoku and Garp next to them, they were not surprised at all, as if they were used to Roger's appearance. Recalling the story of One Piece, Sakazuki remembers that Roger's character was mentioned in the anime. It was somewhat similar to the later protagonist Luffy, but because the name of One Piece was too big, everyone ignored it. One Piece Roger, himself his character is a funny comparison. You think too much, I am a Marine, you are a pirate, do you think Marine who represents justice admire a pirate? Sakazuki said with a sneer. Justice Marine? Ha ha ha. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Roger froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laughed. His expression looked very exaggerated, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Sakazuki was ridiculed, not angry, just watched Roger so indifferently and laughed. After a while, Roger asked Sakazuki curiously, why don't you ask me what I am laughing at? Sakazuki asked back, a pirate laughed at Marine. Is there anything weird about this? Marine and the pirate have a hostile relationship. Even if it is a person like Roger, he is still a pirate. In his heart, he regards Roger as a pirate, so no matter how great Roger's ambitions are, he is the enemy. Two people with different views of justice laugh at each other. Why should he be surprised? Roger looked at Sakazuki in astonishment, and said, what a funny guy, you are right. The pirate laughs at Marine. It's really not strange, but this kind of thing, from the mouth of a young Marine like you, is still surprising. He turned his head and said to Sengoku and Garp, Sengoku, Garp, and Sakazuki kid, the guys of the world government, how lucky it is to have people like you all serve them. Sengoku and Garp did not speak. As the seniors of Marine, and they have lived for so many years, they naturally know much more about world government than ordinary people, and they also know the meaning of Roger's words. However, Sakazuki frowned and said, you are wrong. I don't know others, but my allegiance is not to those in your mouth. My allegiance is my own justice. Although he has only been in this world for a few days, he has not been affected by the original body, and naturally he will not be affected by this short-term contact with the world. As a country that comes from a republic and a free country, he cannot accept allegiance to others, not to mention that he, who has watched anime, has a very good understanding of the people in the world government. How can he really be loyal to such people? It's just that although he doesn't think that the group of people in the world government is great, he still has to admit that the role of the world government is still very large. If the world does not have the world government to check and balance the world still doesn't know it will become chaotic. What it looks like. Therefore, in his opinion, the existence of the world government has more advantages than disadvantages. Therefore, it is natural that there is no good feeling for people like Roger Ishin who wants to subvert the world government. Of course, the disgusting words cannot be said. After all, the world government is indeed dark. If there could be a better authority, that would be great, but it would be unacceptable for him to establish it by a pirate. Although some of the pirates in Vice Admiral of the anime preach very decent, but think about it, in addition to a few fools like Luffy, what kind of people are willing to become pirates? Ha ha ha. Roger laughed again. He looked at Sakazuki seriously and said, "Boy, you are the most interesting marine soldier I have ever seen. I hope you can do what you said and always stick to your own justice, whether it is right or not." Wrong. Being able to uphold your own justice is a kind of greatness. His life can be described as magnificent, so he sees the world more thoroughly than others, and it is precisely because he has understood everything that he took the initiative to come to naval headquarters to surrender. He wants his own life to create a new era, his behavior it is also upholding its own justice. So after he heard Sakazuki's words, he actually had a feeling of sympathy. Although this is absurd, it is true. Chapter 24. After meeting Roger, Sakazuki did not feel much touched. It may be because of the hostile relationship between the two sides. It may also be because he knew what Roger was doing. So even if he saw a real person with his own eyes, it didn't feel too much, of course. Or it may be that I have seen too many powerful people recently. For example, Sengoku, such as Garp, Sora, Crane Vice Admiral, etc. Each of these people is a big figure in Marine, especially Garp, whose name is no worse than Roger. What impresses him is Roger's temperament, but Haki is restrained, not like a big pirate who dominates New World, more like an ordinary person with some power, of course, and his funny personality is also very interesting. In addition, it is Roger's mentality. Anyone who knows that he will be publicly executed in the near future will certainly not be so indifferent, but Roger is like this, as if the person who will die soon is not him. Completely without paying attention, he was still able to maintain his previous style and chat and laugh with the enemy. I haven't seen your power, but with just a glance of understanding, I am worthy of the title of One Piece. Roger's title of One Piece is because he conquered the entire Grand Line and became the One Piece. It is not because he is the strongest and dominates New World. In terms of strength alone, there are a few people in New World who are not worse than Roger. For example, Whitebeard, for example, Golden Lion. But even so, it is undeniable that Roger's strength, the first pirate king in the sea, is unmatched by anyone. For pirates, the title of One Piece is absolutely supreme, but for Sakazuki, One Piece is still a pirate. When I watched One Piece before, it was okay at the beginning. Because the protagonist is a pirate, his sense of the pirate is higher than that of Marine. But as I grow older, my opinion is different. Even though Marine is ugly, compared with the big camp of pirates, there is too much justice. I didn't expect you to be able to talk so peacefully with a pirate, Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Sakazuki and Roger did not talk for long. After a few sentences, Roger was escorted back into the cabin by Sengoku and Garp, and then he stayed on the ship without returning to his warship. As he continued to think about the conversation with Roger, there was a sound of footsteps in his ears, and then a voice rang behind him. Looking back, I saw a young Marine in his 20s standing behind him. This man was also wearing a Marine Justice coat. Looking at his rank, he was actually a Marine Rear Admiral, and if he remembered correctly, this man stood before him. Behind Garp. Slightly frowned, the other party clearly knew him, but he didn't know him, so Sakazuki didn't dare to speak indiscriminately. It is naturally impossible for him to know all the people Sakazuki knew in a few days. In the past few days, he mainly remembered the people around him and the senior management above Marine Vice Admiral. As for this Marine Rear Admiral, he did not know it. Who? What? Sakazuki Vice Admiral doesn't remember me. The other party saw that Sakazuki did not speak. Obviously he was surprised, but he didn't think too much, and continued, I'm Monkey D. Dragon, my father is Garp, and Sakazuki Vice Admiral. We've met several times, it seems I didn't care about me, so I didn't think of it. After Sakazuki heard the words, there was no change on the surface. But his heart trembled like a river. It's amazing. The Marine Rear Admiral in front of me is actually Garp's son, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long? Isn't Long the leader of the Revolutionary Army? How can I become Marine, and it is also Marine Rear Admiral? I am definitely looking forward to becoming Marine Rear Admiral at the age of more than 20 years. In the story of the pirates he knows, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army is definitely a very mysterious man. In addition to knowing that he is Garp's son, Luffy's father, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his experience, prosperity and ability it's an unknown number. But it is such a man who has become the most wanted criminal of the world government, which is enough to prove his horror. It is now 22 years ago before the plot. Long is actually a Rear Admiral of Marine. This is absolutely surprising. Although I don't know whether he became Marine voluntarily or forced by Garp, it can now be proved. One point is that the Revolutionary Army, which later made the world government most afraid of, has not yet been established. Face to face with such a future legend, even Sakazuki felt a lot of pressure. This pressure was even stronger than when he met Roger and Garp. Garp is Marine, a soldier with a strong belief, so Sakazuki gets along with him easily, while Roger, although he is the One Piece, he is in his twilight years and is about to die soon, so his heart is shaken, but he doesn't feel pressure. But the dragon in front of him, who was only in his 20s, made him feel tremendous pressure, because he knew how terrifying the future of this man was. Even to put it in a non-exaggerated way, he was even higher than his original achievements, and it is also very mysterious, so naturally made him very afraid. There should be no intersection between us, what do you want to tell me? From Monkey D. Dragon's words, Sakazuki also heard some information, that is, although the dragon and him know each other, they are not familiar with each other, so the dragon does not care much about his reaction. Although he was facing Sakazuki, who had a higher rank than his own, the dragon was not at all nervous, and said equally, I am very interested in your attitude and words of Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Oh. Sakazuki replied noncommittently, no matter what the other party's future is, at least it is Marine now and Garp's son, so he can't show hostility, and asks indifferently, my attitude? Is this weird? What is Roger? In this way, he is just a dying person. After a person dies, all sins will disappear. Why should I be hostile to him? Long said in surprise, this is not like your previous style. Although you don't know me well, I know about you. You never show mercy to pirates. Now you actually say such things. Isn't it wrong? Sakazuki snorted and said, what's wrong? I never feel soft when dealing with pirates. On the contrary, you are very strange, and you are actually interested in what I say? Now you are telling me these things that don't make much sense. What is your purpose? Long looked at Sakazuki earnestly and said, I'm just curious. You just said that you don't seem to respect the world government? I agree with allegiance to his justice. Chapter 25 East Blue Log Town. Sakazuki's mouth suddenly smiled. Long looked at Sakazuki in amazement. It was really the first time he saw Sakazuki's smile. He believed that it was not just him. I am afraid that even in Marine, I can see Sakazuki's smile. Count it with all hands. What are you laughing at? Long asked puzzledly. Sakazuki said, I'm laughing at you. When you say this, do you agree with me? Or do you agree with yourself? What do you mean? Long frowned, looking at Sakazuki with some caution. Sakazuki said, Dragon, although you are the son of Garp Vice Admiral, you are completely different. Why do you say that? Long asked. Sakazuki said, Feeling. Long Heihi smiled, I haven't found out before that you are such an interesting person. Sakazuki shrugged, then turned and left. To be honest, he didn't want to have too much intersection with the dragon. Although he only had a few conversations, he already felt that the dragon's worldview was not the same as that of him. Sooner or later is a matter of time. Looking at Sakazuki's back, the dragon's eyes flickered. Today's Sakazuki gave him a completely different impression. He always felt that the other party was suggesting something and also avoiding him. This made him very puzzled. There seemed to be nothing between them. What gap? From the first half of the Grand Line to East Blue, there are two roads, one is to cross the Red Line and the other is to cross the Calm Belt. Under normal circumstances, ships choose to cross the Red Line, but Marine has special technology. A warship built with sea stone, so they chose to pass through the Calm Belt and directly enter East Blue. But even after taking a shortcut, from Marineford to Logue Town, I sailed on the sea for a whole day and night. When the warships arrived in Logue Town, it was already the early morning of the next day, and at this time there were still 4 hours before Roger's public execution. Because Roger's public executions have spread all over the world, Logue Town, an ordinary East Blue town, seems to have become the center of the world at this time. Countless people gathered here from all over the world, making Logue Town suddenly changed. It has to be crowded. The name of One Piece is too big. There are many media reporters from all over the world alone, plus the pirates who come here secretly, and the people who admire Roger. There are not tens of thousands, and at least a few thousand. In order to prevent accidents from happening, the entire Marine branch of East Blue gathered together and sent a full 10,000 Marines to guard Logue Town. All the traffic arteries in Logue Town are covered with Marine. Everyone has to enter Logue Town. Except strict inspections. When the 10 naval headquarters arrived in Logue Town, the whole Logue Town was a sensation. Countless people wanted to go to watch, but they were all stopped by the Marine of Logue Town. The public execution has not yet started, so no accidents can happen. Sakazuki took the ghost spiders and followed the naval headquarters to the Marine branch of Logue Town. This time, the naval headquarters came to 3,000 people, led by Marine Admiral Sengoku. The lineup was extremely luxurious, plus the Logue Town, the 10,000 Marines that were temporarily mobilized. Even if the big pirates of New World came, it would definitely not cause trouble. The reason for sending such a luxurious lineup is mainly because of the fear that the pirates of the Roger Pirates will come to rescue. Although the Roger Pirate group has been disbanded, Roger, as the captain, will be publicly executed. Who knows if those brave people will come to the rescue? Although there are not many people in the Roger Pirate group, all of them are amazing. If they were to make trouble together, it would be time for the people from naval headquarters to go out. 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and finally it was time for public execution. Public execution is sacred to Marine. It is determined when and when it is set. There are few cases of early execution like the war. At the time, Sengoku also ordered the cancellation of the live broadcast, just not to let people know their plans. This time, the public execution was grand, and there was no pressure from the war, so naval headquarters was naturally impossible to execute the sentence in advance, but when there was half an hour before the execution, Roger was pressed by a group of Marine soldiers to go to the public execution square. As early as a few hours ago, countless people had gathered in the square where the execution was public. Everyone knew that the place of execution was in this square, and everyone was afraid that they would have no place, so they came here early. When Roger was escorted to the square was already overcrowded. The Marines finally opened a passage leading to the execution platform. On both sides stood countless Marine soldiers, who controlled the people around them and prevented them from letting them near. Under everyone's gaze, I saw a tall man with his hands and feet locked in shackles being taken over. The square that was originally noisy suddenly became quiet when this man appeared. Everyone was stunned. Looked at the man blankly. Roger smiled at the corner of his mouth and walked forward, not like a criminal at all, as if he was a king patrolling his territory, his eyes stunned, and his whole body exuded a shocking haki, with every step he took. A kind of momentum, so that everyone's eyes are focused on him. Roger's mood at this time is indeed very good, especially seeing so many people around the square to see his public execution. He is even more happy. Today will be the most important moment in his life, and he will stay there. At this time, make an important stroke in this world. His eyes scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he saw countless different eyes, some were scared, some were excited, some were pleasantly surprised, and some were sentimental. Everyone's eyes were different, but they were all seen by him clearly. The sea stone shackles can block his power, but he can't block his eyes. As a man who has trained observation haki to ultimate, he can clearly feel the psychology of most people. His gaze stayed in one place for a moment. He saw an acquaintance, but he quickly turned his head calmly and continued to look in other directions. He saw many young people, all of whom had hot gazes. Looking at him, he knew from the eyes of these people that these people would be on his way, so he was very pleased. Suddenly, he saw a familiar straw hat, and his expression became happier. He gave that straw hat to his most optimistic junior. He believed that Shanks would not let down his expectations, and would definitely take his will handed down. It's not a long passage. But it took 10 minutes to walk. Roger's performance surprised many people who watched the excitement. He was about to be publicly executed, and he was able to laugh. It was really shocking. Chapter 26 Brother, I don't bend. With so many people, if I take a meteor volcano at this time, can I have a big explosion of fear? When everyone was attracted by Roger, Sakazuki did not go to see Roger at all. Instead, he was thinking about his own affairs. There are probably no fewer than 3,000 people in the square, not to mention the people around the square. The buildings are densely packed with people. The fear value has not increased much since these 2 days, so Sakazuki has been thinking about this matter and how to obtain the fear value. Now that there are so many people gathered here, he feels that if a meteor volcano is here, it will definitely cause greater momentum than the last time at Naval Headquarters. After all, there are more ordinary people here, and their fear is more than that of killing people. Hemp pirates are easy to hook up and are easier to obtain. But this is destined to be just a conjecture. Let's not say whether he has that kind of cruelty to start with these ordinary people. If he really dares to do this, I am afraid that there will be no place for him in the world. The people here have gathered people from all over the world, such as Marine, world government, pirates, news media, etc. If he dares to take a meteor volcano, he will really become a mouse crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats. Do you feel very emotional that a pirate can actually cause such a sensation? Sakazuki turned his head helplessly and looked at the dragon that appeared behind him again. He was extremely speechless. Brother, I don't want to get involved. Can you not stick to me like this? Do you want to break me? For this dragon, he is really very depressed. This guy has been sticking to him like a gooey candy since yesterday. Yesterday, at the beginning, he was going to stay on the ship where Roger was being held, but the dragon didn't know what was going on. He had to pull him to chat. You just need to talk about something useful, this guy. It's a nonsense chat with no purpose at all, where I think and say where. In the end Sakazuki couldn't stand it anymore and began to coldly face, but the dragon seemed to be unable to understand, so he turned off the topic and continued to talk, making him feel so depressed that he had nowhere to send out the fire. In the end, he was really tortured and couldn't help but quickly left the warship and returned to his own warship. But he didn't expect that the dragon was completely skinless and faceless, and went back with him. In short, wherever he went, the dragon would go. Long followed him like a joke. He was so angry that he could only talk with him patiently, but it was okay for him to talk to him. When he talked, it was even more serious. The more he talks, the more relaxed he talks, the more he talks. He kept beating on the side and expounding his thoughts, and when he stared, he immediately changed the subject. In short, since yesterday, 1 day and 1 night, Sakazuki has not rested well. The dragon is like a fly, following him buzzingly. This morning he really couldn't stand it. He had an errand with Sengoku to take charge of the security of the east of the square. Because the dragon is following Garp and has to go to the execution stand, he uses this to avoid the dragon. The idea is good, but he did not expect that Long is also an unruly person. At this critical moment, he actually left his post and ran in front of him again. Looking at the curious and happy look of the dragon, Sakazuki couldn't wait for a magma fist to smash him into the air. If he didn't know that the dragon was a normal man, he would really doubt whether this guy had thoughts about himself. I said, "Didn't you see that I was busy?" Sakazuki said coldly. Long smiled. After a day and a night, he had a different view of Sakazuki. He found that Sakazuki didn't want to be ruthless and unkind. On the contrary, he was a very interesting and emotional person. He also knew how annoying he was yesterday, and he couldn't stand it any longer when he was replaced by ordinary people, but Sakazuki hadn't been angry after listening to him nagging for a day, even though he looked very uncomfortable. More importantly, he got some inspiration from Sakazuki. He felt that Sakazuki and him were almost the same, so he always wanted to contact Sakazuki. After talking to his father before, he came to Sakazuki again. So even though Sakazuki had a cold face, he was not worried at all. Instead, he approached Sakazuki familiarly. He looked at Sakazuki, who was a head taller than him, and then turned his eyes to the execution platform. Look, even though he is on the execution stage, that guy still keeps smiling. What does this mean? Sakazuki is more annoying of dragons, but in fact, he doesn't hate this person. Even after getting along yesterday, he thinks that dragon is a very interesting person. He has a personality similar to Garp. Frowning, he immediately noticed, and then changed the subject. He was an extremely smart person. I don't know. Too lazy to answer, Sakazuki said dryly. Long Si didn't care about Sakazuki's handling, and continued his own words. It shows that he is not afraid of death at all. A pirate who can do his level is really amazing. Why do you say he should surrender? Only a handful of people know why Roger turned himself in. Although Long is Garp's son, he doesn't know the secret that Roger is terminally ill. So he wonders why Roger turned himself in. It hasn't been long before Roger became the One Piece. It's normal. So, shouldn't it be a big deal? A cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes and said, perhaps, what secret does he have? Suddenly, Long turned his head, looked at Sakazuki, and said in confusion, Sakazuki, do you see something? I always feel like you know something. Perhaps. Sakazuki shrugged, but didn't answer. Not far from the two, the ghost spider and Lucas stood together, and they both looked at Sakazuki and the dragon curiously. The ghost spider asked Lucas suspiciously, Lucas, when did Sakazuki Vice Admiral have such a good relationship with the dragon? Lucas said, I don't know, but Sakazuki Vice Admiral said, Dragon Rear Admiral is very annoying. After a day of talking about it yesterday, I didn't expect to come to Sakazuki Vice Admiral again. The ghost spider said in a puzzled way, is this dragon here to take refuge in Sakazuki Vice Admiral? It's not right. He is the son of Garp Vice Admiral. The status of Garp Vice Admiral is no worse than that of Admiral. As the son of Garp Vice Admiral, how can he be It's impossible to take refuge in other people, so what is his purpose? And it is strange that Sakazuki can tolerate him. Ghost Spider and Lucas are both people who have followed Sakazuki for many years. They know this boss well, and they rarely show good looks. And they don't give face because the dragon is the son of Garp Vice Admiral. It is strange what the dragon has the ability to be able to chat with their cold boss for speculation. Chapter 27 The Death of One Piece. Hey, One Piece, where did you put all the treasures you found? By the way, and the legendary big secret treasure, have you found it? One Piece. Where is it? Just before the execution, a voice suddenly rang from the crowd in the square. It was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly, and the people around were all erected when they heard it was about the big secret treasure in the legend. Ears, staring at Roger on the execution stage. This sudden sound made the person in charge Sengoku's face changed drastically. He immediately shouted in horror, "Quick, let them execute the torture immediately, quickly." But it was too late. Roger laughed happily after hearing it, "Ha ha ha. Want my treasure? Don't talk." When the two executioners saw Roger talking, their souls were scared away, and they quickly raised the torture instruments in their hands. "If you want, I can give you all of them. Go and find them. I put all the treasures there. As long as you can find them, they will belong to you." Puff. The instrument of torture penetrated directly into Roger's body, but Roger showed a happy smile. He could finally rest in peace. What he didn't have the ability to do could only be done by the next generation, and the only thing he could do was these. Everyone stared blankly at Roger being executed and died. It took about tens of seconds before an astonishing roar broke out in the square, and most people roared in excitement. The treasure of One Piece, coupled with the legendary big secret treasure, ambitious people are all excited, but it can make people get rich overnight and become the treasure of One Piece. A hole, damn a hole. Not far from the execution platform, Sengoku roared angrily. The surrounding Marines looked at him in horror. They were always calm, Sengoku. He had never shown such an angry side. "Damn Roger, he did it deliberately, he definitely did it deliberately, I knew he was not at ease, and it seems that it is true now. He was for this purpose, this damn pirate. This is not the time to be angry, Sengoku, quickly find a way to suppress the news, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Crane Vice Admiral stopped Sengoku's scolding, and then persuaded him. Sengoku took a deep breath. He also knew that the situation was urgent, so he immediately arranged for people to evacuate the people in the square to prevent the news from spreading out quickly. After all the Marines got the order, they immediately moved. "Have you already guessed that this will happen?" Long looked at Sakazuki in surprise and asked. Sakazuki replied faintly, "Do you think I am so good? Can you predict the future?" The dragon nodded. He also felt that this kind of thing was impossible. Even Sengoku and others could not guess Roger's idea. How could Sakazuki guess it? But in this way, the world will be in chaos. I am afraid that countless people will go to sea for this purpose and become pirates. Sakazuki said, "It is precisely because of the existence of pirates that we need to exist. Long Dao, according to what you said, it is not a bad thing for us to have more pirates. With them, we have the value of existence." Sakazuki sneered and said, "You really will distort the opinions of others. Pirates are pirates and should be completely extinct. Their existence will only bring chaos to the world. Eliminating pirates is the value of our existence. Also, next time it's best not to spread your dangerous thoughts at will. Not everyone can tolerate your thoughts like me, hey." After warning the dragon, Sakazuki immediately turned around and shouted to the Ghost Spider and Lucas, "Immediately stop the chaos. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos, arrest them all." As he said, he took his soldiers to the square quickly. In fact, whether there are hundreds of him or not has little effect on Marine. He just wanted to see if he had a chance to earn fear points. But when he got to the square, he realized that he still thought too much, because before he came, Marine had already controlled the situation. Most of the people in the square were ordinary people. They were just excited, but didn't think about it. To create chaos, so naturally it will not cause turmoil. One thing Sakazuki found it strange. He remembered saying in the anime that when Roger was publicly executed, many later great pirates came to watch, such as Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Moria, Crocodile, and so on. But when he first opened his eyes to search, he did not find a few, and these few were either not pirates or not very well known. The others must be because there were too many people, and they were hidden again. So I didn't find it. Fur. Among the crowd, a man wearing a feather coat and sunglasses gave out a deep smile. It's really funny, Roger, One Piece, really is a first-class character, he is using his own life again. Come to usher in a new era. Dover. This man is Doflamingo in his youth, and around him are the first cotters. Doflamingo looked at them and said, Fur, a new era is coming, and we also have to make preparations in advance. Virgo, it's time for you to be dispatched. Go, to welcome our new era, the new era must belong to us. As celestial dragons, coupled with conqueror's haki, Doflamingo considers himself the man of choice, and at the same time he has a very keen eye. Even if the average person sees such a movement, he may not be able to guess anything, but he is quite sure that soon there will be drastic changes. Captain. At the outermost part of the crowd, two teenagers were crying. One of them was wearing a yellow straw hat and the other had a very strange red nose. I gotta go. After the two cried for a while, the young man with a red nose wiped away his tears and said firmly. The straw hat boy suddenly said, Buggy, let's go together. I am ready to create a pirate group, so come you too. The red-nosed boy jumped up and pointed to the straw hat boy and said, Shanks, I will not join your pirate group, nor will I become your subordinate. I have to rely on my own strength to become the pirate king just like the captain. Buggy. Shanks, the straw hat boy, called. But Buggy ignored him at all, turned his head and left, and went further and further, only Shanks was left. Shanks watched Buggy leave, then looked in the direction of the execution table, and said firmly, Captain, I will definitely not let down your expectations. I will pass on your will, and I will. Chapter 28 Important Tasks. This trip is really a loss. I didn't get any fear points. It's better to stay in naval headquarters and go out for 2 laps to get the fear points. Looking at the square that has gradually receded from the crowd, Sakazuki's face was full of discomfort. He didn't get the fear value. He was really unhappy at all. If there is no system, it will be fine. But now that there is a system, if you can't earn the fear value, let it naturally. He was very upset. The time for the public execution has passed, and the crowd has receded, but the top leaders of naval headquarters are not happy. Although Roger was executed this time, it has brought great hidden dangers. Before Roger's death, it will definitely cause the chaos of the world structure. For Marine, this is worrying. Coming from the Grand Line with great momentum, but in the end, they ended up in defeat. Anyone with a bit of knowledge can see that the naval headquarters was played by Roger this time. Although Roger died, he was overcast at the end of his life. Headquarters once, but still a very heavy blow. After returning to naval headquarters, it was naturally Marshal Marine's gloomy face that was greeted, but it had nothing to do with Sakazuki and the others. This time it was Sengoku who took the lead. If it is to be held accountable, Sengoku will naturally be held. Too much relationship. What made many Marine soldiers depressed was that they finally calmed down for a few days. The Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki, which only existed in the rumors but now exists, actually appeared again. For 3 days in a row, Sakazuki did not stop for a day. In the morning and afternoon, he would walk around the naval headquarters base. He would go wherever there were many people. Although most soldiers are used to it, there are still many people who are very uncomfortable. Every time I saw Sakazuki looking at them with a cold face, I couldn't help but feel terrified. In 3 days, I once again collected more than 5,000 fear points for Sakazuki, but the income is really getting lower and lower, especially on the 3rd day. It turned out to be only 1,000 years old. According to this trend, I am afraid that it will not be better. In a few days, I won't receive any fear value. Sakazuki, I heard that you have been wandering around in the base again these days? Tell me what the hell is going on? Can't you go to train soldiers if you are fine? I have to wander around. What I have said to you before, is it the wind in your ears? Sora patted the table very angrily, and asked Sakazuki in front of him. Sakazuki replied with a stunned look, I didn't do anything, I just walked around. Is this also wrong? You. The heir pointed at Sakazuki, sighing, how come you become like this now? In the past few days, he has been busy remedying the public execution of Roger. He went to the holy place Marie-Joyce and contacted the news media. He was so busy that he didn't have the energy to deal with ordinary trivial matters. Unexpectedly, after the matter was settled a little bit, he immediately received a complaint from the officers saying that Sakazuki started to wander around again. Although it did not cause trouble, it also caused a certain impact, so he immediately recruited Sakazuki. Severely criticized, but at present, it seems that the effect is not significant. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, in fact, this is not a thing. At most it has a little impact, but it can't stand it. There are always complaints and annoy him, so he wants to solve it completely. Don't let Sakazuki go all day. Do nothing. Speaking of it, he also misses the old Sakazuki better. Look at how good it was before. Although it is not close to humanity, it never causes trouble. Recently, things about Sakazuki are one after another. Of course, most of them are good. This awful thing made him annoying. I think you have been really idle lately. Well, I will arrange one thing for you. Sora didn't want to be upset by this little thing, so Sora felt that it was not a good thing to keep Sakazuki in the base, so he was ready to send him out to do something, and now he has a very troublesome but very important thing in his hands. Originally, he was going to send Sengoku, but this matter is not simple, and it may take a long time. As Admiral in charge of the military, Sengoku cannot leave naval headquarters for so long, and he is not at ease with other people, so he handed it in. For Sakazuki, it's a very good choice. Sakazuki's eyes brightened, and the income of staying at naval headquarters is getting less and less, so he has been thinking about whether he can go out for the past 2 days. Now he heard that there is nothing to do, he is of course very interested. What's the matter? Are you leaving Marineford? Sora said, although Roger was sentenced to capital punishment, we were also calculated by him, leaving us with a lot of trouble. Among them is a very important thing, which is what I want to do to you, about Roger's bloodline. Thing. Sakazuki's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He had already guessed what Kong was going to explain to him. He asked, Marshal, you mean, let me go and investigate the matter of Roger's heir? Kong nodded and said, yes, according to our investigation, Roger may have left his blood in this world. Through CP0 intelligence, we investigated the places where Roger stayed before surrendering himself. There is one place where he stayed for a long time, Baidrila Island, so we think that Roger is very likely to have left his blood on this island. It's not possible, but certain. Sora is not sure, but Sakazuki knows very well that there is indeed Roger's posthumous child in Baidrila Island, and Marine's search direction is not wrong, but they met a very great mother. In order to save their children, they were exhausted. Own energy, so Marine finally failed. But this matter made Sakazuki a little bit embarrassed. To be honest, if it was another task, he would definitely take it without hesitation, but he really hesitated for this task. If Roger's posthumous child is found, what should I do? Sora raised his head in surprise, looked at Sakazuki, and asked, "Do you still need to ask me this question?" "Of course you don't have to ask, it must be executed. If it's the original body, you won't hesitate, but now Sakazuki is different. He doesn't care about killing or anything, but it's really difficult to kill a child who is still in his stomach. Can get this hand." "What? Do you have any questions?" Kong asked. Sakazuki shook his head and sighed in his heart. He knew that even if he didn't take the task, Sora would send others, so he could only answer, "No, how do I search?" Sora said, "There will be people from CP0 who will come in contact with you. Of course, the people in charge are Marine. Those people on CP0 are just assistants. Besides, everyone in the South Blue branch, Marine, will follow your instructions. No matter what method you use, you must completely remove Roger's blood." Chapter 29 The Temptation of Marine Admiral. Ugh! After walking out of the empty office, Sakazuki looked at the sky outside and sighed heavily. To be honest, Sakazuki handed over this task to him. It can be said that it is really good, because he may be so far, except for the whole world. Outside of Garp, the only person who knew Ace's mother and son existed. How should I do it? Recalling the promise that Sora had just made to him, to be honest, he was really moved by his heart and had the idea of getting rid of Ace's mother and son. Marine Admiral. That's right, Sora's promise to him is that as long as he can find Roger's bloodline and get rid of it, it will give him a lot of credit and push him to the position of Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral, this temptation is really too big. If he can get to the position of Marine Admiral, he will be one of Marine's most powerful people. Whether it is his status or other preferential treatment, he is far beyond the present. So how could he not be tempted? He was just killing a pregnant woman who was powerless. But it is easier said than done. He is not the original Sakazuki, he can't be so cold-blooded, especially in his world. Pregnant women are the most in need of care. Suddenly let him kill pregnant women, it's really impossible to do it. Marshal Kong, you really have a problem for me. Returning to his own territory, Lucas and the Ghost Spider immediately gathered around and asked, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, the Marshal asked you to have any quests in the past." As Marshal Marine, Sora is actually very busy. Under normal circumstances, he doesn't find people casually. That's why they feel that Sakazuki is vacant. They must have given him a task. Because of the recent rumors among Marine soldiers, they know how much they know. Sakazuki sat on the chair and said slowly, "Ah, it was a task. Will you leave Marine Ford?" Seeing that Sakazuki was not in high spirits, the two of them thought it was not a good thing, so their voices became quieter. Sakazuki said, "Well, and if this task can be completed, he will immediately promote me to Marine Admiral." Real. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Spider and Lucas both screamed in shock, and then they were full of excitement. If Sakazuki became Marine Admiral, it would be a great thing for them both. As Sakazuki's first confidant, as long as Sakazuki is promoted, both of them will definitely get promoted. It is not a problem for Ghost Spider to become Marine Vice Admiral, and Lucas can go further, so they are naturally excited. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, what's the task? Marshal Saka takes it so seriously. Sakazuki raised his head, looked at the excited two people, and said lightly, "Speaking of which, this task is simple and simple. If it is difficult, it can be said to be difficult. The key question is how to choose." Ghost Spider and Lucas glanced at each other, both staring at each other. Neither of them understood what this meant. What was said to be simple was simple, and it was difficult to say that it was difficult. What task was it that made it so entangled? What does it have to do with? What can make Sakazuki hesitate? The Ghost Spider thinks it should be a difficult one. Roger, spit out 2 words slowly. Suddenly, both the ghost spider and Lucas were shocked. It turned out to be related to Roger. No wonder he was so taken seriously. Roger's name is too big. Although he is now dead. As long as he mentions this name, he will definitely cause vibration. Roger is dead, is it the remnants of the Roger pirates? Ghost Spider asked suspiciously. Sakazuki shook his head and said, no, it's Roger's blood. The Marshal got news from CP0, saying that Roger still left his blood in this world and locked a place. This time the mission is to search for Roger's blood. If I can find it and get rid of it, I can be promoted to Marine Admiral. What? Roger still has blood left? Ghost Spider and Lucas were both very shocked. Both of them witnessed the Battle of Etwall with Sakazuki at the beginning, so they know that the Pirate King Roger is powerful. If he really left his blood, it is indeed a major event, and it is no wonder that Kong takes it so seriously, and even rewards it with Marine Admiral. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, is CP0's intelligence accurate? Sakazuki said, although CP0 is a spy agency directly under 5 elders, it has high authority, but they have not the courage to report false information on this matter. There is nothing wrong with the intelligence, but the scope of their determination is a bit large. Terala Island, a huge island, do you think it will be easy to find a target? The Ghost Spider hesitated and said, it won't be too difficult, right? No matter how big an island is, where can it go? We will cooperate with the CP0 of the world government and Marine to conduct a full search. If we find someone, the problem should not be too big. Right, by the way, is Roger's blood already born or not? Sakazuki was stunned. Yes, no matter how big Baidrila Island is, as long as the world government is determined to find it, it will not be too difficult. Just like in the comics, if it weren't because Ace's mother was exhausted, make yourself look like you are not pregnant, I am afraid that someone has already found it. As for fleeing early, it is even more impossible. Roger has just been executed, and only a few people know about it. It is impossible to leak it, and it is impossible to be known by Portgas de Rouge. She cannot even think of it. Escape from Baidrila Island. Sure enough, knowing that although the plot is also a cheat, it can often lead to timing of thinking. After all, this is the real world, and accidents can happen at any time. The alertness in the heart is greatly increased, knowing that the plot is a good thing, but you can't rely on the plot that you think about everything, the plot may change at any time, so you must be alert. According to the information, the child should still be in the mother's belly, not yet born. Sakazuki said. The Ghost Spider suddenly brightened his eyes and said, that's even simpler. You can directly exclude the born child and target all pregnant women. It's just a pregnant woman. As long as you check one by one, you will definitely not escape. Our eyes. Sakazuki swept the Ghost Spider in amazement. This guy really has 2 brushes. He thought of a way to deal with it in an instant. In the plot, Naval Headquarters was indeed searched according to this method. It's too early to say this, Marshal Kong ordered us to leave immediately for South Blue tomorrow. The light in the eyes of the Ghost Spider became more and more intense, and he asked, it's just our people? No other people. Sakazuki replied affirmatively, of course, it's our own people. The Ghost Spider immediately exclaimed with joy, I know, I will arrange everything now. And I can leave early tomorrow morning. In his opinion, this is a great deed and merit. After it is done, Sakazuki becomes Marine Admiral, and they will definitely be rewarded. Of course, this kind of good deeds cannot be given to others. Chapter 30 Departing South Blue. Garp Vice Admiral, what do you mean? When the southern pier of Naval Headquarters came out, the Ghost Spider looked at Garp who was in front of him, and asked very puzzled. He and Sakazuki have already discussed and set off as soon as possible, so he has arranged the warship early in the morning, and ordered the personnel, everything is ready, and you can set off when Sakazuki arrives." But who would have thought that at this moment, Garp suddenly brought a few people over and said that he was going to South Blue with them. This immediately made him vigilant. This is a major matter for them, even the respected hero Garp. He also didn't want to give up this credit. Garp walked up to the ghost spider, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said, "This time I will go to South Blue with you. The fellow Roger still has blood left. How can I just ignore it? But this task is..." The ghost spider immediately wanted to refuse, but how could Garp give him this opportunity, and said directly, "I have already decided, so it's decided, don't you still have an opinion?" After that, the tiger glared, "And you dare say more about the way I can't save you?" The ghost spider can't go on any more. Garp is not a reliable person. If he really upsets him, he might actually beat him. The key is that he has nowhere to avenge him. Now he can only wait for Sakazuki to deal with it. Ns. Just when the ghost spider was embarrassed, Sakazuki arrived with Lucas and a group of soldiers. He immediately ran to Sakazuki excitedly and said, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, you are finally here. Garp Vice Admiral, he also wants to come with us, what do you think?" "Then take him, what else can I do?" Sakazuki's answer made the ghost spider suddenly stunned. He really couldn't believe that this was what Sakazuki said. He felt that Sakazuki should just refuse it, instead of agreeing like it is now. Garp laughed happily and patted Sakazuki's shoulder hard, looking very familiar. "I'll just say, Sakazuki, you will definitely bring me, we are the golden partners, wow ha ha ha." Sakazuki opened Garp's hand, "The golden partner, I'm still a platinum friend, your good friend is Sengoku, not me." He really doesn't care about bringing Garp, anyway, he hasn't decided what to do now. It's not a bad thing to bring Garp, and even if he refuses Garp, with Garp's unreliable character, it's weird to follow the undead face. The seamen who followed Garp were all used to Garp's performance, while those under Sakazuki's eyes widened. They found that the legendary hero Garp was really weird. When the ghost spider saw Sakazuki, he agreed. He couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Is this really good?" It was Garp who greeted him and complained, "Hey, kid, what are you talking about? Your boss agreed, and you are still whispering there, without any discipline." "Ugh." Sakazuki sighed slightly. Garp and the dragon are both father and son. Thinking of the dragon, he suddenly stopped because he saw the dragon right in front of him. "Hey, Sakazuki." Long said hello with a smile. But Sakazuki stopped abruptly, then turned his head and said to Garp without hesitation, "Garp Vice Admiral, you want us to take you with you, let him go back." Long's smile suddenly stopped. He didn't expect Sakazuki to say such a thing, it was too sudden. Garp is also a little strange. He heard the dragon say before, saying that the two of them are getting along very well. Why is Sakazuki going to drive the dragon away as soon as they meet? Why? Sakazuki said without any concealment, "Because he is so annoying, being followed by him, I can't do other things at all." Okay, let's not say any more. There are two choices, either you go or he goes, you make the decision. When other people heard this, they thought Garp would hesitate, but Garp didn't hesitate to say to the dragon, "You useless fellow, people all despise you, and you don't hurry to get out of it. It's really a shame for me. Get out." Long looked at Sakazuki with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that Sakazuki would actually make this move, which completely broke his plan. No matter how clever and witty he was, he couldn't do it. Sakazuki glanced at the dragon, then turned around and boarded the warship. At the same time, he was secretly relieved, and finally drove this guy away, otherwise he won't have a good life next. "How about, I did what I said." Garp followed with a smug look on the boat, this time only his lieutenant followed him. Sakazuki didn't pay attention to him. Although Garp was also twittering, it was much better than the stickiness of the dragon, so he would rather bring Garp than the dragon. This guy is really... Long stood on the shore, watching the warship's departure, shook his head helplessly, and followed enthusiastically, but he was driven back before he left. He was also depressed by Sakazuki. However, don't think that you can get rid of me with this simplicity, you will be back sooner or later. Sakazuki, after going to South Blue this time, what are you going to do? After sailing, Garp followed Sakazuki, without the demeanor of an elder at all, and asked with a smile. Sakazuki glanced at him and said, "Why is Garp Vice Admiral so interested in this matter?" Garp said, "Haha, it's nothing, I just think Roger's blood is too harmful, so I want to get rid of him sooner." Knowing that Garp lied, but Sakazuki didn't expose it, and said the truth, it's very simple. According to the information provided by CP0, Roger didn't stay in Beit Rila for a long time. He left about a month ago. In other words, at that time he knew that his woman was pregnant, so this woman was pregnant for at least 2 months. But inferring from time, Roger's stay there is not very long, at most half a year, so the woman's pregnancy time will not exceed 6 months from today. That is to say, this woman's pregnancy is about 2 months to between 6 months. It makes sense, it makes sense. Garp nodded repeatedly. In fact, he didn't know how long Roger's woman was pregnant. It was just that Roger told him that he had a child when he was in prison, but he really didn't know how long it was, so after hearing Sakazuki's analysis, I also think it makes sense. And after having this information, he found it a lot easier. After all, he only knew the address and name of the woman, but he really didn't know what she looked like, and he didn't bring anyone here this time. When other people went to investigate, he was not at ease, so he could only investigate on his own. In this case, the more information he knew, the more beneficial it would be for him. Chapter 31 CP0. Anything else? Seeing that Sakazuki stopped talking, Garp was immediately anxious, he was listening carefully. Sakazuki said, "No, we just need to send people to gather all the pregnant women on the island this month and check them one by one. It's that simple." Garp didn't believe it. Sakazuki asked, "Then what do you think there is?" "This is the easiest way." Garp said, "But this is too time-consuming. Who knows how many pregnant women there are on such a big island? It's not that simple to check, right?" Sakazuki said, "With the marine support of the entire South Blue branch, coupled with the intelligence support of CP0, as long as she is still on that island, it is only a matter of time before she can be found. Doesn't it mean that you can find it easily?" Garp whispered. Sakazuki naturally heard Garp's words to himself, but he pretended not to understand and played with himself. The distance from Grand Line Marineford to South Blue Beit Rila Island is much longer than the last time I went to Logue Town. In addition, Sakazuki was not in a hurry, so it took them a full 4 days to reach Beit Rila. Near the island. However, Sakazuki did not go to the island of Beit Rila at the beginning, but went to the marine branch nearest to the island of Beit Rila, because the hundreds of soldiers he brought were not enough to search the island of Beit Rila. You also need an army from the marine branch of South Blue. When they entered South Blue, the ghost spiders had already notified the marine branch of South Blue, so when they entered the South Blue marine branch, a large group of people immediately came to greet the army. As the supreme leader of the branches of South Blue in the 4 seas, Matt Podsway, as the only Marine Vice Admiral in the north of South Blue, is responsible for receiving Sakazuki and others this time. After seeing the arrival of the warship, he quickly walked to the ferry with people, and then waited. After Sakazuki led the people to disembark, he greeted him respectfully, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral, I'm Vice Admiral Matt Podsway from the branch." Matt Podsway's respect is also for a reason. Although his military rank is the same as Sakazuki and Garp, they are both Vice Admiral, but the gap between the two sides is very large. One is the headquarters Vice Admiral and the other is the branch Vice Admiral. As long as the headquarters Vice Admiral has an order, the branch Vice Admiral must execute it. Therefore, the position of the branch Marine Vice Admiral is actually similar to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, and may not even be comparable in strength. After all, the structure is different. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral is located in Marineford, and the knowledge is not comparable to that of the branch Vice Admiral. What's more, Marine Admiral Alternate Sakazuki and Marine Hero Garp are here this time. He is naturally more respectful. Matt Vice Admiral, hello. Sakazuki didn't put on airs, and said hello in a flat tone. As for Garp, he smiled and said nothing. Sakazuki told him when he was on the boat. This time it was him, so Garp will naturally not overwhelming. Matt Vice Admiral immediately invited, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral, knowing that you are coming, I have prepared the banquet, let's eat first. Sakazuki waved his hand and said, just eat anything, no trouble. By the way, you should be ready for everything I told you before. When Sakazuki talked about business matters, Matt immediately converged and replied solemnly, I have gathered the soldiers from all branches, 3,000 people are ready to go, and follow your orders at any time. Very good. Sakazuki was very satisfied. 3,000 people, plus his 500 people, 3,500 army, were enough to search Bait-Rila Island. But Matt suddenly hesitated again. What's the matter? Sakazuki raised his brows and asked, is there any trouble? Matt's eyes flashed, approaching Sakazuki, and then he whispered, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, it is indeed a bit troublesome. It is part of CP0 of the World Government Spy Agency. Their people are in the branch at this time. It's not easy to deal with. At the end, his face became a little ugly, obviously he was very dissatisfied with the people of CP0. CP0? Why are these guys here? Garp changed from being lazy and frowned. He was obviously unhappy. Sakazuki didn't have much contact with this spy agency, but he was different. He knew the horror of this spy agency, and even he didn't want to be there. People contact. Matt replied, they should be waiting for you. Sakazuki said, let's go and visit them for a while. According to what Sora told him before, the main task of CP0 is to provide them with information on Marine, but now it seems that it doesn't seem to be what they said, just don't know what they plan to do. Sakazuki doesn't know much about CP0. They only know that they are the most hidden real power organization in the world government. They are the upper layers of CP1 to CP9. It is said that there are people who are not weaker than Marine Admiral. These people are only loyal to celestial dragons. Is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. Although he didn't want to deal with this group of people, since the other party had already come to him, he would naturally not hide from him. As the Vice Admiral of the Marine branch, Matt was naturally on Sakazuki's side, so he immediately took them to the branch base. You are the person in charge of the search this time? Why isn't it Marine Admiral? Such an important matter, don't you Marine take it so seriously? When Matt took them to the branch base and saw the few people from CP0, Sakazuki hadn't spoken yet, but those few people spoke first, and when they spoke, they were very dissatisfied and disdainful. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes and looked at the four people carefully. Their outfits are all very strange. They all wear masks. They are wrapped in white robes and white suits and ties on the inside. They don't look like spies. The spy is more like a distinguished nobleman. It was one of the four who was speaking. Although he couldn't see the expression, he must have the same tone as them. The Marines who came in were very upset, because these people were too arrogant. In the Marine branch base, they actually said that Marine was not the one, but Sakazuki did not speak, and they could not speak, they could only stare unhappy. These four people. Sakazuki said faintly, Marine Admiral's affairs are heavy, where there is time to do these chores, so it can only be done by us people, but you, instead of going to Marie Joyce to be your watchdog, you ran to our Marine. Is it because you don't even know the way home? What did you say? All the four who were sitting there stood up and stared at Sakazuki furiously. Chapter 32 Division of Labor and Cooperation. They stood up, but Sakazuki walked slowly to the side chair and sat down, staring at them. Here, it is our Marine site. It's not yet your CP0's turn to dictate here. Among the four, the one with the white mask stretched out his hand to stop the other three wanting to do it, and then stared at Sakazuki with cold eyes, and said, I know you, the upstart of Naval Headquarters, Admiral Alternate, Sakazuki, possess the lava fruit ability. Sakazuki is not surprised that the other party knows his identity. This is the strongest spy agency in the world, and he is a relatively well-known figure in Marine. The other party doesn't know him. He doesn't say anything. He just looks at the other party. The voice of the person wearing the white mask is very unique, making it difficult to distinguish between a male and a female. His figure is the shortest among the four, about 1.9 meters. The other three are taller than him, the tallest is even the tallest. Higher than Sakazuki, but the identity of the other three is obviously not as good as this one with white masks. However, even the marshal of your naval headquarters would not dare to insult us like this. Sakazuki sneered at the corner of his mouth and said, That's really embarrassing. I just got so courageous. Others don't give me face, and don't expect me to give him face. Garp watched Sakazuki confront these people without letting it go, and he was surprised. The status of CP0 is very high. The other party is right. Even if they are empty, they will not underestimate each other, let alone call them gatekeepers. Dog, although he thinks Sakazuki is right, he can't say it so openly. This is an offense to CP0. This Sakazuki is really courageous enough, just a bit impulsive. Humph. Sakazuki's words caused a few cold snorts. As Sakazuki said, this is the Marine branch base and Marine site. It's not a good choice to turn a face with Sakazuki here, so even if they feel upset, they can only press endure. You said that searching for Roger's blood is just a chore. Is this what you mean by Marine, or by yourself? Sakazuki said, What? Do you CP0 think this is a big deal? Let's not say whether Roger has left blood, even if it is left, it is just an unborn baby, and how big it can be. Impact? Sending me a Marine Vice Admiral is already considered enough. Hey! The white-masked man snorted disdainfully, and said, It's really ignorant. Your ignorance makes you never know how broad this world is. Sakazuki flashed a cold light in his eyes, and snorted coldly, If you dare to talk to me like this, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Sakazuki, you are too rude, we are here to assist you in the search, is this your attitude? The white-masked man shouted angrily. Sakazuki said coldly, You also said that it is assistance. When I am a person dislikes doing things, others point me at me. If you find it unacceptable, then please leave. Without you, we can still complete the task. Court death. Finally, one person couldn't help it anymore, shouted angrily, rushed to Sakazuki very fast, raised his fist and smashed it at Sakazuki. You dare! When they saw that they actually dared to attack Sakazuki, the ghost spider, the number one subordinate, rushed in angrily, stood in front of Sakazuki, and collided with the man's fist fiercely. Boom! The ghost spider and the sneak attacker stepped back at the same time. And they were evenly matched, while Sakazuki stood up furiously and shouted at the white-masked man, If you want to do it, then I will satisfy you. As he spoke, he saw that his right hand had turned into magma, dripping on the ground, making a sneer. Get out! The man in the white mask didn't expect his subordinates to take action, so he shouted sharply, and then said coldly to Sakazuki, You are too much, so my talent will take action. Sakazuki, we are not here to argue with you. Lord Five Elders has already issued an order to get rid of Roger's blood. If we are fighting here, it will be hard to explain to you or me when we go back. At this time Matt also rushed to Sakazuki's front and whispered, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, these people are not easy to mess with, and what he said is correct. This time it is for Roger's blood. There is no need for infighting. In fact, he is also afraid. Whether it is Sakazuki or this group of people, he can't afford to offend them. They fight here. No matter who wins, he is the one who is unlucky in the end, so he least wants to see them fight." Garp also walked to Sakazuki and said, "Sakazuki, these people are 5 elders and celestial dragons behind them. If you offend too hard, it will be bad for you in the future. After all, you are not Marine Admiral." After spending a few days with Sakazuki, he also discovered that Sakazuki is not as rigid and cold as before. It has a human touch, and it treats him well, so he doesn't want Sakazuki to offend CP0. Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral seem to be just a level difference. In fact, the gap is still very large. If you sit in the position of Marine Admiral, even 5 elders and celestial dragons will not be easily convicted, but Marine Vice Admiral is different. Now, if 5 elders is determined to convict, Sora may have to take orders. Sakazuki's thoughts are also turning in his heart. He is like this. Others respect him, and he respects others, but these people are too arrogant and don't put him in the eyes at all, so he is equally unrelenting. But now the person in the white mask has been slightly softened, indicating that the other party doesn't want to make a fuss, so even if he feels upset, he can only suppress it. "Perform your duties, you provide information, and we are responsible for searching. If someone is really caught, half the credit will be given." The person in the white mask didn't think much about it either, and directly replied, "Okay, but you must act as soon as possible." Sakazuki said coldly, "This is not a character that can be completed in a short period of time. It needs to be investigated one by one. We are responsible for the general direction. You mainly investigate whether there are any missing fish, but I don't want anyone to do anything in the middle." "I understand." The man in the white mask said, "We are not as idle as you think. Don't worry. Our intelligence personnel have been scattered on the island of Batarila and have been investigating and collecting. However, time is limited and there is no good effect. Is there any method? Looking for marine cooperation is actually a helpless move. Although the CP organization has strong intelligence capabilities, it has too few personnel, and it is impossible to do this thing at the same time. This time they can use the staff, except for the 4 of them. Except for the people directly under CP0. There are fewer than 50 people transferred from the lower level CP organization, so they can only find Marine to cooperate." Chapter 33. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? Why are you arresting us? On the island of Batarila, a very ordinary town, I saw a group of Marines walking forward with couple after couple. Many of them were very angry and yelled, but the one who greeted them very quickly was Marine. Muzzle. Such scenes are happening everywhere in Batarila Island, with groups of Marine soldiers crushing pregnant couples. Sakazuki looked at the couple after they were taken to the square and shook his head helplessly. It was not that he was cruel, but he had to do this kind of thing, because even if he didn't do it, others would do it. So he doesn't mind being a bad person. For him, sometimes being a bad person is not necessarily a bad thing. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, pregnant couples in several nearby towns who meet the requirements have been taken here. There are a total of 1,432 pairs. What should I do next? Matt Vice Admiral reported to Sakazuki. Sakazuki nodded and said, "Among these people, is there only one person?" Matt Vice Admiral immediately replied, "Yes, there are 13 pairs of widows, but after our investigation, the possibility is unlikely." The person wearing the white mask who has been following coldly snorted, "Is there a possibility? It's not your decision. The pirates are cunning and cunning. What can't be done? No one can check it out without final confirmation. Matt Vice Admiral ignored him at all, but waited for Sakazuki's answer. Sakazuki said solemnly, "Let the soldiers be polite and don't hurt the pregnant woman. Although this guy makes me unhappy, he is right. You can't jump to conclusions without final confirmation." Humph. Hearing Sakazuki's blatant sarcasm, the white-masked man snorted again in discomfort, but Sakazuki agreed with him, which surprised him very much. "Then what do you do next? You can't keep them here forever, anyway, they are all pregnant women." Matt Vice Admiral glanced at the more than 1,000 pregnant women detained in the square, and said unbearably that although he was a soldier, he was not cold-blooded, not to mention that these were all pregnant women. He really treated them like this. "I can't bear it." Sakazuki patted him on the shoulder and said, "I know you feel guilty, but this matter is very important. It is not something you and I can decide. Leave it to me next." With that said, he headed towards the square and walked to the temporary high platform before stopping. In fact, this idea came from him. It didn't need to be so troublesome. The suggestion from Ghost Spider was to catch them all one by one, and then investigate, but he felt that the speed was too slow, and he wanted to solve them as soon as possible, so he would take them. Gather together. "Hey, hello." Sakazuki, who was standing on the high platform, was already very conspicuous. Now that he uttered a loud voice, all the dissatisfied but fearful couples in the square looked at him. "I'm Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Sakazuki. I know that gathering you here forcibly makes you very scared, but this is also impossible, because we are performing a major mission. If the mission fails, it will bring great harm to the world, and it may directly harm you. So please don't be afraid, and don't resent us, because we are thinking about you." Hearing Sakazuki's words, the couple in the square immediately started chattering. "Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is great? Can you bully us civilians? My wife is already in poor health. If you are scared of anything, I will fight with you." Too overbearing. I used to think that these Marines were overbearing. Now it seems that they are even more unreasonable. They even let us pregnant women. I want to lie to us. What is a major task? We are just a group of ordinary people. What does it have to do with us? Yet, why don't you arrest other people, just arrest us who are pregnant? There must be an ulterior secret. Sakazuki naturally heard some of the following comments, so he said again, "I know that people may not believe me. If it is mine, I will definitely not believe it, but I want to tell you no matter what you believe it or not, you must follow our arrangements, otherwise, I will execute him in the name of obstructing official duties." Fear score from Lizzie Targaryen, plus 136. Fear score from Lina Shadwire, plus 121. From Heidi. From. When prompted by the system, Sakazuki's face remained unchanged, because this situation was not beyond his expectation. Most of the people here are ordinary people, and most of them are women. The courage is originally small. It is natural to be so scared by him. Fear will be born. Although this kind of fear value is not what he wants, but there is no way. This time things must be done by him. Since it is unavoidable, then getting some incidental benefits from it is also considered as the maximum benefit. "My lord, I don't know what's the matter with you, why are we all brought here? We are really good people." Standing in front, a middle-aged man bowed his head and asked Sakazuki. Sakazuki said, "I know you are all good people, otherwise I will not bring you here today, but will send you all to prison or be executed." As soon as I heard of the execution, most of the people's faces showed horror. For ordinary people, death is the most terrifying, especially now that they are all pregnant women with children. Especially seeing Sakazuki's cold expression on his face, one by one was even more frightened. Fear score from Walid Scarlet, plus 356. From. After these few words, there is another wave of fear value prompts, and the values are relatively high, making Sakazuki feel a little guilty unconsciously, and scaring pregnant women. This kind of thing, I don't know if he will go to hell. What the hell Sakazuki is doing, how can it be scary? What's the use of this? When Garp saw Sakazuki's behavior, he felt a little dissatisfied. It's not a bully. The ghost spider argued, Sakazuki Vice Admiral has his own plan, not to mention hurting people, as long as the goal can be achieved. The man in the white mask said disdainfully, just this means? If you can catch people with a few intimidation, then we have caught people long ago. We have not found them after investigating for so long, which is enough to show Rogers. That woman is a very smart person. If she were really here, she wouldn't be frightened by a few words of intimidation. The ghost spider coldly snorted, if you can't find anyone by yourself, don't talk coldly. We have our way of doing things, and it's not your turn to talk about it. As Sakazuki's adjutant, the ghost spider is full of hostility to these CP0 people. Whenever they have a bad word, he will immediately go back. Chapter 34. Now, I'm going to tell you the reason that brought you here. Some of you should know the name Roger, right? Sakazuki did not continue to intimidate, but was ready to tell the mission and goals this time. Roger? That's the One Piece Roger. Hasn't Roger been executed? Speaking of what he was doing. I heard that Roger is a big villain who kills people like hell. He is the One Piece. It is best for such a person to die. But at this time, mentioning him, is it related to arresting us? When Sakazuki mentioned Roger, some people were at a loss, but some screamed in horror. Although Roger was too far away from them, they had seen a lot of pirates. The pirates they saw were it's already so bad, it's hard to imagine how bad One Piece will be. Your guess is correct. The reason why you are brought here is related to Roger, the One Piece King. According to the information we got, Roger once stayed on this island for a period of time, married a woman, and gave birth to offspring, and according to our speculation, this woman's pregnancy time was about 2 months or more. Now, do you know why you brought you here? Sakazuki said slowly. One Piece's woman and blood, it's impossible, isn't it? The couples in the square were all shocked by Sakazuki's words. Roger actually stayed on their island, and there was a woman and a child. No wonder Marine took them here so aggressively, he must be suspicious of them. Someone has something to do with Roger. Master Marine, we have nothing to do with Roger. You can't wrong the good guys. Yet, we are all ordinary people, and our couple have only had children after so many years of marriage, so please leave us alone. Most people are even more afraid. They are all scared. If Marine really puts them on a charge related to Roger, it would be a deadly place. The fear value ushered in another wave of crazy growth. These people were frightened, and the fear in their hearts doubled. Sakazuki's heart was mixed with joy and guilt, but on the surface, he did not show any signs. I know that most of you have nothing to do with Roger, but this is our job. You must be investigated one by one. This is also the best way to clear your doubts. It's good to cooperate with our actions, otherwise, what is the consequence of getting involved with Roger? I don't need to explain more, right? Everyone is half dead, no matter where they dare to complain, they can't wait to wash their innocence immediately. What the hell is he doing? He actually explained our purpose in this way. If it is spread out and Roger's woman gets the news and escapes, then we are not in vain. Seeing that Sakazuki actually stated the purpose of the action as soon as he came up, the agent in the white mask suddenly roared angrily. Since Sakazuki came to power, he has not understood what it means. Now I see Sakazuki actually saying that. He couldn't help it anymore. However, except for a few of their CP0 people, the rest of Marine was completely silent. Even though Garp and Matt Vice Admiral were surprised, they did not show any dissatisfaction. They thought Sakazuki must have his own plan. Couldn't this Sakazuki deliberately want to leak the news and let the target escape? Right. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the white-masked man, and suddenly asked in a cold voice. The ghost spider also snorted and said, "You are still the strongest spy agency under the world government. Don't you even see this plan?" Sakazuki Vice Admiral said this deliberately. "If we investigate one by one, think it's not impossible to find the goal, but it's definitely very difficult," so Sakazuki thought of a way to draw the snake out of the hole. Matt Vice Admiral asked in surprise, "You mean, Sakazuki Vice Admiral deliberately leaked the news? In fact, you want to let the target know?" The ghost spider said, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral said that people are more likely to make mistakes when they are extremely flustered, and we search like this, as long as the target is not a fool, she will definitely be able to guess our purpose, so we simply know it directly. Leak out the news. After getting the news, the target will inevitably be nervous. How will ordinary people react when they are nervous?" Matt Vice Admiral immediately replied, "I will definitely want to escape." The ghost spider said, "Yes, ordinary people will definitely want to escape, and they are still women, so the first reaction is definitely to escape. The farther you escape, the better, and it's best to leave the island." Matt regained his senses and said, "No wonder Sakazuki Vice Admiral asked me to lay ambushes in various ports before. It turns out that all of this was in his plan." The ghost spider said, "As long as we make the noise big enough, the target is more likely to want to escape. As long as we stay at the ports that leave the island, she will not be able to escape with her wings, so we will continue to expand the current situation. Investigate and pay attention to whether there are single women who want to escape." Garp listened to the side, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. He came here this time to save Roger's woman and blood, but he hasn't found it yet, but as Sakazuki continues to search like this, it will be a matter of time to find her. That's why he was very worried. You must find her before Sakazuki, or she will definitely die. In his opinion, no matter whether Roger's woman falls into Sakazuki's hands or CP0's hands, she must be inevitable, so he must find her before them. His only advantage now is that he is better than others. Knowing more information, as long as the woman has not left, he will be able to find it. The 4 people in CP0 are also very upset. Although they are working together with Marine this time, they are not a department after all. They want to find it first, and then take the credit. Before they just wanted to take advantage of Marine's number of people, but Sakazuki did not expect Sakazuki. "I didn't tell them even if I had a plan, it was obviously guarding them." The man with the white mask immediately cast a look at the people under him, and the man immediately understood what he meant, and then left quickly. After Sakazuki said these words, those couples really cooperated a lot. They were originally in a disadvantaged position, and now they have a big hat down. They are more afraid, especially the seriousness that Sakazuki said just now, which makes them feel more the pressure has doubled, just thinking about clearing up the doubts for the first time, where I dare to oppose. Chapter 35 Double Fear Card. Marine searched the island with great fanfare and spread throughout the island in a short time. People on the entire island knew that the big figures of naval headquarters were searching for the orphan of Roger, the Pirate King. Immediately afterwards, something that Sakazuki and others could not anticipate happened. Those pregnant women who met the requirements were so cooperative that every time Sakazuki went on stage to threaten and explain, it was not as scary as the first time. When the search operation continued to the 7th day, tens of thousands of pregnant women had been confirmed to have nothing to do with Roger, and in the past few days, no pregnant women were found wanting to escape, so Marine's search still found nothing. This result made everyone else eager, but for Sakazuki, he didn't care at all. Every day he watched his fear value keep growing, which was more happy than he was about to catch Ace and his mother. Although Sora has already said that as long as he can find Roger's blood, he can be promoted to Admiral, but in fact, he himself is not too anxious. It will be a matter of time before he becomes Marine Admiral. He feels that the more important thing for him now is to strengthen himself. Without sufficient strength, Marine Admiral's position is unstable. After staying in Marine for so long, he still knows a little bit about Marine Admiral's responsibilities. Marine Admiral has great power, but correspondingly, he has to bear more responsibilities, especially for pirates. They are all facing big pirates. If they can't fight against the pirates without strong strength, then it will be laughable and generous. So Sakazuki is not in a hurry to be promoted to Marine Admiral, but feels to keep a low profile. Now he is still slowly getting acquainted with the power of the original body, as well as the ability to develop the system, to see if he can get stronger from the system. Strength 25,579. This is the fear value that Sakazuki obtained within 7 days, plus the previous ones. It adds up to a total of almost 26,000 fear points. Most of these fear points are obtained from the families of pregnant women, and some are obtained from marine soldiers in the branch. However, although the fear value is quite high, Sakazuki did not cause any harm to those families. Instead, he repeatedly emphasized the soldiers under his command, investigating, and absolutely not allowed to oppress. Especially after the accident that happened the next day, all Marine soldiers dared not care. On the second day, there was a brave soldier from the Marine branch. After seeing a beautiful pregnant woman, he took advantage of his power to act on the pregnant woman. Instead of stopping, the other soldiers watched with laughter. In the end, the pregnant woman's husband flees desperately, and asks for help, and then goes to Sakazuki's place. In fact, when Sakazuki first heard the news, Sakazuki was also very shocked. Although the description of Marine in the One Piece comic is not very positive, in his opinion, at least the vast majority of Marines are just. After this kind of thing, he was very angry and shocked. Sakazuki can't be regarded as a person who hates evil, but he definitely can't see people bullying ordinary people, especially pregnant women who need to be protected. This is something that he absolutely cannot tolerate. So in the end, he imposed the most severe punishment on the soldier who committed the crime, and executed military law on the spot, and the rest of the soldiers who did not stop were also punished relatively lightly. The Marines who came with him were accustomed to Sakazuki's harshness and coldness, but the soldiers in the Marine branch were very scared, directly providing a lot of fear value, and in the next few days, no one dared to be messy and disrespectful to those pregnant women anymore. It hasn't been a long time to descend into this world, and Sakazuki didn't fully understand what the right justice is, but he knew that there were some bottom lines that could not be touched. More than 26,000 fear points are the most fear points that Sakazuki has received so far. Of course, the number of people who provided fear points this time is also amazing. If it weren't for the fact that the news spread too quickly, it caused the pregnant women later. I'm not afraid of him anymore, maybe the fear value he gets can be doubled. Fortunately, the system does not give him much choice now, only 3 haki fruits can be consumed, but armament haki and observation haki he did not dare to invest casually for a while. After all, his own haki has not been able to use it freely, and continue to improve. If you do, you can't feel much change. As for the lottery, as far as the few things he has drawn so far, the effect of the loyalty card has not been seen. The burst talisman is good, but the chance of winning is too low. It is okay to spend a certain amount of fear, but it is too much. Just betting is too big, and some are not worthwhile. I bought 20 Conqueror's Haki fruits in a row, and after eating them, the range of Conqueror's Haki suddenly became 34 meters. After buying 20 Haki fruits at once, Sakazuki still had more than 6,000 fear points left. He didn't rush to buy Haki fruits anymore, but clicked on the lottery option. There are only 3 kinds of Haki fruits. Armament Haki and Observation Haki are not ready to buy. Conqueror's Haki has also increased to 34 meters, and the range is almost the same. For the time being, if you increase it by a few meters, the effect is not very big, so he wants to see can you get a good thing in the lottery. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Congratulations on winning a loyalty card, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on winning a donut, which has been deposited in the backpack. Sakazuki was drawn twice in a row, which made Sakazuki happy, but then thank you for participating again, this time thank you for participating 5 times in a row, and finally got something again. Congratulations on drawing a bursting charm, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on winning a loyalty card, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on winning a donut, which has been deposited in the backpack. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Thank you for participation. Congratulations on drawing a bursting charm, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on winning a loyalty card, which has been deposited in the backpack. Congratulations on drawing a double fear card, which has been deposited in the backpack. During the 30-second draw, a new item suddenly appeared, the double fear card, which immediately made Sakazuki exhilarated and quickly checked it in his backpack. Double fear card, select a target and double the fear value generated by the target, which is permanently effective. Isn't this a double experience card? Anyway, my previous life is also an old player in online games. After seeing the effect of this double fear card, he immediately reacted. Isn't this the same as the double experience card in online games, but this card adds a double fear value. Times. Chapter 36 Pourgas de Rouge. What makes Sakazuki most delighted is that this double fear card is permanently valid, that is to say, as long as he uses a double fear card on a person, the fear value of that person will be doubled in the future. It acts on a person who can often provide him with a fear value, and that is definitely a very impressive harvest. Although this item does not directly improve anything, it is a permanent item. As long as it is used properly, it can provide a lot of fear points, so it is very good to be able to draw this item. However, the only difficulty with this double fear card is to find a suitable target. After all, not everyone can provide enough fear value, and it has to be provided continuously. Intrigued, Sakazuki drew all his remaining fear points at once. A total of 61 draws were drawn. 2 donuts were drawn, 2 senbei, 3 loyalty cards, 1 burst, and a double fear card. A total of 9 draws, 61 draws 9 times, this probability is quite low, almost 7 to 1. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, I have found the location of Garp Vice Admiral. After Sakazuki injected the bursting talisman into the power of magma, he heard the ghost spider coming over and saying. Sakazuki nodded suddenly and said, "Okay, I see, tell me his location." The ghost spider told Garp's location, and then asked in a puzzled way, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, why are you asking about Garp Vice Admiral's whereabouts?" From the next day, he doesn't know where he is going. Sakazuki said, "Because of this, we worked so hard to find someone. He was good and went to play everywhere, so I want to see where he went. He knows where Garp has gone, but it is naturally impossible for him to tell the ghost spider the truth, otherwise, with the ghost spider's character, I am afraid he will go directly to Garp without hesitation, and then arrest Ace's mother." Yes, within a few days, Sakazuki has determined that Garp has found Pourgas de Rouge. After all, Bait-Rila Island is such a large place, and Garp still has all kinds of information provided by Roger. In a few days enough for him to find Ace mother and son. The reason why he didn't pay attention to Garp a few days ago was to give him this time to find it. It was only yesterday that he asked the ghost spider to investigate the whereabouts of Garp. As for whether he would expose the mother and son of Ace, he no worries at all. Garp has been a marine for decades. His methods are so sophisticated that he is definitely not as funny as he usually shows. Even if he finds Ace mother and son, he will not be exposed easily. He will only find a safer place to treat her. Hide it. After knowing Garp's location, Sakazuki began to follow him. I have to say that Garp is indeed great. He has not been to the Ace mother and son, so it was 10 days later that he inferred Porter through Garp's various actions. The location of Casse de Rouge. I have to say that Garp is indeed at some level. After he found poor Casse de Rouge, he did not transfer her, but still let her stay in her place. So the place Sakazuki found was Roger and Rouge. A place of love, in a relatively empty manner. Marine carried out a large-scale search on the island. Rouge had already known that she was quite flustered at the beginning, but she was indeed the woman Roger liked. After the initial fluster, she quickly calmed down and pretended to be as if not pregnant. Because it was a secret for Roger to come here. The people around here didn't know her relationship with Roger, so she felt that as long as she didn't reveal her pregnancy, the neighbors around would definitely not doubt her. The facts are also as she thought, because she originally lived in a relatively remote place with few neighbors around, so no one doubted her, but the person who suddenly appeared a few days ago disrupted her stability. She never thought that her husband would entrust her to a Marine, so she didn't trust Garp at the beginning, but after a few days, he gradually believed it and thought it was very good choice. With the cover of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, she is safer. Sitting in the yard, Rouge caressed her lower abdomen. In order to prevent people from seeing the problem, she entangled her lower abdomen. Although it was very uncomfortable, she still endured it for the sake of the child, as long as the child can survive. Let her do anything. Portes de Rouge. A low voice rang from behind her, making her shudder. She is also a member of the D family. She also knows a lot of secrets. Although she doesn't have much power, few people know her except for the neighbors around her. Full name. And the neighbors would not call her full name when they called her, so she suddenly heard someone call her full name, especially at this time. Naturally, her heart was nervous. Slowly sat up from the recliner, turned his head and saw a very tall man in a fire-red suit, a red hat, and a marine justice coat, staring at her sharply. The sharp eyes like an eagle made her feel even more nervous, especially in the marine justice coat that she wore, without even thinking about knowing that the other party must be a high-level figure in marine. Who are you? The person who came was naturally Sakazuki. He looked at the woman in front of him. This woman looked weak and weak, not very beautiful, with some moderates on her face. She looked like a very ordinary woman. The only difference was that, has a different temperament from ordinary women. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Sakazuki. Rouge was nervous, but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he asked calmly, it turned out to be Vice Admiral from Marine. I wonder how Master Vice Admiral knew the little girl. Sakazuki looked at this woman who knew his identity and still remained calm, slightly surprised. I don't know you. This is the first time I met you today, but I have been looking for you for many days. You must know that I am the chief officer in charge of searching the island of Baidrila this time. Rouge blinked and asked puzzledly, I don't understand, why are you telling me this? Sakazuki smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, because you are the person we are looking for, Portes de Rouge. You are indeed a very special woman, but you can't escape my eyes. I already know that you are my target after understanding the matter between you and Roger, so don't hide anything. Rouge remained calm and said, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Chapter 37 The Aureole Behind? Sakazuki didn't admit it when he saw Portes de Rouge, and Sakazuki was not angry. As Roger's woman, although I am not hostile to you, this is an order from above. As a soldier, I can only follow the order and follow me. At this time, Rouge's face changed. The man in front of her had obviously fully confirmed her identity, so she came to the door, but she really didn't know where she had revealed the flaw, so he found it. Why are you so sure that it is me? Sakazuki saw that Porgas de Rouge finally admitted, and was slightly surprised. He thought the other party would deny it forever, so he said, "Since you admitted, don't say anything extra, let's go." "I don't want to go with you." Rouge's face was firm, and he answered without hesitation. Sakazuki's eyes were cold, and he said, "I don't know anything about pity, and I don't want to bully you orphans and widows, but you don't want to challenge my bottom line." What surprised him was that even though he was such a threat, the other party still did not provide the slightest fear value. In other words, this woman was not afraid of him from the heart, which was very surprising. "Sakazuki." At this moment, a voice full of anger sounded, and then he saw Garp rushing over, blocking the front of Porgas de Rouge, and asked Sakazuki angrily, "How are you?" "Found it here." Seeing Garp appeared, Sakazuki didn't mean it, but just said faintly, "How did you find this place?" "Garp Vice Admiral, of course you brought me here." "Fart." Garp suddenly yelled angrily, then turned around and said to Rouge, "Don't hear nonsense, I can't." "I know it won't be you, I believe you." Before Garp could finish speaking, Rouge interrupted him and said firmly. Garp was taken aback, then nodded, looked at Sakazuki again, and asked, "It seems you are following me." Sakazuki said, "That's right." Garp said, "I admit it so easily, but I don't understand." "Why would you doubt me?" Sakazuki said, "Go out alone, without anyone, but it's not secretly looking for food or stealing people. It's not like your usual style." "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to know me quite well." "You guessed it. You are right. She is Roger's woman, the person I want to protect." "Listening to you, are you not going to let me take her away?" Sakazuki asked. Garp laughed and said, "Isn't this a matter of knowingly asked? Of course it is impossible for you to take it away." Sakazuki asked again, "Then you are not afraid that the people above will blame it?" Garp laughed arrogantly, "Who is Laozi afraid of? Then you make it hard for me to do it." Sakazuki couldn't help but exclaimed. Garp said, "Why, do you want to do something with me? Boy, it's not that I underestimated you, now you, Laozi can beat you all over." Sakazuki was silent. Indeed, the current one is indeed not Garp's opponent. Garp, as Oda said, is the only person who will not decline due to age, not to mention that Garp is still at its peak. As for him, although he inherited the abilities of the original body, and also used the system to obtain Conqueror's Haki, there is still a big distance from Garp. This is not self-deprecating, but it is true. With Garp, there is only defeat, no victory. What's more, he is also very entangled in his heart now. Whether or not to take down the woman Porgas de Rouge, from the task point of view, he should, but he really has a heart. "I don't want to do this kind of bullying orphans and widows. Roger is the one piece, he is guilty, but this pregnant woman is innocent, not to mention that there is no child in his stomach, it is a young life, if it falls into the hands of the world government, it's definitely a dead end." So, Sakazuki hesitated. Garp saw Sakazuki's hesitation, so he immediately said, "Sakazuki, as a marine, has the responsibility to maintain world peace. It is incumbent to eradicate the pirates, but she is just a pregnant woman. What will happen if you bring her back? It should be very clear that the child is innocent and we cannot do that." Sakazuki said, "If I disagree, will you definitely follow me? But although I am not your opponent, if I want to, I can make a lot of noise, and I will definitely attract everyone." "Look, that's not what you want to see, right?" Garp's expression changed. He was indeed not afraid of Sakazuki, but he was afraid that this matter would be known to others. After all, no matter how high his status was, if he were to publicize his possession of the son of one pirate, it would definitely cause a huge storm. "What do you want?" Sakazuki said, "In fact, like you, I don't want to embarrass a pregnant woman, but this is the order above. As a soldier, you know better than me what military orders mean. Garp stared at Sakazuki seriously, and suddenly said, "Ha ha ha, Sakazuki, if you really want to catch her, I'm afraid you've already caught her, but you didn't do it right away, or even made any movements. Until I showed up, you actually didn't want to do that at all, did you? That's the truth, but not wanting does not mean that you can't," Sakazuki said. "Let's go, how do you want to let her go?" Garp asked impatiently. Sakazuki did not answer, but he neither did it nor left. About a few minutes later, Garp's face changed again. Since he saw Sakazuki, his observation haki had not been put away, so he clearly felt that someone was coming. "Here it is. Did you notify the others?" Garp demanded. Sakazuki said, "If I did inform others, do you think I would wait until now?" Garp also reacted extremely quickly, and immediately reacted, with a gloomy face and said, "Damn it, it's from CP0. Sakazuki said, "What's so strange about this? I sent people to stare at you. Those guys will naturally send people to stare at me. It just seems that their speed is a little slower, and they are only reacting now." As the two spoke, several figures quickly came to the yard, standing in the four directions, surrounding Sakazuki, Garp, and Portkas de Rouge. Chapter 38 Rolling Combat. "I didn't expect that you Marine would want to hide Roger's blood privately. It's really unforgivable." CP0 came here from the four people who appeared before. Among them, the leader with a white mask looked at Sakazuki and Garp in anger. Sakazuki looked at Garp and said, "You see, it's not that I disagree, but they disagree." Garp narrowed his eyes, knowing that this matter was no longer easy to handle. If it was just Sakazuki alone, relying on Sakazuki's relaxed mind, he convinced him that the problem should not be too big. But the four of CP0 are different from Sakazuki. When they found out, there was no third choice: either let them take Portkas de Rouge away, or let them shut up forever. "Take this woman away." The man in the white mask suddenly commanded the three subordinates. The speed of the three men was extremely fast, and they rushed towards Portkas de Rouge for the first time. But Garp was faster. Before they rushed to Rouge, he had already arrived first. Before the three of them had caught Rouge, they had already been thrown into the air by Garp with one punch. "Garp!" The man in the white mask saw Garp actually protect Rouge, and he shouted more angrily, with a little nervousness in his voice. Garp's name was too strong. Even if he was a coder in CP0, he was very afraid of Garp. Although his three men are not top masters, they are also elites in the elite, but they were repelled by Garp at the same time. This explosive power is really terrifying. "Sakazuki, you still have a chance to remedy it. Get this woman up immediately, and you will share the credit equally." In just an instant, the white mask knew that it was impossible to snatch Roger's woman from Garp with their abilities, so he immediately extended an invitation to Sakazuki. He knew that Sakazuki was a rising star among naval headquarters, even if his strength was not as good as Garp. But under their joint efforts, it is still possible to capture this woman. Sakazuki was a little surprised that this man wanted to unite with him. He looked at the white mask and replied, "Okay." But as soon as the voice fell, his right arm turned into magma, but instead of attacking Garp, he slammed into the man with the white mask. "Sakazuki, are you crazy?" the white mask exclaimed in anger. Sakazuki yelled, "I've seen you not pleasing to your eyes a long time ago. You want to join me, you don't have the qualifications yet." The lava fist smashed into the white mask, but the opponent was a CP0 coder after all, and his strength was still very good. He immediately used armament haki to block the magma and quickly retreated. "Withdraw." Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing Sakazuki attack him, he knew that they had no chance to catch this woman again. A Garp would be difficult for them to deal with, plus a Sakazuki, they stayed only waiting to die, so he just wanted to escape from here, just leave here and report the situation to the top, and then neither Garp nor Sakazuki can eat Kabuto. Want to go? Now that he had decided to do it, Sakazuki naturally didn't want to leave any evidence, and immediately chased him. Garp also did the same thing with him. Garp also chased the other three, but the three fled separately. So Garp caught up with one as quickly as possible. Damn it! The white mask did not escape much, and was soon overtaken by Sakazuki. Sakazuki chose to do it because he believed that the person with the white mask would not be his opponent. Although the legend in CP0 is not weaker than Marine Admiral exists, but such a person will definitely not be the person in front of him, because if it were such a person, he would not have been backed down by him in the first place. After being overtaken by Sakazuki, the white mask also knew that it was impossible to run away, so he stopped immediately. Sakazuki, are you going to betray completely? If he could, he really didn't want to fight Sakazuki, but the matter was over. He also knew that Sakazuki couldn't let him go. There must be only one life between them. Sakazuki said coldly, betrayal? I'm not loyal to anyone, so what about betrayal? That's the blood of Roger, the One Piece King. You are going to let her go like this? Isn't this a betrayal yet? The white mask obviously wanted to convince Sakazuki. Humph! With a cold snort, an astonishing haki erupted from Sakazuki's body and directed at the man with the white mask. Conqueror's haki. The face of the white mask changed drastically in an instant. He didn't expect that Sakazuki still owns Conqueror's haki. At the moment he was lost and shocked. Sakazuki moved and smashed a magma fist, and then his body rushed towards the white mask at a very fast speed. Boom! The fists of the two collided fiercely. An armament haki was also used, but Sakazuki remained motionless, while the man in the white mask stepped back 4 or 5 steps in succession. The higher and the lower one can be distinguished at a glance. Damn it! The person in the white mask was shocked. Although he thought that Sakazuki was not weak before, he did not think he would be worse than Sakazuki, but after this moment of fighting, he realized that his thinking was too simple. Sakazuki was beyond him. Expected to be strong. Cannot fight. After a blow, he knew immediately that he could not fight, otherwise he would be dead in the end. The most important task now is not to fight Sakazuki and the others, but to transmit the information as soon as possible. Escape. Originally, his strength was not as good as Sakazuki, but now he has a retreat. Conqueror's haki may not have much effect on him at ordinary times, but at this time, the effect is reflected, even if it defeats his own little fighting spirit. Facing Sakazuki, who attacked from behind, the man in the white mask did not stop for a while, but directly covered his back with a layer of armament haki, and forcibly received the punch, with armament haki's resistance, so he was not too much. The serious injury, instead, borrowed the strength of this punch. The speed increased by a few points, and he fled to the distance faster. Can you escape? Seeing the other party quickly fleeing, Sakazuki showed a sneer, and then uttered a low voice, blast. There was a sudden explosion on the white-masked man who was running fast, and then he fell all over. Sakazuki quickly chased him up, and after the opponent hadn't struggled to stand up, he had already stepped on him and restrained him. I said, you can't escape. Sakazuki said lightly, staring at the shocked gaze of the white mask. Chapter 39, Use Failure. How can your attack work at such a long distance? The man with the white mask was beaten by Sakazuki at once, and was caught so easily. He was shocked because they were separated by a distance of tens of meters, so they hit him accurately. It's hard to understand. Of course he could not know that it was not Sakazuki's attack just now, but the ability obtained through the system, that is, the bursting charm. When he was running away, he was hit in the back by Sakazuki, and Sakazuki had already put the bursting charm on him. He didn't notice his back, and it detonated after he escaped dozens of meters. Not all existence is something you can understand. Sakazuki suppressed the person with all his strength, and then reached out and took off the white mask on his face. When he saw what the person was under the mask, he suddenly appeared in astonishment. Woman. Yes, the person wearing the white mask is a woman, and she is also a very beautiful woman. After a brief astonishment, Sakazuki returned to normal again. It is not surprising that she is a woman. There are many powerful women in this world. It's just that women in organizations like CP0 and they are codders, which is a bit surprising. Sakazuki, if you dare to kill me, the people above will not let you go. After the woman's identity was revealed, she shouted at Sakazuki in a sharp voice. Sakazuki sneered and said, "Do you think such a threat is useful to me at this time? I don't know if the people above will let me go, but what I know is that I won't let you go now." The woman said angrily, "I didn't expect that there are traitors like you in Marine, so Marine is untrustworthy. If we were to conduct the search this time, that woman would have been caught." Unexpectedly, at this time, the woman was not worried about her own life, but was still entangled in whether or not to catch Roger's woman. The thinking of these spies was really different from ordinary people. Sakazuki said, "Now I give you two choices, either be killed by me, or be loyal to me." The face of this woman is constantly changing. Her identity is not simple. She is an aristocrat. After joining CP0, although her strength is not very strong, she has also become one of the small codders. In the future, there may not be no chance to become a higher level. So in this case, she didn't want to die, but was defeated by a Marine and loyal to him. This was unacceptable to her, but she was dead if she didn't accept it, so she hesitated. Give you 1 minute to think about it. After 1 minute, if you still don't answer, then I will default you to choose the first one. Sakazuki naturally wouldn't give her too much consideration directly, and immediately gave her an ultimatum. The woman's beautiful face was full of tension. After thinking about it for a while, seeing Sakazuki's murderous eyes, her whole body trembled, and she quickly replied, "I am willing to be loyal to you." In fact, someone like her who has gone through various trials shouldn't give in so easily, but she really doesn't want to die. Sakazuki didn't let her go, but asked, "Are you sure you will truly be loyal to me? Don't think that your careful thoughts can escape my eyes. If you are not truly loyal to me, I will kill you immediately." "Really, I am sincere." The woman gritted her teeth, not daring to show hatred. "Very good." Sakazuki lifted his foot, and the woman was struggling to stand up. But at this moment, Sakazuki stepped down suddenly, his right foot completely turned into lava, and instantly penetrated the woman's body and penetrated her heart. "You!" The woman looked at Sakazuki incredible, a mouthful of blood came out, and her eyes quickly became dim. Why? Because she didn't expect it, she didn't resist, her heart had been completely burned by the magma, and there was no possibility of survival. After asking this sentence, she swallowed one last breath. Looking at her body, Sakazuki said faintly, "Others may not know whether you are sincere or fake, but I am different. Are you really ready to be loyal to me? You can tell by a try." He has a loyalty card drawn from the system lottery. He has verified that only his subordinates can use the loyalty card. If this woman really promises to be loyal to him, the faction will naturally become his subordinate, so loyal. The card is naturally effective for her. But after he tried it, he was prompted to fail. It was obvious that this woman didn't really want to be loyal to him. Since he didn't want to be loyal to him, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation, and he would kill her directly. He didn't kill Portkas de Rouge before, just because the woman was a pregnant woman and he couldn't do it. But this woman was different. She was a spy for the world government, plus they were already hostile. Naturally, there will be no hesitation to start. Looking at the woman's corpse, Sakazuki's eyes flashed, and then he cleared the surrounding fighting marks, carrying the woman's corpse, and returned to the manor just now. Solved. When he returned to the manor, Garp was already there, and there were 3 corpses. As for Portgas de Rouge, he was no longer outside, but in such a short time, it must have been impossible to escape to any place. Garp looked at the woman's corpse and said, "It seems that you have considered it clearly. Are you ready to let her go?" Sakazuki said, "I can kill anyone, but a pregnant woman, even if she is Roger's wife, I will not do it. This is not allowed by my justice. Boy, this is the first time I look at you highly. I used to think you were the kind of guy who admits death and is unreasonable." Garp laughed. He really met Sakazuki again today, which is really different from the past. "You can't leave any clues here." Sakazuki ignored Garp and said directly, "I know what to do." Garp also became serious. Sakazuki suddenly said, "It was members of the Roger pirates who came to the rescue. The 4 people in CP0 were all killed by the remnants of the Roger pirates. We pursued them with all our strength and we didn't catch them." Garp's eyes lit up, and then he said in surprise, "You kid, you can think of a countermeasure so quickly." "You are right. It was the remnants of the Roger pirates who rescued the people. We also tried our best to pursue them, but unfortunately we did not pursue them." "Here, yes, that's it. Wow, ha ha ha, Sakazuki, your kid is so smart, I take you with admiration." Sakazuki said, "Garp Vice Admiral, I am not helping you unconditionally." Garp was taken aback, then said, "Help me? What can you do for me? Why haven't you helped me?" "Yes." Sakazuki said indifferently, "Then there is no way. It seems that I can only report the things here." Chapter 40 Return to Headquarters. "You." The threatened Garp pointed to Sakazuki and said angrily, "You are crossing the river to demolish the bridge, don't forget that you also killed someone." Sakazuki said, "The term crossing the river and breaking the bridge is used well, but it should be used to describe you. You have privately harbored the blood of Pirate King Roger. If it is passed out, you will probably be severely punished even if you are in your position. Marine affirms it can't be considered." Garp's face changed again and again, and then he slumped. "Okay, nothing, Sakazuki, let's say you kid is fierce, let's say, what do you want?" Sakazuki said, "I don't want to be so, I just can't do anything to a pregnant woman. The child is innocent, and the child can be handed over to you, but you must ensure that when he grows up, he will be on the right track. Becoming Marine is a good choice, if it doesn't work, let him be an ordinary person, right?" Garp's face became serious and nodded, "I will do it without you saying that." "You are right. The child is innocent. I won't let him follow his father's path. I will try my best to teach him his." Sakazuki said solemnly, "If you let me know that this kid will become a pirate or commit a crime in the future, I won't be merciful anymore. No matter what your relationship is with him, I will personally execute him." Garp did not speak, but not speaking was equivalent to acquiescence. Finally, Sakazuki said again, "Remember, Garp Vice Admiral, you owe me a favor. If there is a need in the future, I will let you pay it back." After Sakazuki had left, Garp reacted and jumped up in desperation. "This little BD, when I didn't react, he said that I owe others love, damn it, and dare to threaten Laozi. See if I won't make you look good in the future, you." Although he was swearing, Garp was actually very grateful to Sakazuki in his heart. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Sakazuki. Even if Sakazuki informed the secret and arrested Portgas de Rouge, he had no right to accuse him, even that. This is the order that a soldier should do and execute. However, Sakazuki spared Portgas de Rouge because of his persistence in his heart, and helped him kill the CP0 people. In fact, Sakazuki can do it without hands. The reason for doing it is because he wants to tell himself that he is trustworthy. So Garp is actually very grateful to Sakazuki, and his opinion of Sakazuki has changed drastically. It turns out that Sakazuki is not really cold and ruthless, as his son long said. Sakazuki is still human. In fact, this decision was made after Sakazuki hesitated for a long time. He also thought about whether he wanted to catch Porgas de Rouge. After all, Sora had made Marine Admiral's promise, and he would definitely not break his promise. Only after he saw that woman, he thought of a woman who could ignore her own life in order to protect her unborn child. This is such a great maternal love, so he really couldn't deal with such a person. And this result is not bad. He didn't have the chance to become Admiral, but at least he found peace in his heart. Everyone has his own justice. Sakazuki felt that his actions were in line with the justice in his heart, so he didn't regret it at all. The 4 people in CP0 were killed just to prevent the incident from spreading. What's more, I got a favor from Garp this time. With a personality like Garp, this personal affection can play a big role at a critical moment. So he felt that his decision was not a loss at all. As for what Ace will become after he is born, Sakazuki is not worried at all. As he said, what if Ace becomes a pirate? As long as he knows and meets him, he will never soften. Only this time he warned Garp. I don't know if Garp will tell Ace of Ace's identity. If Ace doesn't know his identity, he probably won't take the road of Shanghai thief, but if Ace knows that he is Rogers, my son, in all likelihood, will still go out to sea as a pirate like the original book. After returning to the temporary base set by Marine, Sakazuki immediately arranged for someone to go to the small courtyard where Portgas de Rouge was before. He believed that Garp would take care of the next thing. The next thing was relatively simple. The 4 bodies of CP0 were found, plus the traces left by this small courtyard, and the deliberate rendering of Sakazuki and Garp. Everyone believed that their goal was to be taken by the Roger pirates. His remnants were saved, and all 4 of CP0 were killed by the Roger pirates. After the discussion, Sakazuki immediately passed the information to Naval Headquarters, and soon they received the decision from Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters told Sakazuki to take the soldiers from the headquarters back to Marine Ford. As for the people from the Marine branch, they continued to stay on Bait Rila Island and established a real Marine branch base there to continue to monitor the personnel on the island and see if there are more. It is impossible to catch people. A few days later, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. That's how it is. In Naval Headquarters, Sora looked at the file in his hand and asked Sakazuki and Garp. The documents in the empty hand were made by Sakazuki, that is to say, the course of this incident, of course, was decided after he and Garp jointly negotiated. They had already given a simple report to Naval Headquarters a few days ago. The one-time file is just more detailed. Sakazuki didn't speak, and Garp immediately said unhappily, "Of course, this is how it is, can we still lie to you? You shut up." Sora did not look at Garp, but at Sakazuki, and asked again, "What's the matter?" Sakazuki replied, "It's as recorded in the document. Although I didn't see who it was, the woman who could save Roger was able to get rid of the 4 CP0 people without knowing it, except for Roger High. Apart from those in the thief group, I really can't think of other possibilities. As for the scene, I also went to see it. It was messed up. I couldn't see anything in detail. But from the scene there, it should have been a short fight. The murderer shot quickly, cleanly, and almost used the shortest time. Killed the 4 of CP0 in time. According to my guess, it should be the people of CP0 who discovered the whereabouts of the Roger woman and prepared to capture them. But at this moment, they were attacked and wiped out by the pirates of the Roger pirates who had been ambushing for a long time. Finally, Roger's the women were also rescued by them. Naturally, he and Garp had already negotiated these words, so the answer was very smooth. Chapter 41 Departing New World. After listening to Sakazuki's report, Kong pondered for a moment before he said, "This incident has a huge impact. It can be seen from the killing of CP0 people. Their previous investigations and suspicions were correct, Roger, it is true that there is still blood in this world, so his subordinates will save people, but unfortunately, let them escape. As the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, he naturally wanted to get rid of Roger's blood, but now he was run away by the opponent, and wanting to find their traces again was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Sakazuki, I promised you at that time, as long as you can find Roger's posthumous child, you will be promoted to Admiral, but now you have not completed the task, so this agreement cannot be completed. If you want to become Admiral, you have to wait for the end of your expedition period. Later. Sakazuki said, I don't have any problems, just listen to your arrangements. By the way, there is one more thing. Sakazuki was about to leave, but Sora stopped him again, and said, That's it, Sakazuki, you recently went to South Blue to investigate, so you don't know what's going on in the ocean now. What happened? Sakazuki asked strangely. In fact, this time they have been there for more than half a month. Even if the time on the circuit is added, it will be more than a month, but he has not heard of any major incidents. Sora said, since Roger left those words in Logue Town, in these 2 months, the number of pirates has suddenly increased, especially in the first half of the Grand Line and New World. Here, the number of pirates has increased at least by nearly 30%, without exception, they are all directed at the big secret treasures, Roger said. Sakazuki asked, Isn't this situation that we had anticipated a long time ago? Sora said, I had expected it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. The first half of the Grand Line was okay. It was suppressed by our naval headquarters. Even if the number of pirates is large, it can't be overwhelmed. But New World is different. There is simply a paradise for pirates. Originally, some neutral forces have also become pirates, which caused a huge impact and broke the balance in the past. The biggest problem, I said, is New World. Before there were Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Although there were a lot of pirates in New World, they were still stable under their rule. Now Roger is executed, Golden Lion is captured by us, and Whitebeard is left. One person, so New World has become extremely chaotic. Many countries under the world government have been affected. The above puts a lot of pressure on us and we must deal with it well. Garp, who has not left, heard this and asked strangely, how to deal with it? How to deal with this? With so many pirates, even if we are all dispatched, I am afraid it is impossible to get rid of it, right? Marine has been fighting with the pirates for so many years, and has never eradicated the pirates. What's more, the power of the pirates has increased greatly. The era of the pirates is coming. Thief, said Empty and solemnly, we must obey the above orders. I have sent Polo Salino and Kuzan to New World, Sakazuki. You also need to go to New World. Sakazuki said, let me go to New World to eliminate the pirates? It's okay, anytime. Here, Sakazuki also knows that he has no chance to get how many fear points. Going to New World to get rid of the pirates is a good choice. If you kill the pirates, you will definitely get a lot of fear points. The more you kill, the more you get. Kong nodded and said, it's fine if you agree, but Naval Headquarters also needs enough soldiers to suppress the first half of the Grand Line, so it is impossible to give you too much force. You can bring your own headquarters personnel. Understood. Sakazuki couldn't bring other troops, and Sakazuki didn't care too much. Anyway, he was not ready to fight against legendary pirates like Whitebeard. The ordinary pirates, relying on the talent of his men, could deal with it without any problems. Go. Sora signaled that Sakazuki could leave. Then I'm leaving too. Seeing Sakazuki leaving, Garp immediately turned and left, staring at his leaving back. Sora was also very helpless. If there is anyone in Marine that gives him the most headache, it must be Garp. This guy is absolutely unruly. Going to New World is a good choice. Sakazuki returned to his place, immediately found the ghost spider, and then asked him to notify the soldiers under his command, but he was not ready to dispatch immediately, but decided to act after 3 days. Because going to the New World to fight the pirates is a long-term event, you must be fully prepared. For Sora, he just sent him. Kuzan and Polisaluno took their private soldiers to New World. Sakazuki somewhat understood what it meant. This might be a kind of experience, because the 3 of them are the best among Marines. The 3 young Vice Admiral, also Logia, naturally have the greatest potential. If they go to New World, they will definitely be able to serve as long as they don't die. 3 days later, Sakazuki took the Ghost Spider and other 500 private soldiers aboard the warship. Sakazuki, wait, I'll go with you too. At the moment when the ship was about to sail, a voice rushed onto the warship, and Sakazuki's face changed drastically. Are you all right? Why do you have to follow us? The last person to board the ship is Sakazuki's most annoying one in naval headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon. It turned out that Long learned from Garp that Sakazuki was going to New World, so he boarded the ship at the last time. Even this guy didn't know how to get the transfer order. Sora actually transferred him to Sakazuki's commander, and let him go to the New World together, so even if Sakazuki doesn't want to, there is no other way but to respond. Long said, I didn't hear that you were going to the New World to fight the pirates, so I wanted to go with you. Besides, I'm really fine. It was this answer that Sakazuki was really speechless, but at this point, he couldn't drive the dragon away anymore. Okay, I don't care what you want to do. Since you have chosen to go to New World with us, then you must obey my orders. If you dare not obey the orders, don't blame our military orders. Sakazuki warned. Long said, of course there is no problem, don't worry. Looking at the look of the dragon, Sakazuki really didn't have much hope. This guy didn't look like someone who followed orders. He guessed that the dragon might use this opportunity to go to New World to accomplish his purpose. Chapter 42 Bordeaux Waters. The naval headquarters today is different from more than 2 decades later. At that time, Marine had only one branch in New World, and the rest of the troops were placed in the first half of the Grand Line. And now, although the base camp of naval headquarters is in the first half of the Grand Line, there are many branches in New World, and the troops are also considerable. However, this time Sakazuki and the others are not going to the Marine branch, but are preparing for one. A warship hunts pirates in the New World. Entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, even if it was Sakazuki and the others, it took 2 days and 2 nights to take a shortcut. The climate of New World is not much different from that of the first half of the Grand Line, but after Sakazuki and the others have sailed here for a day, they discovered that it is different from the first half of the Grand Line. He feels more desolate here than the Grand Line. The first half was a lot desolate. The atmosphere of New World is depressing. The Ghost Spider looked at the boundless sea and couldn't help but mutter. Although he has not encountered pirates so far, he knows very well that New World is a paradise for pirates, and the pirates here are definitely more than the first half of the Grand Line. Duan and Sahai combined are much more, and much more powerful. Long said, we are just entering the New World now. After you have experienced a lot of battles, we will feel more depressed. Although the dragon is only Marine Rear Admiral, he has more knowledge than the Ghost Spider. He has seen a lot of battles with his father Garp, and the Ghost Spider is also Marine Rear Admiral, but there is no such a powerful father as Garp. Naturally it is not as good as the dragon. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. At this moment, the navigator in charge of the lookout suddenly ran over to Sakazuki and said, the front line of defense is stormy, we need to turn immediately. This is the case on the sea. The climate can change at any time. It is normal to have heavy storms and rain, so Sakazuki didn't care about it either. He just ordered, go around. Although they all possess power that surpasses ordinary people, their power cannot be completely resisted in front of nature. Just like the original struggle between Roger and Golden Lion, wasn't it changed because of a storm? It's strange to say that there are so many pirates in New World, but after they entered New World, they also replenished them once on the way, but 4 or 5 days have passed, and they didn't even encounter a wave of pirates. I knew if there were no pirates where they were passing by, or because the pirates hid after seeing their warship. But soon they knew what was going on. It turned out that this piece of pirates didn't do anything else, but they were all looking for the treasures, Roger said, because Roger himself was the big pirate of New World, and many people knew him. Some of the action routes, so they all want to follow this route to see if they can find the legendary big secret treasure. Roger's last words before his death not only stimulated those newcomers who had not become pirates, but even those who were already pirates were salivating and began to frantically search for the treasures, Roger said. Of course, there are also people want to become the One Piece like Roger, so they fight for it. There is a situation. It's the 5th day since Sakazuki came to the New World. From the beginning, Sakazuki's excitement has turned into the current piece. The reason he was excited before was because this was the first time he entered New World after he came to this world. For him, the previous One Piece and New World only existed in the legend. It was not until he came here that they were truly manifested, and New World was the most magnificent place among One Piece, so after entering here, I naturally have a kind of excitement in my heart. However, no matter how excited he was, he calmed down after a few days. These days he was still familiar with his own power. After such a long time, he had completely controlled all the abilities of the original body, and he was no weaker than the original body when he used his full strength. If there is any difference, it is that his mind may not be as good as the original. He was born and raised in this world. He lived for 30 years and was used to killing and darkness. Although he has been here for a while, he has also experienced killing. But to be honest, he still faces the darkness of pirate world. He really hasn't seen too much, so naturally he can't have the firm will of the original body, nor can he understand the justice in his heart. But regardless of other things, Sakazuki knows that one thing is the most important thing, and that is power. Only with the strongest power is the capital to survive in this world. Although the original body is powerful, it must not have reached 20 years. After the peak, he naturally wants to become stronger than Akainu in the original book. What happened? It was a ghost spider who came to Sakazuki and told him immediately that something important must have happened. The ghost spider replied solemnly, "Sakazuki Vice Admiral, a pirate trail was found ahead." "What's the matter?" Sakazuki was shocked. After 5 days, he finally found the pirate. The ghost spider said, "There is a small island ahead. Through observation, we found that there are a few boats parked around the island, and there are pirate flags. I don't know if they attacked the island or it is their base camp." "Oh." Sakazuki quickly followed the ghost spider to the deck and asked, "What kind of land is here?" The ghost spider replied, "The geographical environment of New World is very complicated. Even our naval headquarters does not have a complete map. We are sailing through the Eternal Pointer. We are not familiar with this place. We only know that it belongs to the Bordeaux waters. It must not be an important area." "Bordeaux waters? Is it famous?" Sakazuki really doesn't know anything about this place. To be precise, he doesn't know New World. As Sakazuki's lieutenant, Ghost Spider usually has to deal with important matters for Sakazuki, especially in recent months. Because there is no memory of inheritance, Sakazuki basically handed over all government affairs to Ghost Spider, and he chose cultivation, so for Sakazuki asked this question, the Ghost Spider is not surprised. The Bordeaux Sea area is a sea area west of New World. It is not very famous. There are not hundreds or dozens of sea areas like this in New World. I have also roughly learned about the geography of New World in the past few days, this Bordeaux Sea area. It's not very big, and there are no powerful countries in it, so there are relatively more pirates." Sakazuki asked in surprise. "We haven't encountered a pirate in a few days, how much is this called?" The Ghost Spider said, you are misunderstood. In fact, we just entered the Bordeaux waters not long ago, and the place we passed before was not the Bordeaux waters. I see. Chapter 43, First Encounter with a Pirate. Then let's go and meet the pirates on that island for a while. Under Sakazuki's order, the warship headed towards the island where the pirate was found at a very fast speed. We are getting closer and closer to the island. There are a total of 3 ships docking around the island. Although none of them are large ships, the 3 ships gathered together still have the same pirate flag, obviously belonging to the same pirate group. When the warship approached, the pirates staying on the pirate ship also spotted the marine warship coming quickly, so they all screamed. "Marine, there is marine, let me know the boss, there is a marine warship approaching, hurry." Although New World is a paradise for pirates, marine is definitely not to be underestimated, so these pirates will be so panicked after seeing Sakazuki and their warship. After all, no one knows how many marines are on this warship, and who is leading. Quick, the cannon is loaded with shells, and when they approach, fire the cannon immediately. The pirates and marine themselves are hostile, especially in the New World, so after seeing the marine warship, they only panicked for a short time, and then the pirates started the pirate ship one after another, and turned the muzzle to aim it. The direction of the warship. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, has entered the attack range, do you want to fire? The colonel in charge of the warship's artillery asked Sakazuki loudly. Sakazuki did not hesitate, and waved vigorously, fire the cannon and destroy the pirate ship. Boom! The warship and the pirate ship fired almost at the same time, because this warship of Sakazuki was specially selected, with an astonishing 36th gate guns on it. The firepower is very amazing, so when the guns are fired at the same time, dozens of cannonballs are like raindrops. Shot at the pirate ship. Although there were 3 pirate ships on the opposite side, the 3 ships' turrets did not have as many warships as a single warship, so even if they fired at the same time, they were separated immediately. Boom! Half of the shells fired by the warship hit the pirate ship. Almost all of the 3 pirate ships were hit hard, setting off a piece of fireworks, and the ship's hull was broken into pieces. Several of the shells fired by the pirate ship also fired on the warship, but at this moment, the ghost spider suddenly jumped up and saw several long black arms like arms suddenly appeared behind him. The knife, facing the flying cannonball. WHHHHHHHHH. Several shells were suddenly cut into half by the ghost spider's knife, and at the same time a strong wind blew all the fragments of the cut shells into the sea, without causing any injuries to the warship. Sakazuki glanced at the dragon beside him, and the dragon smiled freely, I just don't want the garbage to fall on the boat. The gust of wind was caused by the dragon just now. Sakazuki didn't know if it was his devil fruit ability or another attack method, because even if the dragon is in the anime of One Piece, it is definitely the one that is hidden very deep, just him. Knowing the plot did not reveal what kind of ability dragon is. Drop to the shore and catch all the pirates on the pirate boat. Sakazuki did not think about the dragon, but directly gave the order to the ghost spider, and then the warship hurriedly moved towards the shore. Although the pirate ship continued to fire, it did not damage the warship at all. Instead, they were killed by the warship. The cannonballs were so miserable that the 3 pirate ships had become dilapidated after the warship docked. Before the warship docked, the ghost spider led hundreds of soldiers into the broken pirate ship, looking for the remaining pirates on board. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, find 7 alive. The ghost spider and others escorted 7 scarred pirates to Sakazuki's front. Sakazuki looked at the 7 pirates with cold eyes. These 7 people belonged to the kind of strong men. Although they can't be said to be thieves, they are ordinary people. But at this time, the 7 people are full of horror. Lu knelt in front of Sakazuki. I will ask you questions now, I will ask, and you will answer. If it makes me unsatisfied, you will have to die, understand? In the face of these 7 pirates, Sakazuki had no patience, and said coldly. After the 7 pirates were caught by Marine, they had already accepted their fate. They were all watching the battle with the warship just now, and listening to the name of the ghost spider. The tall, red suit wearing the Marine Justice coat was still a Marine. Vice Admiral, who is a big man to them, naturally became more frightened. Fear score from Drew Moritska, plus 128. Fear score from Valdries Norris, plus 98. From. Suddenly received the fear value of 5 people. Undoubtedly, they are 5 of the 7 pirates in front of him. However, Sakazuki didn't care about these. Instead, he looked at the pirate on the far side and asked, "What kind of pirate group are you, how many people are there, and what is the captain's name?" The pirate who was asked looked at Sakazuki in horror, and suddenly shouted, "Let it go, let me go, I will never be a pirate again, I am also forced, please let me go. Let me go." Listening to the pirate crying for mercy, Sakazuki's face remained motionless and asked again, "Answer my question, I will ask one last time." But the pirate was obviously scared, and once again provided more than 300 fear points but did not answer, still begging for mercy, making Sakazuki frowned. Sakazuki looked at Lucas who was following him, and said, "Lucas, he is useless, kill him." Lucas was not surprised at all. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and shot the pirate begging for mercy in the head. No. Fear score from Valdries Norris, plus 587. Boom. With a gunshot and blood splattering, the pirate named Valdries Norris was killed directly, and before he died, he also provided Sakazuki with a large amount of fear. Sakazuki didn't look at him, then walked to the pirate next to him. To his surprise, although the pirate was shaking all over, he did not beg for mercy and cry like the first pirate. "It's the question just now, what kind of pirate group are you, how many people are there, and what is the name of the captain?" The pirate tremblingly shouted, "I won't tell you, Marine doesn't have a good thing, I won't tell you, go and die." Struggling, I want to hit Sakazuki, but was caught tightly. "You are very hard-headed, Lucas, kill him." Sakazuki ordered again. There is no doubt that another shot was fired, and the second pirate was killed by Lucas. Although this pirate behaved very hard, he still had fear in the face of life and death and gave Sakazuki 2 things. More than 100 points of fear value. Chapter 44. Sakazuki walked slowly to the third pirate. Before he could speak, the third pirate trembled all over and shouted in horror, I said. The third pirate was obviously frightened. Sakazuki's murder without hesitation caused his mentality to collapse. Not only him, but the remaining pirates were all scared. The most obvious evidence is, the system prompts constantly appear, and the fear value also keeps increasing. We are the Bullet Pirate Group. Our pirate group includes the sailor captain and full members. There are a total of 569 people. The captain is the name of the pirate group, Bullet. Lucas. Sakazuki called. Lucas came over immediately, and then Sakazuki asked, "Did you write it down?" Lucas replied, "Take it down." "Kill him," Sakazuki said. Upon hearing this, the pirate who had just answered quickly, relieved, suddenly yelled in horror again, Why, I have already said everything, why kill me? No, don't kill me." Although Lucas was also a little confused, he still prepared the pirate's head with his pistol and was about to shoot. Fear value from, plus 812. The fear value of 812 is definitely the highest fear value Sakazuki has received in a single time in history. The highest fear value in the past was 500 or 600. It is precisely because of the number of fear points that Sakazuki guessed that the fear value received in a single time was there is an upper limit, but the specific number has not yet been concluded. And many more. Just as Lucas was about to shoot, a voice suddenly sounded, and Sakazuki frowned, and then saw a colonel wearing a marine coat walking over quickly. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, you can't dispose of prisoners like this, your behavior is illegal and military discipline. A Marine Colonel reprimanded Marine Vice Admiral for violating military discipline. This seems to be a violation of common sense, but this is not the case, and the surrounding Marine soldiers, such as ghost spiders, dragons, etc., are only slightly accidental. No other performance. Sakazuki looked at this Colonel Marine coldly, and said coldly, "You said I violated military discipline." Facing Sakazuki's questioning, this Colonel Marine was not afraid at all, but rather calmly said, "These pirates have been arrested. Even if you want to question them, you can use other means. You can kill them directly like this." Violation of military discipline. Jeremy Turner, although you are an officer in charge of overseeing the army, you have not accused or questioned my qualifications. Looking at this Colonel Marine, Sakazuki was very upset. Originally, this time he sent him to the New World with the private army. It was a kind of experience and an opportunity to make merit. However, Sora actually sent an additional inspector to record and supervise the New World crusade of Sakazuki and his party, so as to prevent Sakazuki and others from falsely claiming credit or recording other affairs. Sakazuki didn't care when this man came down in the air before. In his opinion, he was just a Marine colonel. Coming out to sing against him, and still begging for the pirate, this immediately made him very upset. In fact, inspectors like Jeremy Turner have always existed in Marine. When Marines troops go out to work, especially when killing pirates, it is impossible for you to say that you kill as many as you want, unless if one does not kill, all people will be caught back. But this is simply impossible. In addition to these, there will always be consumption when going out on the field. For example, if the warship is damaged and needs to be repaired, the army eats and drinks, etc., these all need to spend money, so there must be a special record. This person naturally cannot be the master, the official's confidant, otherwise it is the same whether there is or not. So these people are all decided by the top of the naval headquarters. These people may not have high ranks, but their status is extraordinary. Some are similar to the ancient imperial ministers of the country before Sakazuki, or the posts of the supervising army. Maybe they don't have the power to command the army, but they have the power to restrict the chief officer, so when they go out on the field, the chief officer will entertain these people very well. As Sakazuki's lieutenant, the ghost spider does the same. It's just that no one thought that when Sakazuki executed the pirate, this guy jumped out and accused Sakazuki openly. Who knows, this Jeremy is not afraid of Sakazuki's majesty, and resolutely said, "If you are determined to do this, I will definitely record all of what you did today, and give it to Marshal Sora when you return to the headquarters." Sakazuki snorted coldly, and then shouted, "Ghost Spider, please bring this colonel back to me." Yes. Although knowing that this is not a good practice, the Ghost Spider will not violate Sakazuki's order, and immediately walked up to Jeremy with a few soldiers, and then said, "Please, Colonel Jeremy, don't delay Sakazuki Vice Admiral, I'm doing business." Jeremy pointed at the Ghost Spider angrily and stared at Sakazuki fiercely, but in the end he snorted very dissatisfied, and then said, "I'm not going, I'll be here to watch what you guys want to do. You can't stop you, but you don't have the power to stop me from recording all this." He was right, even if Sakazuki was dissatisfied with him, it was impossible to treat him in full view, so the Ghost Spider could only look at Sakazuki again. Sakazuki didn't care at all and said, "Since he wants to see, let him see enough." After speaking, he ignored him, and continued to look at the third pirate who had just answered, and said, "Kill him." "Why, I have already answered, why are you killing me?" The pirate shouted excitedly, and the fear value appeared in waves, plus 231, plus 45, plus 28, plus 56, plus 95. Sakazuki looked at him and slowly said, "I haven't asked you yet. Do you know what I want to ask? If you are a pirate, you will have the consciousness of being killed. After Sakazuki finished speaking, Lucas fired, and the third pirate died. Sakazuki walked up to the fourth pirate again. The pirate shuddered. His body was trembling constantly. He looked terrified. He opened his mouth to say something, but he saw the death of the third pirate just now. "Don't dare to speak first." Sakazuki looked at him and said, "Very well, listen to my question. I ask and you answer. If there is a lie, the three of them will be your fate." Chapter 45, Pirates Attack the Village. The name of the pirate group. Elite Pirates. How many people are there in your pirate group? Everyone adds up, 569. No, that's not right. A lot of people have just died, and now they are 509. Very good, your captain's name? Balit, our captain is Balit, and we are offering a reward of 89 million Bailey. Where are they now? Captain Balit took everyone to a village on the island called Nasia and looted it. Now it is your turn. All the remaining 4 pirates were asked by Sakazuki, and the answers were the same. Just now the naval battle plus the 3 pirates killed by him. This is called the Balit Pirates. There are still people left. In the early 500, the number is almost the same as the number of private soldiers under his command. Vice Admiral, what do you do with these pirates? Lucas asked Sakazuki. A cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes, and he said coldly, "These pirates knew that they had killed a lot of people at a glance. Keeping them is just a waste of food, kill them." Treating pirates, Sakazuki is the same as the original. He is not soft-hearted at all. As for the rules of naval headquarters, he doesn't care too much. He kills all evil pirates. Will naval headquarters still deal with him? Yes. Lucas and Sakazuki didn't do this kind of thing less, so he started immediately. The ghost spider and other soldiers under Sakazuki didn't care, only the Colonel Jeremy who was sent by the headquarters watched this scene very unhappily. This Jeremy is only in his 30s. He is regarded as a young school officer, and he is obviously favored by his ministry as an inspector. But because of this, he is a little arrogant and scorned by Sakazuki. He scolded, "Of course I was very upset in my heart, and I would naturally not be happy when I look at this matter. In fact, Sakazuki and the others have never gone out to work less before, and they have also killed many pirates, but the former school officers who followed the ship basically did not touch this mold. Who knew they met this time? Stabbing, even dared to confront Sakazuki, the most promising vice admiral in the headquarters. Leave some people to watch the boat and clean up the belongings on the pirate boat. The others will go to Nasia village with me. The gang of pirates must be completely executed." Sakazuki ordered some people to stay to watch the defending warship and collect the belongings on the pirate ship. The gang of pirates burned, killed, and looted. There must be a lot of belongings on the ship, which must be left and turned in. And the more property you find, the more rewards they will be for these soldiers. This is also the reason why many soldiers are willing to go out to work. The oil and water can be much larger than staying at the naval headquarters base. With hundreds of soldiers swiftly heading towards Nasia village, the hostile Marine Colonel Jeremy also followed. Long approached Sakazuki's side and said to him, "Do you know why Colonel Jeremy targeted you?" Sakazuki raised his eyebrows. In fact, he was also a little strange. According to his understanding, most of the generals sent by the headquarters of the field service opened one eye and closed one eye, because the main general of the field service would not treat him badly. Yes, let alone the execution of a few pirates, even if they were all killed. They would not say much. What's more, his original body is extremely abominable to the existence of pirates. The pirates who encounter him are basically dead or alive. In addition, the original body is a grumpy person, and the generals accompanying him are generally very obedient. But this Jeremy Turner is not bad. He dared to question him in front of so many people, and even questioned him with Marines' military discipline. It was not good to say, this is simply seeking his own death. In this situation, he didn't know how he would deal with it before, but as far as he is now, he is very unhappy and wants to beat him up. He didn't think so much before, but now after long reminded him, he also felt wrong. It seemed that Colonel Jeremy was deliberately opposing him. "What's the problem with this Jeremy?" Sakazuki asked. Long smiled and said, "You may not know, this Jeremy is a student of Zephyr Admiral." Zephyr, that's it. As soon as he heard Zephyr's name, he immediately understood all the reasons. Presumably this Jeremy was sent by Zephyr, and the purpose was self-evident. "No wonder you dare to talk to me so confidently, it turns out that you still have a background." There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and Sakazuki was very disdainful. If this Jeremy is really upright and selfless, although he is unhappy, he will not have any other ideas, but now this person is obviously Zephyr deliberately sent it was against him, which made him look down on it very much. For Zephyr, the relationship between the two of them can be described as water and fire. Looking at each other is not pleasing to the eye, but before Sakazuki really did not think about the trouble to find Zephyr. After all, the other party is also Marine Admiral, even if it is disrespectful, there is no need to be too hostile. But he didn't expect this to happen. He didn't know if this Jeremy was sent by Zephyr on purpose, but he obviously couldn't get rid of it. "What are you going to do with him?" Long asked Sakazuki curiously. After so long together, he knows a lot about Sakazuki. He knows that Sakazuki is the kind of person who can't stand the bondage. Now that there is someone around him who is watching and hostile to him at any time, he will definitely feel that very uncomfortable. He felt that Sakazuki would definitely move. "Disposal? You think too much." But Sakazuki didn't say much after just sneered. Looking at Sakazuki's back, Long didn't think Sakazuki would be really indifferent. A few miles away from Sakazuki and the others in Nazia village, an inhumane scene was being staged at this time. "Quickly, where did you hide your money?" On the streets of Nazia village, densely packed people gather together. This is the villagers of Nazia village. There are more than 1,000 people. A village with so many people is also prosperous, but at this time it is forced by people. Gather together. On both sides of these villagers stood fierce pirates, some with knives and some with guns, holding all the villagers in the village on the street. The number of pirates seemed to be hundreds. On the street, 2 pirates were beating a woman non-stop, beating and drinking while asking, "Get the money out quickly, or Lao Zi will dump you $8 and throw it into the sea to feed the fish. Say it quickly." The woman's face was deformed, and her whole body was covered with blood. She said weakly in her mouth, "All, really, really. I'm all given to you. I really don't have any money." Take a closer look at the surrounding area. On the street floor, there are dozens of corpses lying on the street. Some are dressed in sheriff's clothes, some are in ordinary clothes. You can see that they are the sheriff and the villagers in the village. But they are all now. It had become a corpse, and was thrown to the ground in a hurry. Chapter 46. Bah, it's really a bunch of cheap bones. People who have to kill some will hand in the money. A man of medium stature stood in front of all the pirates. He was a young man in his 30s with a few scars on his face. His eyes were sharp, and he knew that he was a difficult character to deal with. This person is the pirate captain of the Bullet Pirates, offering a bounty of 89 million Baileys. This figure is definitely not a low bounty for the pirates of this period. If it is put in 20 years after that, it must be doubled. Compared to the rest of the pirates, he does not look prominent, but he is the most vicious of all, otherwise he would not become the captain of the pirates, able to suppress so many savage generations. Bullet has been a pirate for more than 10 years. He was just an ordinary little pirate at the beginning. He became the captain of the pirate regiment now commanding more than 500 people because of his cruel heart. He died in the past 10 years. There are no 1,000 people, but 800 people in his hands. It is an absolutely ruthless character. Today, I accidentally came to this small island and found that there was a nice village, so I immediately became malicious and took people to the village to rob him. In order to deter these villagers, he killed a dozen people ruthlessly. But he didn't expect that there were a lot of hard bones in this village. Many people were unwilling to pay, or they were only willing to give a small amount of money. This made him very dissatisfied, so he became very murderous and killed dozens of people. Moreover, the methods are extremely harsh, and many villagers who are scared are paying out their savings. The pirates who saw the money were naturally more greedy. In fact, the reason why they went to the sea area was not because he intended to do so, but because they were driven away. He hadn't killed and looted so happily for a long time. Because of Roger's words, the number of pirates in New World increased and became more and more crazy. Don't look at his bounty of nearly 90 million, his strength is not weak, but this time he offended a pirate group that was stronger than him, too. Within a month, his pirates suffered heavy casualties, and his confidant died a lot. In the end, he had to flee in embarrassment and ran to the Bordeaux waters. The pirate who defeated him was too strong, and he didn't dare to take revenge, so he hid here, facing a powerful opponent. He did not dare to resist, but facing these unarmed civilians, he showed his fangs. Why did you go to sea to become a pirate? Fame, wealth, this is Bullet's idea, and now, he just wants to collect more wealth. He feels that New World is changing, so he wants to find more wealth to consolidate his position. In the past, he would be more or less merciful when looting, but this time, he was really cruel. He basically wanted to take away all the wealth of the village, even if he killed everyone, he didn't care. Boss, this woman refuses to pay. A pirate walked to Bullet's side and said. Bullet looked at the woman who had been beaten and hummed, I want to say something, and kill her if she doesn't want to pay. Mom, let go of my mom. Suddenly, a 7 or 8-year-old girl rushed out of the crowd, crying and ran towards the beaten woman. The civilians did not hold her back, and many people screamed nervously. Do not come. The woman who had already had little air intake heard this sound, but she suddenly raised her head, screamed sorrowfully, struggling desperately, and yelled at the little girl who was running, telling her not to come over. Ha ha! The little girl cried and cried, but before she ran to her mother, she was picked up by a pirate. She cried and struggled, but how could a little girl break free from the palm of an adult? Leave my daughter, please spare my daughter, please, spare my daughter. The woman struggled to kneel on the ground and kept kowtow to the group of pirates, hoping that they could spare her daughter. Ha ha ha! Seeing this woman's appearance, the pirates around were all excited and laughed. The pirate carrying the little girl even shouted loudly, Boss, what do you say about taking this little girl to auction? Well, I heard that many aristocratic lords like this little girl who hasn't grown up yet. Tisk tisk, the taste of those bastards is really heavy. Yes, since they have no money to pay, then sell her. This little girl is quite cute, but it's a pity that Lao Zi doesn't like this bite. The pirates around were all amused by the pirate who was talking, and teased each other. These damn bastards, inhuman things. Seeing this scene, many young people among the civilian population were angry and wanted to go out, but many people around them stopped them one after another. Although they were more numerous than the pirates, they really fought. Get up, they must be the dead and injured. They are all ordinary people. They are really unwilling to sacrifice themselves to save a little girl. People are selfish. Even if they are angry, not everyone has the courage to resist. Bullet snorted coldly and said, How can we have time to do that kind of thing? Don't talk nonsense. Since this cheap bone is unwilling to pay, let's send them on the road. The pirate carrying the little girl said with a pity, That's a shame, but I haven't killed such a small child yet, so I have to feel it well, hee hee. No, don't hurt my child. The woman cried and screamed, but a pirate kicked her down and stepped her on the ground, laughing, Hurry up, we are all watching. The pirate carrying the little girl grabbed the little girl's neck with his right hand, drew a knife, and struck the little girl's face with a light stroke. "Wow, it hurts, Mom, it hurts, Mom, save me." There was a finger-long scar on the little girl's left face, and blood flowed on her face. She even more painfully shouted to her mother, wanting her to save her, but what attracted the pirate's excitement? Laugh. "Trick, you guys are really bad enough, you tortured like that for a little girl. Ah, let go of my daughter, let go of my daughter." The woman who was stepped on the ground by the pirate screamed like crazy, but no matter how she screamed, no matter how struggling, she couldn't get out of her control. Tears and blood flowed all over the floor. It was really sad for the listener. The person shed tears. The pirate named Trike grabbed the little girl and smiled grimly. "Don't you guys feel it? Is this very interesting? Ha ha ha. You bastards, I will kill you." Finally someone couldn't stand it anymore, yelled angrily, rushed out of the crowd and was about to save people, but the pirate who had been watching immediately rushed over and beat him to the ground, rushing out a dozen young people in a row. People, without exception, were all brought down and beaten on the ground. Seeing this scene, the people who were also ready to do it suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts and did not dare to stand out again. Chapter 47. Dimey. Just when the pirate named Tricker was about to continue torturing the little girl, a burst of shouts suddenly exploded. The loudness was so loud that everyone in the street could hear them, and they could feel the bursts of shouts. Kind of anger. Boom. Before the pirate Trick who had caught the little girl realized what was going on, he felt a red light flashing in front of him, and a scorching heat invaded him, instantly wrapping him up, and then he felt a pain in his head. Not only did Tricker fail to react, but the other pirates and civilians also did not react. They only saw a huge figure appear suddenly, and then Tricker was blown into the air, and his body was dyed red. Boom! Tricker's body hit the ground fiercely. At this time everyone saw what was going on. They saw that Tricker's body was no longer moving. What's more terrifying was that there was red lava on his body, and the hot lava was burning. There was a burst of barbecue smell in Tricker's body. There was no response in this way, and it was clear that Tricker had lost consciousness. "Who?" Bullet stunned for a moment before shouting suddenly. Everyone looked at the position where Tricker just stood, and saw a burly and tall figure appeared there. The little girl who had just been tortured by Tricker was already in her arms by this tall figure. "Marine Justice Coat, you are Marine." Seeing that the figure that appeared was actually wearing Marine's Justice Coat, Bullet's expression suddenly changed, and all the pirates showed their weapons, staring at the figure steadily. "Da-day, da-day, da-day." Before all the pirates could react, they heard the sound of footsteps. Then, under their surprised eyes, a group of Marine rushed into the street in droves. Those pirates blocking the entrance of the street, some screamed and began to retreat, and the pirates who did not retreat were all taken by Marine. "Boss, it's Marine." The pirates surrounding the civilians all quickly retreated behind the captain Bullet, watching the sudden appearance of Marine vigilantly. The civilians who have been worried and frightened all cheered excitedly. They used to feel that it didn't matter when they saw Marine soldiers, but at this moment, when they saw this group of Marine, they only had excitement and excitement in their hearts, regardless of this group. Where did Marine come from? It must be able to save their lives. "Master Marine, hurry up and kill these bastards. They killed so many of us and robbed us of our money. They are simply not human. They don't even let the old people and children go. They are not people at all. They killed them, killed them." Among the villagers, especially those whose relatives had died, shouted with excitement, venting the anger and unwillingness that had been suppressed for a long time. They did not dare to resist the group of pirates, so they could only pin their hopes on Marine. The person who rescued the little girl was naturally Sakazuki, because he was already very close just now, so he heard those angry shouts and ferocious laughs, and then he speeded up immediately and hurried towards the village. After he came here, he saw a scene that made his whole person completely burnt and furious. He seemed to lose his mind, and rushed over in anger. With a punch, the pirate was thrown into the air, saving the victim. Tortured little girl. The yelling and shouting of the villagers did not move the Marines. Under the leadership of the ghost spiders, they gathered quickly, and then passed the villagers and confronted the pirates. At this time, the most important thing is not to comfort these villagers, but to deal with these pirates, so of course it will not be careless. Mom, Mom, I want Mom. The little girl in her arms is only the length of one arm of Sakazuki, and she is easily held in her arms, but at this time her face is full of bloodline, and her tears are mixed with blood, making her who should have been very cute become somewhat scary. But Sakazuki was not frightened. Instead, he said with an unprecedented gentle tone, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I will protect you, I will not hurt you, and I will save your mother." Oh you The little girl cried bitterly. She kept yelling, "I want my mother, it hurts so much, I want my mother." Dragon! Sakazuki shouted suddenly. Clear! The dragon was also full of seriousness. After hearing Sakazuki's yelling, he immediately responded, and then a strong wind blew up. The strong wind swept the place where the pirates were, and several pirates were directly blown away by the strong wind. The strong wind came fast, and disappeared fast. When the dragon reappeared, there was already a bloody person in his hand, who was the unmanly woman who had been tortured before. This woman was placed in front of Sakazuki by the dragon. Originally, the dragon was supporting this woman, but after seeing the little girl in Sakazuki's arms, this woman did not know where there was a huge force, and suddenly broke free from the dragon's support. Then struggling towards Sakazuki. Just when the woman was about to fall, Sakazuki gave her a hand and then gently put her to the ground. "Child, my child, Mom is here, Mom is here. Mommy, Mommy." As soon as Sakazuki let go of the little girl pounced on the woman, and the mother and daughter cried and screamed. Watching this scene, Sakazuki only felt that his eyes were moist. They were just an ordinary pair of mother and daughter, but at this moment, they were so touched that people wanted to cry, even those iron-blooded men like him wanted to cry. "These damn bastards!" Sakazuki yelled angrily and was about to get up and start his hands, but at that moment, the woman grabbed his big hand. My lord, my lord!" Sakazuki hurriedly grabbed the woman's hand, not caring that the woman's wounded bloodline stained his clothes red, and asked softly, "You said, I'm here, you say. Child, me, my child, please, please." The woman grabbed Sakazuki's hand and spoke intermittently, but before she finished speaking, she opened her eyes wide and swallowed one last breath, but her hand still grabbed Sakazuki's hand hard, and even scratched blood. Even if the woman hadn't finished speaking, Sakazuki understood what she meant, so he said very solemnly, "Don't worry, I will protect your child." He said this because he had guessed that the little girl might be an orphan now. If her father were still alive, she would definitely not have watched this little girl suffer such a crime just now. Of course, if the little girl's father is in the crowd and watching his wife and daughter suffer, it's really not as good as a beast, let alone put the little girl in his hands, so under emotional infection, Sakazuki would say to protect this little girl. Chapter 48. I don't know if it was God's will in the dark. After Sakazuki said this, the woman's clenched hands slowly loosened, and her wide-eyed eyes slowly closed. Picking up the little girl who had been crying and fainting, Sakazuki looked gloomy, but calmed down and ordered Lucas, "Let the medical soldier come over and help her treat her." Although it is only a unit of a few hundred people, there is no shortage of such an important unit as the medical soldier. Are you Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters? The rank of Naval Headquarters is relatively easy to identify. The first is the Marine Justice Coat, which can only be worn by officers above Marine Colonel. Bullet saw that among these Marines there were many officers wearing Marine Justice coats, among them there were several powerful generals, and these people were mainly Sakazuki, so he guessed that Sakazuki is very likely. It is Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Sakazuki looked at the pirates in front of him with cold eyes, especially Bullet, and said coldly, "You scumbags, all damn you, ghost spiders, don't keep your hands, I just need a living mouth." He was really irritated. The pirates' cruelty was not directly revealed in the pirate anime before, so the cruel scene like the one just now made him almost explode, even if he killed a sea with his own hands. The thief, the anger in his heart still hasn't been eliminated, but it is getting worse. Yes. The ghost spider was also irritated by the horrible situation in front of him. Like Sakazuki, he was a hawk and had only the intent to kill the pirates, not to mention the scene in front of him. Everyone obeys, kill. No extra nonsense, the ghost spider immediately ordered that all Marines roared, but normal soldiers would not be indifferent when seeing this scene, not to mention that they are still soldiers under the hawks of Sakazuki, and they face the sea. The hatred of thieves is like Akainu and ghost spiders. Kill. The pirates of the Bullet Pirates did not expect this group of Marines to greet them, and they killed them directly. The rabble crowd and the elite division can be distinguished at this moment. Although the number of people on both sides is almost the same, when the pirates contacted Marine, the gap was immediately revealed. The group of pirates was defeated almost instantly, and then it evolved into Marine's slaughter of pirates. These private soldiers really inherited Sakazuki's will, and showed no mercy to the pirates. They were killing them to death. They didn't even think about leaving anyone alive. 5 minutes or less, the Bullet Pirates group was completely defeated. What's more terrifying is that all 500 pirates were slaughtered by Marine, and only one was left, that is, the Bullet Pirates group. The Captain Bullet. The whole street was stained red with blood, and the ground became blood red. It looked terrifying. At least all the civilians were frightened. Many people vomited on the ground, and some people were even more frightened. She hid aside and didn't dare to look. Boom! A bloody body was thrown in front of Sakazuki. It was Bullet, but his arms had already been broken at this time, and it was the ghost spider himself. Bullet's bounty is 89 million Baileys, but the ghost spider is also an elite in Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. If it weren't for Sakazuki as an adjutant, he is now fully qualified to become Marine Vice Admiral, so he is very strong. Bullet's bounty is very high, but he is not a capable person, and there is no other outstanding place. To achieve this bounty, he relies more on the power of the pirate group, and the means to kill countless people, so he naturally it won't be the opponent of the ghost spider. He was defeated by the ghost spider in a few minutes, and broke his hands, and was thrown in front of Sakazuki like mud. What to do? Ghost spider asked Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at Bullet with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Don't worry, don't they like torturing people? Then we will play with him, save his life, and take him to the boat." Sakazuki hated the pirates of the Bullet Pirates to the extreme, and this Bullet was the source of everything, so he killed everyone else, leaving Bullet alone, in order to torture him well. The ghost spider and others immediately took Bullet and left the village, leaving behind a small group of people. Sakazuki's opponent instructed, "Return all the property looted by the pirates to the villagers, and those who dared to resist just now give them more." He also saw some of the things that just happened. He still recognized these young people who dared to resist the pirates, so he told them to share more money. After all, many people have been killed, and the money and property are certain. There is superfluous. Someone called the young people over. Although these people were injured one by one, they were not seriously beaten for a short time. They also saw that Sakazuki was the leader of these Marines and was also from Naval Headquarters. Vice Admiral, for them, this is the big shot. The Lord. Among them, a man in his 30s seemed to have a higher status, and a dozen young people were the first to speak. Sakazuki looked at them and said, "My name is Sakazuki, and I'm Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. This time your village was attacked by pirates and suffered a huge loss. The sheriff here seems to have been killed, so I decided to let you select some people to become the new sheriff and chief of your village. Your performance just now shows that you are still very bloody. I appreciate your behavior very much. If everyone can be as courageous as you, it will not be the turn of those damn pirates to act fiercely, so I decide the new security of your village. Officials and village chiefs were born from among you." The man who had just spoken suddenly hesitated and asked, "But shouldn't the appointment of such officials be decided by higher-level officials?" Sakazuki said, "I am Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Even if I am placed in the world government, I am an official above the middle level. No one dares to oppose the appointment of a village official. You just need to follow my orders. The others don't need to think too much. If someone asks, just report my name." Although Naval Headquarters is only a military force, he is a Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. It is absolutely no problem to appoint leaders and officials of a small village. Even if the officials in the town hear it, there will never be any objections. Because Sakazuki's identity is much more noble than theirs. Chapter 49. Sakazuki Vice Admiral, that guy still refuses to speak. 3 days have passed since the incident in Nazia village. After the pirates were resolved that day, Sakazuki and the others did not leave. Instead, they helped the villagers clean up the village and clean up the bodies of the pirates. And re-established the rules for the village and established the officials. Because these villagers are not knowledgeable people, and the identities of Sakazuki and others are indeed much higher than them, they have saved all their lives and helped them save their wealth. So after Sakazuki made suggestions, they did not object at all, and all members passed the decision. What Sakazuki cares most is not about these things, but about the little girl. He only found out after asking the villagers that this little girl really had no father. Her father died when she was very young, except for her mother. There are no other relatives besides, and now the little girl has become a veritable orphan when her mother dies. Originally, Sakazuki was planning to entrust the little girl to her relatives, but after knowing all this, he no longer had this idea. He had promised the dead mother to protect this little girl, plus this little girl. The girl is indeed very poor, so he decided to take this little girl with him. Naturally, the villagers in Nasia would have no objection to Sakazuki's decision. Although they felt sorry for the little girl, to be honest, no one wanted to raise them. After all, they were just ordinary civilians. One more person in the family would be there as an extra burden, so they naturally don't want to raise other people's children. And those people under Sakazuki's command would naturally not object to his superior, but long teased Sakazuki a little bit. In addition, the only person who objected was Colonel Jeremy. Family children. But how could Sakazuki give him face? Just let him roll over. Jeremy was so angry that he was about to explode, but under Sakazuki's momentum, he finally persuaded him, just put aside his cruel words, and said that Sakazuki would record that Sakazuki violated the rules, but Sakazuki didn't play him at all. The bullet pirates have been completely wiped out by them, and only bullet is left in the entire pirates. The reason Sakazuki didn't kill him was because he wanted to torture him and vent his anger, but also wanted to get it. Know the location of Bullet's treasure. As a pirate with a bounty of more than 80 million, and there are so many subordinates, this is a mid-level pirate even in New World. After being a pirate for so many years, he must have a lot of treasure. There was only a small amount of things found on the pirate ship, so Sakazuki kept him, just to know where he hid those treasures, otherwise this Bullet could not bear the torture. It's just that Bullet's mouth is really tight enough. He has been tortured for 3 days, and he didn't tell the location of his treasure, which made Sakazuki very impatient. Don't you want to speak? I really don't believe it. How tight can a pirate's voice in a small area? This matter was originally entrusted to his subordinates to do it, but now it seems that the effect is not good, so Sakazuki is going to do it himself. Take me over. Bullet was kept alone in a room of the warship, surrounded by many soldiers with strict handles. When Sakazuki entered the room, he saw a man who was hung up and covered in blood. This is Bullet, who was captured by them 3 days ago. But at that time, the energetic pirate leader had already become a prisoner. Extremely miserable. Although it was miserable, Bullet did not die, and someone would feed him every day to save his life. This guy's mouth is too hard. After so many tortures, he just refuses to speak. The person responsible for the torture this time was a colonel marine under his command and an officer in the private army, one of the 5 colonels. Sakazuki asked, "How did you torture?" The colonel immediately replied. Sakazuki frowned as he listened, because he found that these people's methods are really not very clever and there are many tricks, but in the final analysis it is torture, and the technical content is not very high. Next, I will torture him, put him down and lock him in a chair. Sakazuki told his men to put Bullet down and then wake him up. Puff. After Bullet was awakened, he found himself locked in a chair and did not struggle. He just raised his head and scanned it. When he saw Sakazuki, he immediately spit at Sakazuki with disdain. Damn Marine, want my treasure, dream. He also knew that Sakazuki was the leader of these Marines, and he also knew that Sakazuki's purpose was not to let him die, just to get his wealth, so instead he had reliance, facing all kinds of torture. He did not speak alive. Because he knows that this is his last support, as long as he doesn't speak, he can live. It is naturally impossible to spit out saliva to Sakazuki, and he walked slowly in front of the controlled Bullet. Actually, I don't have to get your treasures, because they are not very important to me. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Bullet laughed disdainfully, but because he was covered in injuries, he laughed terribly, and his voice hoarsely said, "If you don't want to get it, you won't keep me till now." Sakazuki sneered disdainfully, "Let you live, I can get more useful things, Bullet. To me, you are just a small person. The reason why I keep you is indeed because you still have a little bit function. Tell me where your treasure is." Bullet asked suddenly, "If I told you, would you let me go?" Sakazuki shook his head and said, "Impossible." Bullet laughed suddenly, "Since you don't let me go, why should I tell you? It's really funny." Sakazuki said, "Because you told me, I can give you a happy one now. If you don't tell me, I can make you better than death." Bullet said disdainfully, "Do you think I will be afraid of you? As early as the day I became a pirate, I knew I would not end well. I didn't say anything about the 3 days of torture. You think I would say come out?" Seeing that Bullet was so confident, Sakazuki didn't refute, just sneered in his heart. "Really, I hope you can still be so hard in a while. Come here with a pair of pliers." Sakazuki turned his head and ordered Lucas. Lucas Stone took a pair of pliers and put it in his hand. Chapter 50. Did you know that punishment is also a very knowledgeable job? From your look, it seems that we don't really value the punishment and torture of our marine, so let's play in another way. Sakazuki held the pliers in his hand and stared at Bullet with a gloomy look, and then told the marine soldiers around, "Hold him down, don't let him move." Then he placed the pliers in front of Bullet and said, "I know that for people like you, general physical pain is definitely useless to you, but I don't know if you have heard a word, 10 fingers connected to the heart." After speaking, before Bullet could react, he suddenly pressed Bullet's fingernails with pliers, and then pulled it hard. "What?" Bullet let out a scream, and saw the nail of his right index finger being pulled by Sakazuki, and he pulled it off directly, and the finger was bloody. This feeling is uncomfortable, right? 10 fingers. Liangzhen is talking about this feeling. I don't know how many times you can bear. As he said, he pointed at Bullet's right middle finger again, and pulled out again, and another piece of fingernail was pulled off. In this way, the 5 fingernails of Bullet's right hand have all been pulled out several times. After he came down, his right hand was dripping with blood, which looked terrifying. Bullet was sweaty on his head. He changed his previous confident expression and looked at Sakazuki with horror. Although Sakazuki didn't beat him like those people before, he just used a very simple method, but he felt this kind of pull. The nail pain is much worse than when he was beaten before. Fear value from Bullet, plus 369, plus 345, plus 186, plus 197. All of a sudden, system prompts continued to appear, and the fear value from Bullet rose to more than 1,000 points in a blink of an eye. Now it's just one hand. You have another hand. In addition to your hands, you can also do the same with your feet. If you don't want to continue to suffer, then quickly tell me what I want to know. Although Sakazuki's face was expressionless, Bullet looked like a ghost, but he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I will never tell you." Sakazuki showed a look like this, and then said coldly, "It's just right, I haven't played enough. If you say it now, it will be boring. Next, I hope you can stick to it." Immediately afterwards, Sakazuki began to pull out from Bullet's left hand, pulling out all 5 fingernails again. Bullet's whole person had already passed out in pain once. Perhaps Bullet was much tougher than the average person, but the 10-finger and even the heart didn't say it indiscriminately, and no matter how strong it would be difficult for a tough guy to endure this kind of severe pain. But Bullet was indeed hard enough. 10 fingers and nails were pulled out, and he still clenched his teeth, even if he refused to say it. This surprised Sakazuki. He looked down on the pirate, but Bullet's the performance let him know that the pirate is not so easy to succumb. What? After pulling out the fingernails, the next step is the toenails. The whole room is filled with Bullet's screams. Except for Sakazuki, who is still moving, the rest, including the other Marines, did not move. All of them were panicked. Looked at Sakazuki. Fear score from Lucas, plus 258. In the process of pulling the nails, apart from Bullet providing a lot of fear, the rest of the Marine soldiers were also frightened by Sakazuki's expressionless execution. Although the process was not smooth, the nails were pulled out abruptly. Even the people they were looking at felt uncomfortable. Some soldiers even wanted to leave, but they didn't have the guts. The rapid increase in the fear value did not affect Sakazuki's actions. He still methodically continued to pull out Bullet's toenails. Hearing Bullet's participation, coupled with the increase in fear value, he had a sense of strength. Kind of very happy feeling. Perhaps he has seen too many deaths, so his heart has become very hard, and this cruel punishment will not shake him anymore. With another scream, Bullet's 10 toenails were also plucked out. Bullet had already turned Byakugan in pain, but every time he fainted, he would be woken up by the pain. Still refused to say it. Sakazuki asked Bullet again. Bullet's painful face was distorted, but he still shouted angrily, "Don't waste your effort." "Very well, I like your spirit very much. Then I'll see how long you can hold on. If this method doesn't work, then I can only change the method," Sakazuki said lightly. Bullet's heart trembled abruptly. The pain of pulling out his hands and toes already made him speechless. Does Sakazuki really have other more terrifying punishments? "You can see that you are in pain, so I will let you relax, something that doesn't hurt, and find a goose feather." Soon, a soldier sent a goose feather a few inches long, and then Sakazuki asked them to lift Bullet's legs, and Lucas took the goose feather and started scratching Bullet's feet. "Itch. Ah, ah, ah ha ha ha." Before, it was full of screams, but this time it was full of laughter. The punishment of tickling is definitely not something ordinary people can bear. Even though Bullet is a tough guy, facing this kind of tickling, he is the whole person. Go crazy. 2 completely different punishments and reactions made Bullet and the surrounding soldiers crazy about Sakazuki's fear. Although the Marine soldiers didn't experience it personally, they watched Bullet's screams in pain at this moment. But even tears came out of laughter, this violent contrast made their hearts tremble. "Say or not?" Sakazuki asked again after scratching for 10 minutes. Bullet laughed and said, "No, ha ha ha, stop, ha ha, no, it's impossible, ha ha ha." For 3 full hours, Sakazuki changed a total of 5 penalties. In the end, Bullet still didn't stick to it. When faced with the suffocation of the wet cloth covering his face, he finally couldn't bear it, and directly provided Sakazuki with 1,000 points of fear. After that, he compromised and said where he was hiding his treasure. When Bullet finished speaking, Sakazuki and the marine soldiers present were all shocked. This pirate with a bounty of only 89 million, and all his treasures together, actually reached a full 1.3 billion baileys. Not only that, this Bullet is also very cunning. His treasure is not in one place, but in 5 different locations.